Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 here in Northampton. The players just making their way out to the middle. Those of you that have been clock watching for the last 15 minutes will notice the fact that we're slightly behind schedule here on Sunday, much like the train timetable across the UK. Probably engineering works or something. But in all seriousness, we did have a bit of a shower. I think it was about 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning. It just chucked it down for 10, 15 minutes. It was quite heavy. Ground staff put the covers out, the ground sheets as well. So we've just had a bit of tidying up to do over the last hour and a bit. And that's why we're just 15 minutes behind as the players and the umpires make their way back out to the middle. The score, as you can see there, Gloucestershire 156 for 4 in response to Northamptonshire's first innings score of 469. Stream here is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, and it looks like we are going to have the left arm quickie of Liam Guthrie opening the bowling from the David Capel end.
Yes, it does. It does look that way, doesn't it, Dan? And a very good morning to everybody tuning in on this Super Sunday for what should be another fascinating day of cricket. 156 for 4 was the state of play at stumps on day 2. Cam Green and the night watchman Matt Taylor out there in the middle for Gloucestershire. And yeah, it does feel as though for Gloss, it's a case of seeing out the first hour to 90 minutes and then obviously just trying to eat into this deficit as much as possible. And as for Northamptonshire, exactly the opposite. Try and get some quick wickets, get Gloucestershire about 7 or 8 down. I think that'd be an ideal situation before lunch. And yeah, just go from there as Liam Guthrie gets ready then for the first delivery of day 3.
Yeah, the crucial first hour. It's going to be Taylor on strike, and he leaves that well alone outside his off stump. He, of course, came in yesterday evening as the night watchman to protect the man that is at the non-strikers end, Cam Green. But little did Gloucestershire know Cam Bancroft was going to get caught down the leg side off the bowling of Harry Conway right in the dying embers of day 2. So we've got the night watchman still out there. Matt Taylor is 1 off 16, and Cam Green, Australian overseas, playing his last game for Gloucestershire, just leaning on his bat handle, 3 not out. Northamptonshire start with 2 slips and the gully. Vasconcelos, Calvin Harrison, safe save in the cordon. Vasconcelos catching incredibly well, including that fantastic wicket for Ollie Price. The anticipation to sprint down the leg side as Price tried to lap sweep it down to fine leg, but couldn't get it past Ricardo Vasconcelos. But we're set pretty fair for the rest of the day. I think the blue skies are shining. There's not much breeze. Northamptonshire, as you say, just looking to try and take as many wickets as they can in this crucial first hour. I think that will have a big impact on this. If Gloucestershire can get through, I think, and respectfully to Matt Taylor, if he goes in the first hour, I don't necessarily know if it's that big of an issue for Gloucestershire, but they can get through this first hour without losing another one. Obviously, Northamptonshire, if they were to push for victory, would require 16 Gloucestershire wickets, and they haven't fallen quickly over the course of the game so far. They're going to have to work incredibly hard on a pitch that's not offered a great deal of assistance to the seamers, but they have got the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison up their sleeve to use.
Yes, they have, and we saw him for a prolonged spell, didn't we, yesterday? Calvin Harrison eventually finished with those figures of 2 for 40, and I thought he bowled very nicely indeed, to be honest. It'll also be interesting to see whether or not they call upon the services of George Bartlett with the right arm finger spin, and of course, Safe Saib with his left arm finger spin. So plenty of options and different choices of bowler at Luke Proctor's disposal. It's just a case of how you go about best shuffling the pack as such, as Guthrie there manufactures a dot ball off the night watchman Taylor. Yeah, just in terms of the rest of the Gloucestershire batting as well, of course, James Bracey, I think, is the big name to come still in this innings. And then, of course, you've got Graham Van Buren, Tom Price and Zaman Akhtar also very handy with the bat. So, yeah, it's a deep batting lineup here for the visitors. And I know that Mark Allaney wants his side to be showing all of that grit and character. So it's also a good test, this, I think, for Gloucestershire today, as that goes all the way over the top of McManus, and it will go all the way down for the first boundary of the day. 5 wides given by the umpire.
Yeah, almost tennis ball bounce, wasn't it, from Liam Guthrie there, just having to pitch that so short to try and get it up around the danger area for Taylor. He did well in the end to get underneath it, but maybe 5 wide. So, as you say, the first time the scoreboard moves on day 3 just comes from a couple of extras, courtesy of a Liam Guthrie bumper. Oh, as the edge has that carried to Harrison. He's covered good ground at second slip. He's definitely got a hand and a fingertip to it. That has flown off the outside edge of Taylor. He gets 4 and moves on to 5, but we need to see a replay of that, because that would have been, or could have been, catch of the year for Harrison. No, it's not carried, is it?
No.
It's just got to him on the half volley. Made a fantastic movement to his right to get down to that, but didn't carry. The pace of the pitch, that's probably not the biggest surprise, is it? As Gloucestershire move on to 165 for 4 off 53. It's going to be Harry Conway to open proceedings from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It was he himself who picked up the wicket of Cam Bancroft late last night. He's got 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25 in his last appearance for Northamptonshire in 2025. The big Australian quick. 16 wickets at 16s before the start of this game, including a best of 5 for 68 against Leicestershire at Grace Road on debut at the start of the month. It feels like, hey, let's caveat it and say Northamptonshire are going to have to play incredibly well here to pick up 16 wickets for Gloucestershire. They are going to have to do that. But it does feel like Harry Conway is the man you want in your team if that is the battle that you're up against, as he starts in on the thigh pad of Cam Green straight away.
Yes, it does. And I think this is the battle, isn't it, between the 2 Aussies, Cam Green versus Harry Conway. That is the wicket, of course, that I think Northants want. As much as James Bracey has had an unbelievably good season, Graham Van Buren, Tom Price, Zaman Akhtar, as we mentioned, all very proficient with the bat in hand. I just feel like Cam Green has almost been the talisman in terms of those great performances for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club in 2025, as Conway charges in here too. Night watchman Taylor plays that one nicely into the offside for no run. Yeah, it just feels like if Conway gets that wicket, I think that could be the spark, couldn't it, which ignites the Northamptonshire performance. Of course, though, they still have the job to do with dismissing the night watchman. And Matt Taylor, look, he's got a good defence. We saw that in the dying embers of day 2. He's no slouch with the bat. He's not going to be wafting at one and giving away his wicket.
Yeah,
he's just got to stay there for as long as possible, frustrate the likes of Conway and Guthrie and
tire them out, essentially.
Exactly.
Bring
exactly my point.
Spells 2 and 3. Make it easier for the likes of Bracey and Van Buren, etc. as the day goes on. I think the likelihood here of Gloucestershire walking away victorious from Wantage Road is pretty slim right now. The draw, I would say, is the favourite. Just because we've had 2 days of cricket and we've seen 14 wickets fall, and if there were to be a victory for Northamptonshire, the hosts here, with that 4-6-9 and that first innings score, they'd have to take 16 in 2 days, and don't necessarily know how straightforward that's going to be, as Cam Green is back on strike and defends into the offside. Gus Miller there, making his first appearance of 2025, doing the fielding. But I am curious. I'm genuinely curious to see how big of an impact the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison can have in this fixture. We saw him, as you said, yesterday. It was 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 40. The wickets of Ollie Price and Miles Hammond for 51, who was adjudged to be LBW off the bowling of Harrison. But it seems to start. It's a big edge. Oh, it's flown down. That's a great bit of fielding by Adi Sharma down on the rope there to cut that off and make sure it doesn't go for 4. But that has flown off the outside edge of Cam Green's Grey Nichols through and over a vacant gully. He wasn't in control of it. And that, hey, if you go hard at the ball here at Wantage Road, I don't think that's the way that you're going to be successful.
No, it isn't. And we spoke about the utilisation of soft hands, didn't we, yesterday? To great effect by the likes of Safe Zabe and also Calvin Harrison as Conway bowls here.
A big appeal for LBW. Conway likes it. Everybody likes it, but the umpire doesn't. Wonder whether there was a little inside edge on that from Cam Green. I thought I heard two noises through the effects mic, but Harry Conway gets up from his proposal to the umpire. Absolutely flabbergasted that that was given not out. The replay here. Oh, well, if he's not nicked it, maybe a touch high there for Cam Green. He's obviously a very, very tall man, isn't he? I thought I heard 2 noises. I don't think he's nicked it, but I think height's on Cam Green's side there. But a nice bit of theatre from Harry Conway to ask the question. You're entitled to ask it, aren't you? And it was a strong appeal from Northamptonshire. Something that, to say, maybe they've learnt from Lancashire over the last couple of weeks. And hey, you're entitled to ask the question.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think that was a million miles away, to be honest. I think maybe height could have come into the equation there. That's a nice little shot from Matt Taylor. Just turns it round the corner. That will race down to the boundary rope for 4 runs to move Gloucestershire on to 173 for 4. But it's been a promising start, this from Harry Conway. Liam Guthrie so far just being slightly more expensive of the two, but yeah, already asking questions. And I just wanted to touch upon that previous effort as well from Adi Sharma. Haven't we seen some unbelievable fielding in this game? We saw Miles Hammond on the first day flinging himself all over the pitch like a goalkeeper would in football, and that stop from Adi Sharma, that was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, with the shin pads on as well. Oh, it's a quick ball from Guthrie, but Taylor's just dead batted that down in front of him like he's had all the time in the world to play it. This will be a frustrating pitch, won't it, for a seamer? Just not getting the reward that they'll be hoping for.
No, it definitely is. And something else to consider today. You'll be able to see the flags fluttering over there by the ground staff shed. It's meant to be very windy today. I think towards midday, it's meant to be around about 38 to 42 mile an hour gusts. So that is also something to take into consideration, because that one is picked up brilliantly by Matt Taylor for 4.
Beautiful shot by Matt Taylor. All the way for 6.
Oh, it's gone for 6.
That's travelled. Wow. It's calypso cricket from Matt Taylor. Bit of preparation for the T20 blast. Look at that. That's a beautiful shot.
That is stunning from a night watchman to do that so effortlessly. I thought that had gone for 4. Goodness me, it sailed all the way for 6.
Moves up to 16 off 27. The score this morning has raced up to 179 for 4. It's going to have a bit of a break in play there. Is it James Sales down there that's just had to do the retrieval of the Dukes? You're going to have a look with it with the umpires. There's a bit of equipment down there. There's a super stopper. There's obviously advertising boards, a bit of tarmac for it to have skipped off, and the gym, the cage nets as well down in that bottom corner. So who knows what that might have skipped off from Matt Taylor's bat, and you can see there on screen Calvin Harrison getting those shoulders loosened up, getting the back loosened up, getting ready for what undoubtedly is going to be a heavy day's graft for Calvin Harrison here at Wantage Road. That is back of a length again, pushed into the offside for just a single. Taylor 17 off 28, and he's making batting look easy in Northampton.
Yeah, he is. That is a decent strike rate, isn't it, so far for Matt Taylor? Actually looking quite positive so far, and admittedly, one of those boundaries was just from Guthrie straying a little bit too far down the leg side, but that pickup for 6, that was a staggering shot, and yeah, probably one of the shots of the piece so far. Haven't seen too many 6s in this game, so yeah, that's quite the pickup from the Gloucestershire Night Watchman.
That one into the pads. Green just turns it around the corner and strolls through for one. I think I could say with some confidence it's probably the only 6 of the it is the first and only 6 of the fixture. I could watch that on repeat a lot.
Yes,
you know,
I
really
shot,
enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that from Matt Taylor. We might even be getting a replay here. God, I tell you what, the producer at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club treating us and Gloucestershire fans to that flick off the knee roll by Matt Taylor. Change of angle for Guthrie. That flies over the head of Taylor, and I think that might have been quite close to being a wide there, but it is, and it's a dot ball to end. 181 for 4. Green on 6, Taylor on 17, and yeah, as the cameraman's looking, it's all eyes on Harrison as to when he will come into the fort. But it is going to be Conway from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's a few overheads about, isn't there? But it's a lot patchier than what it was yesterday. And I think looking out to the right-hand side of our position here at the commentary box, it's a lot bluer. The sky looks quite nice, actually. In fact, quite summery, which has been unusual for over the last 48 hours. But as you said, breezy. It's a bit chillier. I think it's coming down from the northwest, isn't it? The weather. As Conway gets a bit of zip there through to McManus.
Yeah, it's not too cold out there because I made the walk from the train station today. It was actually quite pleasant. Sun was shining, so I think it was high teens, low 20s, but I think the breeze definitely does play into a factor there, to be honest. I'm not saying that it becomes chilly by any means, but it does take a few degrees off. Yeah, it's just a pleasant day, I'd say. We just keep our fingers crossed that we don't have any more interruptions from those pesky showers later on in the day's play.
Yeah, another appeal for LBW this time. Again, a strong appeal from Northamptonshire, and it's going to run all the way down for 4 leg byes. You can see on replay here, Cam Green is, well, firstly, triggering across and then also triggering forward against Harry Conway as well. So it's going to make that LBW decision really difficult. He's got himself outside the line on that one. It's another good appeal, though, for Northamptonshire. But you can just see on replay here, he just takes a little shuffle forward. Umpire's going to recognise that. And see, that ball's got a lot further to travel, isn't it? And will just make umpire's life a little bit more difficult in order to predict where that ball's going to have gone. So not out the call. And 4 leg byes added as Conway with a bit of extra zip about him. These 2 LBWs, it kind of feels like he's needed that just to pump some air in the tyres, get him and his teammates up. It's been what the doctors ordered this morning, I think.
It certainly has, but if we are being a little bit critical so far, spoke about the state of play at the end of day 2. Gloucestershire 156 for 4. Now 185 for 4. That partnership has already stretched to 33. So, yeah, runs are plenty for Gloucestershire so far in what's not even the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, a few little extras added, hasn't there, which I don't necessarily think will upset and affect Harry Conway. I wonder how long Luke Guthrie's spell from the David Capel end would be this morning. I wouldn't be surprised if it's, say, 3 overs potentially. Maybe give the captain the ball himself and see if there's any movement there that he got yesterday, didn't he? He got a little bit of movement, Luke Proctor. And then possibly have a look at the leg spinner. But I would imagine Harrison will be bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's a good carry again from Conway.
Rather extravagant leave as well, wasn't it, in the end from Cam Green? Did well to read that one, though. Don't want to be leaving the bat or the gloves out there in that danger zone and bringing McManus into play. Did well there just to get everything well out of harm's way.
Yeah, it just looks like this surface has just gained a little bit of zip overnight, doesn't it? Well, the moisture that would have gone into the outfield has just affected the 22 yards slightly, which has been obviously undercover through that period of time. So it just feels like it's just going through, hitting the gloves a bit harder than what it was on day one from Conway and Guthrie. Here's going to be Guthrie to continue from the David Capel end. He just hasn't quite got it right yet. Those short balls have tennis balled, really, haven't they, towards the batters on strike. They've not really kind of caused a big issue for Taylor. Again, Harrison down in that slip cord and just trying to loosen up the hips. Did see him stretch quite a lot yesterday, actually. Hopefully it's not a case of he's carrying a bit of a stiff back or anything like that, but certainly spend quite a bit of time doing his stretching, Pilates, or whatever it is that he's up to. That's a big drive through the offside. It's up-ish. It's in front of Adi Sharma, and it's going to trickle its way towards the boundary rope. And, well, it had stopped, but that shower, I think, just doing Adi Sharma a bit dirty there as he just checks his spikes. He ends up slipping and just kicking the ball over the boundary rope to finish off the boundary for Taylor, who moves up to 21.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it, for the Northants debutant? Just lost his footing at the most inopportune of moments. And yes, another boundary off the bat of Matt Taylor, who we thought would be quite resilient and dogged in his approach. He's striking very nicely here. 21 from 30 so far for the Gloucestershire Night Watchman.
Oh, it's up. It's short ball. It's been punched, really, I think, down into the ground, unless it's got him in that chest protector that Taylor's wearing. No huge issue. We are going to have... What are we going to have here? Are we having a concussion check between or for Matt Taylor? Did it get that high? I don't know whether that hit him in the helmet or not, did it, for Taylor? It kind of looked like it got him in the gloves. He's taken the glove off and he's giving the fingers a bit of a ring at the minute, but the Gloucestershire physios make their way out to the middle to attend to Matt Taylor, having just fended off that bumper from Liam Guthrie. Should we have a quick look, Aaron, at some of the scores going on around the country before we get back into the action here?
I think we should.
We'll start in Division 1. We've got up at Durham, Chesterless Street. Somerset need 174 runs to win with 8 second innings wickets remaining. They're currently 91 for 2 with that topsy-turvy batting lineup that they've got at the moment down in the West Country. It was, again, Gregory and Davey opening the batting. Lammonby and Rue currently not out in the middle as the Gloucestershire medics make their way off. Hampshire 144 for 7 against Sussex. They lead by 1 run down on the south coast. So that's looking like another Sussex victory. Essex lead Surrey by 145. Essex are 207 for 3. Warwickshire lead Worcestershire by 112. They're 66 for 2. And Notts lead Yorkshire by a massive 325. And it's a quick bumper by Guthrie, which Taylor evades well. Notts 256 for 3 there in that fixture. Division 2, Middlesex following on. They were bowled out for 155 by Glamorgan. They trail by 181. They're 47 for no loss in their second innings. Lancashire trail Leicestershire by 226. Leicestershire all out for 457. Lancashire 25 for no loss in response. Game obviously in action in front of us here. As Guthrie gets Taylor just to push that one into the offside. The final game up at Derby. Derbyshire 587 for 5 declared. Kent 232 for 3. Still trailed by 355. Ben Compton with another 100 to his name. He's 124 not out. Obviously the test match is done. The Vitality Cup is done for the day. So it is just county championship cricket for us to keep you updated on through the course of the day, but we are back in the action here at Wantage Road, halfway through this Guthrie over with Matt Taylor on strike as we just move Gus Miller from square leg into a leg gully, just trying to get Taylor just fending off one of these short balls. Caught down the leg side. It is a short ball. It's pulled away behind square, and it's going to be another 4 and another boundary for Taylor. Moves to 25, and that was just, well, flashed and dismissed away, really, by the Gloucestershire night watchman. Pulled down behind square, 4 runs. Thank you very much.
Well, that is another perfectly placed shot, isn't it? Just found that gap in front of the Jackson Grundy stand, and goodness me, Matt Taylor really is becoming the aggressor. It's almost as though they've swapped places here. You'd expect Cam Green to be the more proactive of the two, but Matt Taylor is a man on a mission so far.
Good pace again from Guthrie, but defended solidly by Taylor. Ends the over 193 for 4. Taylor on 25, Green on 6. And I wonder whether that might be the end of Guthrie's spell this morning. Potentially the captain himself has a go from the David Capel end to replace the Australian. Yeah, Taylor, obviously those Gloucestershire fans that are watching the live stream and enjoying the game here in Northampton. He scored over 1,000 first-class runs with 2 first-class 50s to his name as well. So despite just averaging just shy of 14 in first-class cricket, clearly has the credentials and the CV to back up a couple of first-class 50s to his name.
He most certainly does, and just something I'll touch upon after this delivery from Harry Conway, bowling here to Cam Green.
That's pulled away again, this time just behind square, and that is going to race away for 4. No fielder out there, just one who will underarm it back to the middle, but a loose start by Conway, and it's almost pulled off the bails, really, isn't it, on the front foot by Cam Green.
Yeah, it's not the tactic which I'd recommend, to be honest, against Cam Green. He's been very strong on the pull shot. Hit Kashif Ali down in Bristol on Monday for a couple of big shots, including a 6 in front of square, which was quite the strike. But yeah, just touching upon the previous point, there was the helmet on. So whether or not that was the tactic for Proctor, he wanted to bring on Harrison early, and now they've seen it a bit differently as Conway is left well alone there by Cam Green. Yeah, the helmet has now gone off the field. So whether or not they've just had a little bit of tinkering there, of course, Luke Proctor himself may come on from the other end just to change things up. But yeah, happy to go with the seamers at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Conway in particular has just seemed to have found a little bit extra out of this surface than what we saw from Gloucestershire on day one. Guthrie, I think, has just hasn't quite got it right, has he, this morning? He's leaked runs. Potentially just hasn't got the same bowling style, obviously not extracting the same level of assistance from the surface here as what Conway's been able to do. Again, just movement off the seam back into the body of Cam Green there. Defended to George Bartley, who finds himself at mid-wicket this morning.
Yeah, and Conway's letting him know as well. He's had quite a few exchanges there with Cam Green so far.
2 slips and a gully in place. One, again, zips nicely through to Lewis McManus. Do you think it adds any overseas versus overseas? Australian against Australian? Do you think it adds any value, any tax to the desire of picking up the wicket rather than just one of the domestic players for any of the counties? Do you think it just adds a little bit more for the bowler?
Potentially today, just because it's Cam Green.
Yeah,
he's an Australian international. I think every single Northants player on that field in a bowling capacity will want that man's wicket. But I think overall, I think a lot of people do prize the overseas scalps just that little bit more, don't they? As Conway bowls here to Cam Green. Plays that one on the front foot for no run. But yeah, there does always seem to be that extra little bit of vim and vigour in the celebration, isn't there, when you do get, especially the international superstars. I think it does mean that little bit more, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Certainly does. And Northamptonshire as well. They'll be, at the minute anyway, just confident and sniffing out a second victory of the 2025 campaign here. They put themselves in a very good position with that first innings score of 469, a fantastic 159 from Rothesay with contributions elsewhere in that lineup. Green again just shuffles forward. Defends that one into the offside. So it's 197 for 4. It's 57 overs have been bowled, and we are getting a bit of protection, making its way out to the middle. So it'll be a helmet for Lewis McManus as Calvin Harrison comes on to replace Liam Guthrie. And there'll be another one which will be making its way to Adi Sharma, who's had the shin pads on since 11:15 this morning. So keeper up to the stumps will have a short leg as well, as the Nottinghamshire loney leg spinner Calvin Harrison comes back into the game. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 40 so far. 16 wickets before this fixture for Calvin Harrison. His 2025 county championship coming at 21 and a halves. Best of 7 for 119 up at Old Trafford in that hard-fought draw in Manchester earlier this year. And this feels like it feels like the key for Northamptonshire to unlock Gloucestershire's middle and lower order. But equally, if Gloucestershire can survive and negotiate this, that just adds a bit of confusion for Luke Proctor, as Taylor plays that nicely down the grounds. First off from Harrison.
Yeah, and he bowled well yesterday. I must say, I was very impressed with Calvin Harrison. Got those 2 wickets, the big ones of Ollie Price and Miles Hammond. Admittedly, the Price wicket was more down to Vasconcelos. I mean, that was just absolutely unbelievable anticipation. Made the rounds on social media as well. It was a great piece of fielding and game IQ, but he just kept to the basics. I think that was the most impressive thing. He was metronomic and disciplined with his approach, and that is a fine shot again from Matt Taylor, who's really putting on a bit of an exhibition here. Just rocks onto the back foot, punches it through the covers, and that will go for 4 more runs. That is a lovely looking cricket shot.
Yeah, dragged down from Harrison, punched off the back foot. Teaser, wasn't it, for safe save as he made his way out to the boundary to retrieve that, and it just trickled over the rope in the end, and it brings up to 200 for Gloucestershire as well. So another good milestone ticked off for Gloucestershire in response to Northamptonshire's first innings score. 201 for 4, and crucially for Gloucestershire, we've had half an hour of cricket this morning, and the 2 that started the day are still in there. Taylor and Green, bit quicker, pulled away, and it's gone over Bartlett down to the short side. Eyes on the umpire, 1 bounce, 4 into the advertising hoardings, and Taylor's having a good time out here.
He certainly is. It's not the approach that I think either of us expected, to be honest, from the night watchman, but Matt Taylor, he's having a party out there at the minute, and in fairness, every single one of these shots, he's timed very nicely and picked his gaps well. So yes, it's living life vicariously. It's a dangerous approach, especially against Calvin Harrison, who, as we know, extracted quite a bit of extra turn yesterday. But yeah, it's good to see the attack being taken to the spinner here. Again, as a spinner, it is frustrating, especially when you're bowling against someone who is practically a tail ender in this Gloucestershire batting lineup. When you're getting a little bit of tap from a lower order bat.
Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW this time. Umpire quickly says no. It was just McManus and Harrison having the inquiry. Aaron there just indicating that that's just sliding down the leg side from Harrison as he looks to complete his first over of the day, which he does. It's a bump ball into the gloves of McManus. So we've had half an hour of cricket this morning. The 200 comes up for Gloucestershire. Also the 50 partnership between Taylor and Green with that pull shot down over mid-on. And yeah, not much going for that one as it would have continued to turn down the leg side. So 205 for 4 after 59.
Yeah, that was difficult with the stance as well, wasn't it, from Taylor, who's predominantly set up in and around his leg stump. So I think that was a fair decision in the end, to be honest. And it will be Harry Conway to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Spoke about those runs coming freely here for Gloucestershire. They've already racked up 49, and the partnership for this 5th wicket stands at 53. So, yeah, great effort this from Cam Green and Matt Taylor. It's the former who's on strike here against his fellow countryman. Cam Green, that's a really lovely, languid drive attempted to find the gap through the cover region, only as far as James Sales for no run. But Cam Green, honestly, when he's on it, he is one of the finest players, I'd say, in the championship to watch. Had the privilege of watching him score a match-winning 67 not outs against Kent in that 3-wicket victory on Monday in the West Country. And I'll tell you what, aside from an early scare where he was dropped on 3 by Jack Leaning, he was absolutely magnificent to watch. Hasn't been strangled down the leg side, though. Big appeal for Harry Conway. Great catch that as well from McManus. Diving low to his left. We'll catch the replay of that in just a moment's time, but that is not how he'd want to lose his wicket. Just flirting with that one. Very similar to the delivery which saw the back of Cam Bancroft in the closing stages of play on day 2.
It's just brushed that kind of thigh pad knee roll, isn't it, as it's gone through to McManus.
Tell you what, from that angle, that looks very close, doesn't it? Talking a few millimetres off the edge of Cam Green's bat. And it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday as well, in terms of how quickly first-class cricket can change. It's all looked very comfortable so far for Gloucestershire in this morning session, but you go from 205 for 4 to 210 for 6 or 220 for 6, and suddenly deficit's still well over 200 runs. You're staring down the barrel slightly. Conway turns at the top of his mark. Over the wicket here to the right-handed Green, who advances forward. Nice shot that. And actually, Dan, this is something which I spoke about with a fellow Dan, Mr. Whiting, on commentary on Monday. It's something which Kent did very, very late on in Cam Green's innings. But we're already seeing so far today him advancing down the track. He's trying to get outside the line. He's trying to meet the pitch of the delivery. Do you think we could see McManus at some point today, especially if Green gets into his groove, just stand up to the stumps and try and spread those seeds of doubts into the minds of the Aussie international?
Yes, McManus has certainly got the qualifications to do that. I don't necessarily know if there's the Northamptonshire bowler out there that Lewis McManus would be able to do it too, if that makes sense. We saw him come up to the stumps to Conway, didn't we, at the end of yesterday's play? But to stand up to the stumps to 6'7" Harry Conway, who's quick as well, that release point's going to be getting on towards 9 foot. That's going to be a real challenge, and don't know if you're going to take the edge there if you're up to the stumps with the extra bounce. That's a great stop by Miller in the covers. Green comes through for a single. Guthrie's obviously the quicker, so that's going to make it difficult for McManus. And plus, I don't think you get the control from Liam Guthrie to be able to confidently stand up to the stumps. Proc again, quicker than you think, but potentially would be the option for it. If Sanderson was out there, then yes. Then McManus would be up to the stumps in a heartbeat, I think, because you've got the bowler there that's going to hit that spot time and time again. James Sales again, quicker. Gus Miller potentially, but don't know if you're going to throw the ball to Gus Miller before you've thrown it back to Liam Guthrie, Luke Proctor, Safe Zabe on a pitch that offers a bit of turn, and I think we're going to see Calvin Harrison ripped out of the attack anytime soon.
No, absolutely not. Has been a fine pickup, hasn't he? Just a shame that it's only on a loan basis. I think he'd be a very shrewd addition to this side in the long term. It's Harrison again. Gets Cam Green on the defensive. Now, I've got an awful lot of time for Calvin Harrison as a cricketer, and he's had a really good game, of course. We spoke about his bowling yesterday, but we can't forget his batting effort either. Scored 63 in that first innings. Cam Green leaves that one well alone. Also, that is something we're going to be watching out for throughout the day in terms of whether or not this surface, as there is a little bit more degree of wear and tear, does offer a little bit more for the leg breaks and the top spinners. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled on the monitor just to see if there is that deviation in comparison to days 1 and 2. Wasn't too much on day 1, aside from the odd delivery from Ollie Price, which just gripped a little bit in the surface. Harrison again utilising the leg break to nice effect. Trying to drag Green over a little bit, entice the outside edge of the right-hander. Does get through his overs very quickly as well, does Harrison. But Green so far, he's been adept. He's been proficient with his shot selection. And so far, in terms of the actual shots, I'd say he's been very efficient as well in terms of picking the right deliveries through which to throw the hands at. And there is just a slight delay here, distraction behind the bowler's arm. So Harrison will have to retake his mark here. Here he is bowling to Cam Green. And that is a dot ball. So the score 206 for 4, Gloucestershire. At the moment, Matt Taylor, the night watchman, on 33, and Cam Green is on 11.
Yeah, been a good start for Gloucestershire, hasn't it?
Very.
Just done exactly what they've needed to do. I don't think, well, I think Matt Taylor would have known what he wanted to do this morning, but I'm not convinced everybody watching the cricket this morning would have expected the night watchman to have been 33 not out. Certainly could have still been there, but having picked up a couple of boundaries and deposited Liam Guthrie for 6 over square leg, I don't think was in many people's blueprint for Matt Taylor, but he's doing incredibly well. And that's the thing. I mean, he's out there as a batter now. He's not a night watchman anymore, is he? He's in there genuinely at number 4, number 5 for Gloucestershire. He's not there to protect anybody else. He's there to play. And he's playing very well.
He certainly is. And we saw something similar on day 2, didn't we, from Miles Hammond, in terms of someone coming out here and scoring their shots at, say, a more accelerated strike rate. I think that'd be the manner in which I'd try and describe it, because Hammond, again, he wasn't playing anything too ridiculously flash. It was just a case of if there was anything short, he'd get into it, and anything too wide, it'd be dispatched out to the fence. But yeah, I've been ever so impressed with Matt Taylor here. It's been a very nice effort so far, this. That one is short, attempts his pull shot out towards the vacant deep square leg region. No protection out there here for Harry Conway, who opts instead for those 2 slips, the gully, the deep backward points. Catcher in the covers, and of course a mid-off. It's a 6-3 split at the moment. Only real protection out on the onside is that deep backward square leg. So it's Conway once more here to the ultra-aggressive Matt Taylor. On that occasion, drops it into the offside for no run. Showing off the eclectic mix of shots that he's displayed so far. It does feel as though Conway, alongside Harrison, this probably is the 2-pronged attack who have looked most dangerous for the Tudor Rose so far, though. A very nice combination. Conway with the additional bounce, and then, of course, you've got Harrison trying to extract as much turn and get those additional revs on the ball. Really is a nice combination for Luke Proctor, the captain, to have in his arsenal. Also, slight change in the field there as the deep backward point is just brought slightly more square. It's only by a few steps. It wasn't anything ridiculously outside of the box. It's not as though he's ran halfway across the field, but just a slight change in angle there in case that the short ball is outside the off stump and Taylor falls for the bait. Is the shorter boundary there, though, on that side? So the shot is most definitely on if he's brave enough to take it. Here is Conway to Taylor. There you go, that time late cut out towards that deep backward point region. That's a wonderful bit of fielding from Adi Sharma yet again. Really is putting the body on the line this morning. We saw that earlier stop, saved 2 runs, and that yet again is another fine piece of fielding over in a flash and saves 3 certain runs. So 1 delivery left in this 62nd over. Green currently on 11. Matt Taylor on 34 from 46. That's a good shot there from Cam Green. Just waited on it, played it late, just underneath the eye line, and that will signal the end of over number 62. Gloucestershire move on to 208 for 4. Green on 12, Taylor on 34, and the partnership for this 5th wicket now stands at 56.
Yeah, it's ticking along, isn't it? That's the end of Conway's 5th in this spell. It's 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Those 2 singles coming off the final 2 deliveries of the over. Potentially get 1 more from Harry Conway this morning, a 6-over spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But I don't think you're going to get many more than 6 as Harrison starts his next over.
And starts off with another dot ball. Nice start this from Calvin Harrison. As we said, not doing anything too flashy. He's not going for googly after googly. He's just trying to exploit any potential gaps in the defence there of Cam Green, who's thinking about coming back for a second. And that's really good running there from Matt Taylor. He turned around on a penny piece, really quick, really aggressive running there from the Gloucestershire night watchman. Moves the partnership on to 58. How can Harrison respond after that one? Well, he gets Green and playing forward in defence, back to the bowler. Got a nice smattering of spectators here today, enjoying the current sunshine in the East Midlands. First time that we've really seen the sun make a prolonged appearance. Harrison gives that more flight, and it's a lot fuller. Could be a shot at the stumps. Have to see the replay on that, but that could have been a little bit close.
Yeah, it's a bit unnecessary, that, by Cam Green, wasn't it? Set off straight away, to be fair to him. Took on Luke Proctor. Got a bit confused, didn't he, with the whereabouts of Calvin Harrison. To be fair, the bowler didn't move. Just taking on Luke Proctor, which do at your peril at mid-off.
That one just ran off the face of the bat by Matt Taylor. I think he's played that one intentionally. It's a really nice-looking shot, and it'll be another 2 runs to add to this blossoming partnership. So 1 more delivery remaining in this 63rd over. Taylor on 36, Green on 15. Harrison just gives it a rip in his bowling hand. Taylor climbs into it. It's gone very aerial. This should be a simple quarter bowled for Calvin Harrison, and the 5th wicket does fall. Matt Taylor, it was an enterprising 36. It's given us some great entertainment. But at long last, Gloucestershire's night watchman does depart for 36 from 48 deliveries. Calvin Harrison finishes off his 20th over. He now has figures of 3 for 53, including 6 maidens, and Gloucestershire fall to 213 for 5.
Yeah, Matt Taylor. The Nighthawk seems to have gone out of the game since Stuart Broad's retirement from Test cricket, hasn't it? But he's kind of done exactly that. He's walked off with 36 to his name. He's just gone maybe 1 too many. A bit of extra bounce, maybe that one from Harrison. He does possess a good top spinner, top edge, and it's gone straight up back to the bowler, and it's a good catch. They're always a little bit trickier than what you might think as you're stood underneath them, as it feels like it will spend an eternity in the air before it makes its way back down to complete the catch. But just 45 minutes into the day's play then, this crucial first hour, and Northamptonshire have got 1. It is that of the night watchman, but they have got 1 in the first hour. They've still got 15 minutes to pick up another one, but it's got a little bit harder for them as James Bracey comes out to the middle to meet up with Cam Green, both of which have been in fantastic form this summer. As you've mentioned already, twin hundreds for Cam Green, averaging 54. James Bracey, twin hundreds this year at an average of 78, 550 runs before this game. So it's not as though it wasn't hard work to start with for Northamptonshire, but it's just started to get a bit harder.
It is indeed, and we'll see Luke Proctor potentially coming on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end as he hands over his overlayers to the umpire. Yeah, in terms of James Bracey, he's currently sat in 7th place in terms of the Division 2 leading run scorers, 550 runs at that average, as you mentioned, 78.57. He's just slipped down the rankings ever so slightly as a result of some big runs from Ben Compton and Wayne Madsen in that game between Derbyshire and Kent. But yeah, just 26 runs shy of overtaking Ollie Price as Gloucestershire's leading run scorer. So I think in that dressing room, he'd love to have that little badge of honour, wouldn't he, heading into the T20 Blast block. Just have another few weeks with that feather in the cap. Here is Proctor then to Cam Green, works that off the hips, goes out towards the deep mid-wicket region. They think about coming back for a third. There should be a third on here because they're both very quick, and indeed it is. They chance the arm there and come back for 3. Puts Cam Green onto 18, and James Bracey will face off against his first delivery of the day's play. Of course, the left-handed Bristolian, product of Winterbourne down in the West Country. Someone who you describe as Gloucestershire through and through. And it was so special, that moment, watching him lift that T20 Blast trophy last season. He's a lovely man. He does a lot in terms of local charities and club initiatives. If anybody deserves their success in the game of cricket, it is James Bracey. He's a lovely, lovely individual. But he's got a job to do here against the former Lancashire man, Luke Proctor, who starts off with one down the leg side against the Gloucestershire keeper. Big football fan as well, from what I've been told. He's a very lucky man because he's a Bristol Rovers fan, so you can actually see the Memorial Stadium just across from the county ground in Bristol. It's also known as Neville Road. Of course, used to play for England as well. A couple of test matches did James Bracey, and ever since then, making those twin test appearances in 2021 against New Zealand, he has just gone from strength to strength. Whether or not that door is ever ajar again, that remains to be seen, of course. When you've got the likes of Ben Folkes, Jamie Smith, got plenty of talented keepers in this country. But England's potential loss will always be Gloucestershire's gain, and he's batting here against Proctor. Not the most convincing of shots there from Bracey, but no harm done for the visitors. And it does just feel like season in, season out, he gets runs, and he is a phenomenal keeper. He really is one of the best true glovemen in the entire country, at least in my opinion. Whether or not you see that differently, Dan, again, or for anyone out there tuning into our coverage today, but I just think he's a tremendous talent. And he will get off the mark here, taking on Harry Conway, who tumbles there to make the stop. Will be another single for Gloucestershire. Moves them on to 217 for 5.
I don't think you're going to get many people argue the point there that James Bracey's one of the best in the modern era to have done it, to have had this role. She said that international short part of his career and his story, whether it was too short, whether it wasn't, or whether it should have happened in the first place, who knows? But he's got to have been part of an era of domestic English cricket, which has got to be one of the most competitive for talent with wicket keepers. And just a production line. I mean, you mentioned the two Surrey keepers, but obviously James Rue was in that England squad for the test match against Zimbabwe and didn't get the gig. What was he, the fastest or the youngest to 7 first-class hundreds since Dennis Compton, wasn't it? And then to think that he's a fantastic gloveman as well. It's yeah, tough competition. We spoke off air about John Simpson, didn't we, as well? And Ben Brown in that game down at the South Coast is another one. There's just, yeah, a plethora of good wicket keepers in first-class cricket in the UK at the moment. And you've got to be at the very best to get those international honours, which James Bracey was and got and deserved.
Yeah, I would agree with that and completely echo the sentiment about John Simpson as well. Always thought he's another magnificent keeper behind the stumps. And so too, in fairness, is Northamptonshire's gloveman. Let's not forget Lewis McManus. I mean, he's already produced some good stops and he's always been very proficient, I think, against spin with regards to those stumpings and those sharp takes behind the stumps. We have just got a plethora of talented keepers in this country at the minute. It's really good to see. It's good to see that level of competition. And I would also, not in terms of maybe necessarily the glove work, but certainly in terms of the modern era of the keeper batter, you have to mention Jordan Cox. He's been very, very good in first-class cricket in recent seasons for Essex as well. It's Harrison giving that flight and just squeezed off the bat there by James Bracey. But it's one of those positions, it's a little bit like me with spin. I could talk about keeping for days on end. I've got so much love and affection for good wicket keepers. I used to love watching Mahendra Singh Dhoni for India as well. There's just something mesmerising about a wicket keeper who keeps you hooked in the action. And that will be half stopped, or will it? It's racing down towards our position here at deep fine leg. Will be a chase on for the fielder. The Gloucestershire batters have already scampered back for 2. And they'll turn that 2 into a 3 as Liam Guthrie lobs that one back to Lewis McManus.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to hear a non-wicket keeper giving the wicket keeper some flowers. Proud member of the Wicket Keepers Union, and I don't think a lot of people realise how tough of a job it can be. And I would implore anybody to give it a go once and just see what it's like in that position. So that's just punched down the ground to mid-on by Cam Green for a single.
Yep, nice shot and a nice way to round out that little matchup there between Cam Green and Calvin Harrison. That is something I'm watching out for today. Of course, for any wicket keepers tuning in, let us know. How did your keeping journey start? As Harrison again gives that plenty of flight and works that square of the wicket for 1 run. Keeps that scoreboard moving. And at the end of the 65th over, Gloucestershire are 222 for 5 with Cam Green on 19 and James Bracey on 5. I think for me, where that appreciation comes from is being a spin bowler or a slow bowler. I suppose there's not too much turn, to be honest, on the village greens. But having that almost telepathic connection with a keeper is so important. And aside from your captain, as a spin bowler, Harrison will be able to attest to this. Your wicket keeper behind the stumps is almost your soundboard. So you two are constantly working in tandem. You've got to have a good relationship, in my view at least, with your keeper, because you do discuss tactics. You have those little conversations in the middle about what can we change in terms of those 1%ers? How can we drag the batter across and then pin him back? Or how can we manipulate the field? It's absolutely vital. And you think of the great spin tandems and you think of the keepers behind the stumps, and they did have that connection. They had that partnership. They had that telepathic know-how. So, yeah, I'm always one to give tremendous praise to keepers. And that's just in terms of spin bowling. Let's not forget as well that over the course of a day of first-class cricket, you could be out there for every single delivery of those 96 overs. And as a keeper, you've got to be the one concentrating the most, because the vast majority of those deliveries end up in your gloves. And the ones which you drop, well, they're the ones which are picked up on social media. They're the ones that you get pelters for. So, yeah, plenty of love here for keepers on the Northants live stream as Luke Proctor starts off this next over with a dot ball. And of course, as well, the physical exertion. You've got to think of just the biomechanics of keeping as an art form as well. You're constantly in that squatting position. There's a nice delivery there from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it's just stood the seam up there, didn't it? And it continued to swing as it went past the stumps. It was actually probably about 5th stump there for Bracey. So it was left comfortably, but stood up and just swung further down the leg sides. It went past the stumps, which caused Lewis McManus to make a good take and a good stop down there on the leg side. Yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough job. It's a physical job. You've got to want to do it. And I think, I mean, ultimately, any level that you play it at, I think you've got to try and enjoy it. Find your enjoyment and fun from it. And if that's because you're involved in the game every single delivery, because you enjoy the athleticism, because you enjoy that relationship with your bowlers, whatever that might be, you find joy in it. It's important to do so, because she said it can be a bit of a lonely job at times.
It certainly can, and I can relate in that capacity from being a goalkeeper in football. And you do get isolated at times in those kind of positions, as Proctor again testing out James Bracey's leaving ability, to which the Bristolian is well up to the mark. But Yeah, it's almost a double-edged sword, isn't it, as a keeper? Of course, there is the physical toll of the position itself, but a lot of it is in your head. You've got to maintain that concentration. And another factor which I always think is important, aside from the captain, I feel like the keeper is almost that second most important position. Proctor bowls here to Bracey. It's a genuine edge. Is it taken? Yes, it is. James Bracey has to depart for just 5 from 14 deliveries. And Luke Proctor, the change of bowling, the Northampton captain, bringing himself on from the Lynn Wilson centre end, delivers the desired results. It's a second wicket in this morning session and the opening hour for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And as a result, Gloucestershire, who were 204 for 4, now fall to 222 for 6.
That's a good catch, isn't it? Calvin Harrison in there at second slip. He doesn't drop many of them, and that has just died on him at the final moment. Gets the fingers underneath it and completes the catch and the dismissal of the one of the big wickets in this Gloucestershire lineup. You said he was where he was top 7 of the run scorers in Division 2 this year, 550 at 78 before this, 200s as well. And I mean, maybe the wicket of Matt Taylor wouldn't have pumped the tyres up of Northamptonshire all that much, but that one certainly will. 222 for 6. Northamptonshire searching for 4 first innings wickets in order to wrap this one up and potentially have a healthy lead if and when the decision comes with regards to the third innings here in Northampton. But it's going to be Graham Van Buren to join Cam Green at the crease. And, well, they're going to have to keep working pretty hard because it doesn't get a lot easier, does it?
No, it doesn't. And I know that we've seen Hammond and today on day 3, Taylor come out and give it a little bit of a biff, but it is still one of those surfaces where you don't really feel properly in, to be honest. It does feel as though there is still a slight two-pace nature at times. The odd ball is just gripping in the surface and keeping slightly low. And of course, what we've seen today, which is really promising for Harry Conway, is an extra little bit of bounce from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So, yeah, it goes twofold, but in terms of batting, Gloucestershire do still have plenty left in the shed. One of which is facing off here against Luke Proctor, and Van Buren starts off defensively. And in terms of his performances so far this season for the South African-born all-rounder, Van Buren 255 runs at 28.33 as the Northamptonshire faithful in attendance at Wantage Road applaud their captain for a fine over, and of course for getting the huge wickets of James Bracey. Gloucestershire 222 for 6 after 66 overs. It will be Calvin Harrison from the David Capel end to try and apply this irrepressible pressure. How he would love to get the big fish of Cam Green. Let's see what Harrison can concoct. Happy to flight it yet again.
Yeah, Van Buren has got a first-class 100 against Northamptonshire. 127 not out in Cheltenham in 2022. I think one of his better first-class averages against Northamptonshire averages just over 45 with the bat.
Harrison there just working on the ball. Here he is coming in to deliver to Cam Green, who tries to punch that one off the back foot. A little bit of encouragement here for Northampton, what has actually proven to be quite a productive morning session so far. Yes, they've leaked runs a little bit. You can say that. I don't think that's a particularly controversial thing to say when the opposition were 156 for 4 at stumps on day 2. But the key thing, they've got 2 wickets. They can bring this one to a rather swift end as Harrison bowls here to Cam Green for no run. They do have that inroad, don't they? Because the follow-on in this year's county championship, of course, is 150 runs. So that's going to be the target for Gloucestershire to try and get to first. Harrison bowls here to Cam Green. Scoops that one back to mid-off for no run. And that will signal the end of over number 67. Gloucestershire 222 for 6 with Cam Green on 19 and Graham Van Buren yet to score from the first delivery that he's faced.
Are we talking about the follow-on already? Is that where we are in the state of this game? Do you think Northamptonshire would enforce it?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Just because of the forecast tomorrow. I think we are going to lose a little bit of play on day 4. I've taken a look at the various forecasts, and it seems to be from around about 2 o'clock onwards. So they should be fine for the morning session, hopefully. Of course, things can change. It's Britain. The weather is inclement at times, as we've grown to know over lived experience in this country. But I think that might enter the psyche, to be honest, just to try and enforce the results. It depends also how many overs have been bowled. I think that's the other aspect to take into consideration. I think it'd be very different if we were looking at this and 110, 120 overs in the dirt had been acquired by the Northants bowling attack. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's what we spoke about last night, wasn't it? It's how many overs this morning would the Northamptonshire bowlers want in their legs before they decided to go again, or whether they wanted a little bit of a break. I think Gloucestershire would need about another 100 runs in order to avoid it, which would be entirely possible as Van Buren just almost punches that, guides it down through the offside to the short boundary for 4. Gets off the mark. 3rd time of asking, off the bowling of Luke Proctor. Not entirely stylish by Van Buren, but it went down and it just trickled away for 4 off the bowling of Luke Proctor. So it's 226 for 6.
Well, just going back on to the follow-on with regards to tactics as well, I think the position in the table also does come into consideration as Proctor bowls here to Van Buren, who's defensive and compact on that occasion. Of course, before this game, Northamptonshire were bottom of the table on, what was it, about 59 points. Gloucestershire, conversely, were on 75.
Yep.
When you look at the front runners so far, Derbyshire are in the 80s and Leicestershire, I mean, they've just run away with it so far. It's been an unbelievable start for the Foxes. But we spoke about this yesterday. In the modern second division, you have to win games. Draws are not enough.
Yeah, that one down the leg side. Good take by McManus. No, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. It's really tough, isn't it? The thing is, you can't look ahead to tomorrow and say that we're going to have an interrupted day. As you said, the weather here is unpredictable, not necessarily in Northampton exclusively, but in the UK generally is tough to predict at the best of times. So to say, well, we have to, if of course they get there, they've still got Cam Green, Van Buren and 9, 10 and Jack to remove. So it's not exactly like the job's done by any stretch. And they've only got 100 or so runs to play with in order to have a serious conversation about it. So it's not exactly like it's a foregone conclusion. And maybe those that are listening might be thinking we're wittering away, talking rubbish about it anyway. But you can't sit there and go, well, we will because we won't get on tomorrow. There's every chance that you get 96 plus overs in the day tomorrow, and we don't get the shower here in Northampton that the weather forecast says that we might, as Van Buren pushes that one through the offside, and we'll come back for a second. But then again, because of the pace of the game and the way that the run scoring has been, Gloucestershire going along at 3.3 and Northampton's that innings was about the same, wasn't it, at the end? Haven't got a lot of time left to play around with. That's the other thing. They're going to want probably at least, 4 sessions to have a good bowl at Gloucestershire if they did bat again, which potentially then gives them a 3/4 of a session this afternoon to have a bat. Is that enough, or does that then leave a run chase that Gloucestershire look at and go, we might be able to get that in 4 sessions? It's an interesting little period. It's an interesting day's play ahead of us, and so we've got through that crucial first hour. I'd say Northampton just edged it, picking up those 2 wickets, but this is still a big partnership for Gloucestershire and one that's going to take a lot of hard work to break.
It certainly will. And look, Cam Green is not going to gift away his wicket. You are going to have to produce something quite special here. The fact is, he has been very, very calm at the crease. I think that's how I'd describe it so far. I mean, this morning, even though runs have come aplenty in that partnership between him and Taylor, the vast majority of those, especially the boundaries, were from the bat of the night watchman. So I don't think Cam Green will be necessarily under pressure. I don't think he'll be looking at the scoreboard and thinking, right, we need to match Northamptonshire, get 3-4 batting bonus points. Gloucestershire have that luxury of having that 16-point gap before this game, but it's just a case for Northants being aggressive, be proactive, and it's up to them as the team who are currently bottom of the table to try and force home the result in this one.
That's a beauty from Harrison. Genuine play and miss from Van Buren there through to the gloves of McManus. No, you are right. It would be for Northamptonshire to decide as to what they wanted to do and kind of how keen they were to potentially push home an advantage if they were to get one. It's Harrison, they're just asking questions of Van Buren. I think Cam Green, I think he started today quite pushy, played with some relatively hard hands and went at the ball, whereas I think he's learnt pretty quickly, as you'd expect of a cricketer of his caliber, that it isn't the pitch to be doing that. And he's just got the timing of it, I think. He's realised that it is a ones and twos kind of cricket wicket and not crashing boundaries to the rope, 4s and 6s, and it's attritional, it's gritty. And at the moment, having faced 51 deliveries, 420, the Australian's been quite happy to play in that manner, hasn't he?
He has, and I know that we have described it as gritty, attritional. It's been a graft at times, but it is very watchable. It really is. The fact is, there has been this underlying air of anticipation throughout, especially today's play. I think that's a given. The fact that there have been runs being, freely scored off the bat, and then, of course, the pair of wickets, it does feel as though something can happen. It's not an absolutely dead and lifeless track, which is only in favour of the batting side. It's just a case for Northants, as I keep on mentioning, they've got to be the ones here to set the tempo. They've got to really push this home and go into the blast, in my opinion, off the back of a good performance. We know how strong they are as a T20 unit, but you want to go into that competition with some confidence.
Yeah, and there certainly will be a bit of crossover, won't there, between those two squads of players that will be playing both of those formats. Save Zabe in particular, who will be going into the white ball format with a decent bit of confidence behind him. Liam Guthrie as well, you'd suspect will play a big part of that format of cricket. As Proctor continues, and Green, as we've seen all day against the seamers, just shuffles forward, doesn't he? Tries to get a little bit of impetus back on the ball. 229 for 6 off 69 overs. That's another thing just to think about here is Northamptonshire have got just 11 overs until that second new ball becomes available, which I don't see why they wouldn't take. And just shuffles forward and dead bats into the leg side. 20 off 53. It would just be a case for Cam Green as to how long he can stay patient for, won't it?
Yeah, and so far I think he has been very patient. He's just played the ball on its merits. He's not gone out there playing some ludicrously inventive shots. He's just staying within his own game for the time being. And that's what he needs to do. The fact is, there are batting bonus points up for grabs here as Proctor comes into Bolter Green, runs that off the face, and there's a shot at the stumps. That's a really good bit of fielding, wasn't it, there from Calvin Harrison on the turnaround? Goodness me, that was sharp. But yeah, it's just a case of playing this sensibly for Gloucestershire and not going out there overly aggressive. As we see the replay of that. Look at that. Quality fielding, that from the Northants leg spinner.
Yeah, that was quite funny, wasn't it? There was all the effort, all the energy from Calvin Harrison, and Cam Green just casually just reaches back and puts his bat in the crease with absolutely no fuss, no faff, no danger involved whatsoever. So brilliant by Harrison. Absolutely no interest from Cam Green whatsoever as Proctor just fires through a bumper to the big Australian. Expect they'd be quite keen here for Harrison to bowl at Van Buren, so potentially another one just to hide away from Cam Green to try and make sure that he can't take that single. Build that pressure up, have another few dot balls, give Harrison a go at the new man. And it isn't going to be the case, although there is a cry of 2, which Van Buren and Green responds to. and the Australian will come back for a couple. So not the worst result for Northamptonshire there. It's not a maiden for Luke Proctor. It's just 2 runs from it. 231 for 6. And it will be Harrison versus Van Buren.
Yep. As we just see Van Buren tying his shoelaces there. Of course, you don't want to be treading on those while you're trying to run between the wickets. That would be an embarrassing way to end your time in the middle. But yeah, Van Buren usually is quite a good player of spin, and you'd expect that, to be honest. As a spin bowler himself, you pick up certain little bits and pieces along the course of your career, and yeah, again, I don't think he'll go for anything too flash here.
Yeah, outside half of the bat, but well played by Van Buren. 6 off 12 now. Trail by 238. A ball pitched up, a bit of extra flight, but Van Buren just starting to find the timing here at Northampton. And that one just stroked into the offside. Harrison just being prepared just to flight the ball up there above the eye line of Van Buren. He's a shorter man, so he's going to have to pitch the ball up a bit further. That one, ooh, that's a bit of a drag down, which Van Buren plays well in the end, but well stopped by Adi Sharma there, isn't it, under the lid at short leg. Another day, potentially that wouldn't have just carried, and that's a sweep shot down to fine leg. For, I think, just a single. I can't see the fielder down there. Ball makes its way back, so I assume somebody threw it back.
It was James Sales.
James Sales down there. There you go. I knew there would be someone down there. Just a single for Van Buren. So 1 run off it so far with 1 delivery left. And not the end of the world if this stays the same way, because they'll keep the new man on strike. Just a few little changes to the field as Harry Conway goes a bit deeper in there at mid-wicket. 2 mid-wickets, in fact, and Harrison just wants him to go a bit further back. And that is defended. It's Adi Sharma in the cover. So it's a dot ball to finish, just 1 run from it. 2-3-2 for 6. 71 overs now have been bowled in this innings. Northamptonshire need 4 wickets to wrap up this innings. That one was well played in the end, wasn't it? It was quite a long way short of Adi Sharma, but for a second, the young man at short leg would have been interested.
Yeah, and just looking back on that one, Van Buren's played that very well. Just deftly with soft hands. He's not directed that into the hands either of Sharma. He's intentionally played it into the turf. So, yeah, he's done well so far as the man nicknamed GVB. And he's on strike here to Luke Proctor.
Oh, I bet that took him ages to come up with that nickname, didn't it?
Well, I can tell you he's an immensely popular figure in that dressing room, is Graham Van Buren. He's beloved by the fans as well. But to be honest, I think you can say that with the vast majority, if not all, of the Gloucestershire boys. I mean, they are very, very lucky down in the West Country to have such a likeable and personable team at the minute.
Yep, that one back of a length and cut away down to deep point where Adi Sharma patrols that short boundary. So it's just 1. Allow Gloucestershire to rotate the strike, and Luke Proctor will have a ball at Cam Green as George Bartlett there just makes his way down towards deep square leg. He won't go all the way to the boundary. It's a long, long way down towards the signal box on the scoreboard here at Northamptonshire on the leg side today. So he'll be about probably 10 yards off the boundary, same as fine leg as well. Left alone, almost dies on Lewis McManus there, just doesn't pick it up cleanly. I think Northamptonshire take the new ball when they get there. I think they do.
I think they do as well. But again, that's another facet to almost laser in on, because for Gloucestershire, it didn't really have the impact, did it, that second new ball, especially compared to the first one in the morning session. Props the balls here, and
yeah, genuine play and miss that time from Cam Green. He's looked unflappable so far, really, in the 60 balls that he's faced, and most of which this morning. That one there he has pushed at by Luke Proctor. Just going a fraction straighter and green, feeling though he needed to play that one. That one defended again. He's certainly the modern way, Cam Green here. He's a bat-on ball cricketer, isn't he? He doesn't not that interested in leaving them and letting them go by his off stump. He wants to get across and cover them over, defend them, feel that bat on ball, try and find the timing here on this pitch at Wantage Road. We saw 2 weeks ago Marcus Harris, just anything outside his eye line, just was not interested in playing whatsoever. Short ball pulled away down towards George Bartlett, and Bartlett just keeps it inside the field of play for a couple of runs, but that would have been aerial for a while. Green playing it in front of square, and it's the end of the over and a couple of runs added to the score.
Yep, and that is a real strength of Cam Green's game. It is that area, pulling it in front of square. Spoke about that, did it against Kashif Ali, against Kent a couple of times on that fourth and final day on Monday. And on that occasion, that is, again, some excellent work in the field by George Bartlett, just to scoop it back into the field of play and prevent the boundary from being scored. So we have seen this throughout the entire game. I think both sides of the ground fielding have been absolutely superb, but yeah, it's a slightly dangerous ploy with Cam Green. As I said, it's not often that you'll see him get out to that in domestic cricket.
No, Harrison continues. Provides a bit of width, a bit of a drag down for Van Buren, who takes a single on offer out to Liam Guthrie. He moves on to 8. And again, width on offer. Calls of 2 as they take on Guthrie. And they will come back for a couple. That one just ran down behind square in the end. We've got our first result in of the weekend. It's down at Southampton. And Sussex have beaten Hampshire by 9 wickets, finishing 23 for 1 in the 4th innings to wrap up victory down at the Utilita Bowl.
Goodness me, that's impressive. Winning the game within 7 sessions.
Yeah, comprehensive
wow
victory by Sussex.
I mean, they have looked good, though, so far this season. They were excellent, weren't they, in the second division? The front runners, the leaders of the pack in 2024, but the way in which they've built that side as well. I mean, they came under a lot of scrutiny and criticism in the early days of that rebuild as Harrison bowls here to Green. And you're seeing it now, aren't you, with the likes of Tom Haynes and James Coles and Tom Clark and that bowling attack. Henry Crocombe in that game, I think, took quite a few wickets. So, yeah, I'm happy for the Martlets. The fact is they put a lot into that rebuild, and now the fruits of that initial labour beginning to pay off in fine fashion.
Yeah, that one powerfully cut down towards Liam Guthrie. As I say there, Cam Green's just found the timing of this surface, isn't he? He's just starting to get a bit more confident. No, you're exactly right with Sussex. That was a decision I think that obviously had to be made at the time for various reasons, and it's worked and it's started to pay off for them. And they'll be thrilled to have got that victory over their local rivals as well. Van Buren back on strike. He's 9 off 19. Green's moved on to 25, and it's 2-3-7 for 6. Still those 4 first innings wickets remaining. Oof, and that one's defended and bounces over the top of the bails, which you saw there McManus just threw his head back in disbelief. But there's not an abundance of turn here for Calvin Harrison. It's not exactly asking huge questions. Could have gone anywhere, mind you. End of the over, dot ball to finish. 73 then have been bowled. 2-3-7 for 6. Get a replay of that final ball of the over, and you can just see the pearly whites of Van Buren there, smiling like a Cheshire cat through the grill of the helmet, knowing that as a spinner, he's looking back at Calvin Harrison thinking, I've been there as well.
Yeah, it was a nice delivery, that. Just a quintessential top spinner. Generated the extra degree of bounce, which almost caught Van Buren by surprise, but that is a real area that Harrison utilises to great effect.
That one left alone by Cam Green. What have we got then? We've got 7 overs until that second new ball becomes available. I suspect it'll be Harrison for the most part of that from the David Capel end. He's bowled 8 overs in the spell, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. Or sorry, 1 for 24 now. Luke Proctor's bowled 5 in this spell, so I don't know whether he would have 8 overs to come up the hill here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end to get through to that second new ball. Oh, that's a beauty from the captain. Beats Cam Green, who just remarks his guard to compose himself. But you'll want to keep Conway and Guthrie fresh, won't you, for the 80th over when that new ball becomes available. So we could see a little bit of safe Zabe maybe from the Lynn Wilson Centre end to replace Luke Proctor. James Sales, of course, has bowled again this year and bowled pretty well, particularly against Lancashire. Had a good little spell. Gus Miller provides an option as a seamer. Saw George Bartlett as well as a orthodox off spinner. So there's options. And just finding the middle of Cam Green's cricket bat. Cries of come on boys from the Northamptonshire 11 out there in the middle. I think that was Gus Miller, wasn't it? At cover there, just trying to loosen those shoulders up, whether he's going to get a go from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. And they're just tracking back and oohs and ahs from McManus and Vasconcelos in there at first slip and the wicket keeper. Does look like Gus Miller's trying to just loosen things up, doesn't he, at cover there? Just maybe we're going to see a spell from the all-rounder returning to the first 11 for the first time in 2025. Short ball, good short ball. Which, in fact, actually, that's going to be a no ball, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Or is it a wide in the end? I'm not quite sure which is which is happening here for the umpire. It was quite short, actually, in the end. Maybe on the angle there, I thought that was a quite well-directed bumper, but in replay, that's gone quite a bit over Cam Green's head there, isn't it? Again, Cam Green has the answer. 27 off 72 now for the Australian. Nicely played down the ground. Going to take on a big diving Harry Conway, who does brilliantly to get down, get round and cut that off. Saves the team at least a run, as he would have been backed up by James Sales, but a fantastic effort from the big Australian. End of the over, 74 now have been bowled in this innings. It's 242 for 6. It'll be Van Buren on strike on 9. Cam Green at the non-strikers ends. Oh, sorry, Cam Green on strike on 28. 74 overs remain in the day. And we've got a 6-over period until that second new ball becomes available. It didn't really work for Gloucestershire, did it, that second new ball?
No, it didn't. It didn't have the desired impact at all. Didn't really offer too much through the air either, which was quite strange. I mean, you often expect that, don't you, with the pronounced lacquer, and there was the overhead conditions at play yesterday. Harrison bowling here to Green, left well alone by the Australian, but yeah, it didn't really offer too much incision. I think it wasn't down to bad bowling either. They're putting it in the right spot. It was just the ball, unfortunately, didn't have anything going for it. That is a ripper from Calvin Harrison. Beautiful delivery. Genuine play and a miss that from Cam Green.
Yeah, not seen many of those, have we, from Cam Green, particularly against Harrison. He's going to get a little pull out again. It's a chap there just making his way from in front of the Spencer Lounge down to around the back, but I don't think it was him. I think it might be the chap there in the blue on the veranda. Yeah. Resume Harrison to green. There we go. Normal service resumes. Middle of the bat, back to Harrison. Just the one slip in place now as we get towards the end of this period of play. And again, resolute defense by Cam Green. 77 deliveries now he's faced for 28 runs. Buren looking for the single. Green declining. One ball left of Harrison's 9th in the spell. Flighted and pushed wide of Adi Sharma at cover. And it will be a single to end the over. So Cam Green, as he did the over before, keeps the strike after 75 overs.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire just 7 runs shy of that first batting bonus point in this innings. Of course, the cutoff is 110 overs, so still plenty of time left to add to that tally. Current run rate of 3.24 would get them up and towards that 3 batting bonus point mark. But of course, Cam Green and Graham Van Buren and Tom Price and Zaman Akhtar, still plenty of batting still in this lineup. So yeah, they're going at a decent pace. It's just a shame that, of course, from a Gloucestershire perspective, that they did lose those couple of wickets. And here is that change of bowling, Dan, from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, Gus Miller with some right arm medium fast from the Lynn Wilson centre end. As I say, it's his first appearance for Northamptonshire in 2025 as he returns from the foot injury that he picked up in pre-season and kept him out of the start of the championship. He was opening the batting at the end of 2024 and has come in at number 3 today. Still looking for his first class wicket. Hasn't bowled a great amount. It's just 174 deliveries in his first class career with ball in hand, but that's with good pace, but well picked up by Cam Green. He deposits that down to George Bartlett for a single. So Miller will get a couple of overs here, won't he? This one and the next, with Harrison probably continuing with this 75 over old ball. And it will be Guthrie and Conway, won't it, with the new one straight away, with what will be possibly about 15 minutes before lunch with that second new ball. It's a good timing for Northamptonshire. I'll get 2 goes with it. That one cut away, width on offer. Van Buren takes the single. One thing Northamptonshire have struggled to do, even after Taylor has departed, they've just struggled to string those dot balls together. There's not been many maidens bowled. Gloucestershire have been able to find one and just rotate the strike at regular occasions, which on a surface like this that's not offering a great deal of lateral movement, that pressure just dotting batters up will be contributing, and they've not been able to do that. They've not found the partnership to be able to do that yet. As we've seen all morning, Cam Green shuffles forward, defends that one into the offside. It was a bit pushy again from Cam Green as he gets used to the new bowler.
Well, I just wanted to go back to something we discussed beforehand, because the helmets are still out there. Do you think there will be any inkling from either Proctor or McManus behind the stumps watching Cam Green's approach here, just to bring the keeper up under the lid?
Yeah, there could be, to Gus Miller. He's bowling with good pace, isn't he? As that one gets punched past, save at mid-wicket, and Cam Green comes back for a couple. As Aaron tries his best to kick the mouse off the table again. I think it'd only be the consistency that would stop Lewis McManus coming up to the stumps. Say with Ben Sanderson, the control that he offers, you know you'll be able to go up to the stumps with confidence that he's going to hit that spot time and time again. But a younger, less experienced Gus Miller just be finding his radar at the moment, and he hasn't done so yet. That one shorter ball pulled away down towards George Bartlett, and it's gone all the way the long side of the ground for Cam Green, and he picks up Gus Miller and deposits him down to the cinch stand for 6.
Yep, it's that shot that I mentioned earlier. He did that against Kent, and he's done it here against Northamptonshire. It's Cam Green 101, that really. Just times it well, places it perfectly, gets it all the way over the rope, and we'll just have a little bit of a search party here as we try and find the cricket ball.
I'm not convinced you kicking the mouse off the table would have affected our monitor in front of us here, Aaron, but we've seemed to have lost the live feed in the commentary box, so we'll get that sorted out. But it is Gus Miller to finish off this over. There's a short ball again that just drifts down the leg side. Dot ball to finish. It's 2-5-3 for 6 after 75.
So it will be Calvin Harrison to continue here from the David Capel end. We're bowling here against Graham Van Buren. Very spread field compared to what we saw a bit earlier. Adi Sharma has been taken out from his position at short leg. That one has kept very low indeed. Calvin Harrison taken just underneath the knee roll there of Lewis McManus. That one given a little bit more flight by the leg spin bowler and played out into the offside for no run. That one zipped in by Harrison. Attempting to bring the stumps into play, bowling stump to stump or wicket to wicket, depending on your preference. Just looking to slide that ball on, test the defences there of Graham Van Buren. There's a half appeal there from the Northamptonshire fielders. This is better from Harrison. We spoke about the dot balls not really landing with the consistency, but no runs off of the bats as of yet in these first 4 deliveries. It's Harrison once more to Van Buren, who looks to open up the arms and drills that one down to mid-on for no run. The last ball of the over then, it's Harrison to Van Buren, who goes for the sweep shot, plays that one backward of square leg, where James Sales will do the fielding, and that will be a single to wrap up the over. So Gloucestershire 254 for 6. Cam Green is on 38. Graham Van Buren alongside him is 11 from 27. So 3 overs remain until we believe the new ball will be taken. We'll see this combination of Gus Miller and Calvin Harrison until then. Couple from Miller and that next over from Calvin Harrison as well. Just some conversations being had here between Luke Proctor and his all-rounder. Gus Miller yet to take a first-class wicket so far. So how he would love to get his first for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Definitely a decent option for Luke Proctor to have at this stage of the game. And he's bounding in here to Graham Van Buren. Shifts onto the back foot. There's shouts of go, 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 but they'll only get one. That is, again, some brilliant fielding out on the boundary rope. Seen plenty of those efforts so far today, and Northamptonshire really backing up the bowlers in fine fashion. Always so important as a bowler not to leak those boundaries and to have the backing and the supports of your fellow teammates out there on the field.
Yeah, particularly down to that short side, you can really leak a few runs quite quickly, can't you, with the dimensions of the ground that we've got.
That one clips out towards deep square leg. The call straight away was 2, and Cam Green is absolutely rapid. Whistles back for the second. Scoreboard moves on to 257 for 6. The deficit still 212. So the first milestone for Gloucestershire, of course, is to get under that 150 mark just to fully avoid the follow-on should Northamptonshire want to enforce it. And then from there, it's a case of just batting and batting for time, not gifting this game away. It's Miller to Cam Green. Once again, solid as a rock in defence. Just looking at the time as well, Dan, as we approach 1 o'clock. Shall we do the scores on the doors?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Do you want me to run through them, or have you got them handy?
Let's do them at the end of the over.
Go for it.
So 3 more deliveries here from Gus Miller, and then we'll get a little bit of an update from across the country in what are now the 7 other games because of that result down on the south coast, where Sussex have beaten Hampshire by 9 wickets in the first El Clasico of the season. That one ran off the face of Cam Green's bat. Good stop there from Calvin Harrison again, who's been active in that region. And that very smart turnaround and shot at the stumps a little bit earlier on, but Cam Green rather nonchalantly just popped the bat back into the crease. Never going to be any danger there as Tom Smith and Cam Bancroft just have a little bit of a wander round beneath us here in the commentary box. Gus Miller then here to Green. Slightly shorter. Puts the tall Australian on his toes, and he just flat bats that back to Luke Proctor for no run. Partnership now standing at 35 between Cam Green and Graham Van Buren, just provided that layer of stability and dependability in this Gloucestershire batting effort so far. Could have been a potentially dicey situation, but they're not out of harm's way yet. It's Miller to Green. Again, played resolutely and firmly there by the current Australian international, of course. Unfortunately, didn't feature over the winter, though, as a result of that back surgery. And that will signal the end of over number 78. Gloucestershire 257 for 6. Cam Green remains on 40 runs. Graham Van Buren, his partner, goes on to 12.
Yeah, so I'll give you the Division 2 scores quickly before this over starts. It's Middlesex still trail Glamorgan by 113 with 7 second innings wickets remaining. Lancashire trail by 186 with 8 second innings wickets remaining against Leicestershire. And Kent have lost another one. They trailed Derbyshire by 310 with 5 first innings wickets remaining up at Derby. So Glamorgan, Middlesex looking like we're going to get a result down in Cardiff. Probably first up in Division 2, I would have thought, with the state of the game there. Somerset need just 93 now up at Chesterless Street with 7 wickets remaining against Durham. Essex just churning them out at the Oval. 278 for 3. They lead by 216. 7 wickets remaining in that one. Warwickshire are 151 for 4 against Worcester. They lead by 197. And finally, Notts lead by 387 against Yorkshire at Headingley. They're 318 for 6. Lunch has been called quite early there. I'm not quite sure what's going on at Leeds, whether there's been a declaration. But again, that feels quite early as well, doesn't it? With a lead of 387 and 5 sessions remaining in the day, unless ESPN's tricking me, but that's certainly what it says.
We'll try and give you an update from that in a few moments' time as Harrison bowls here to Cam Green. It's just worked off The pads there by Green out into the onside for one run. So one delivery remaining in this 79th over. Still got the fielders rather spread out here, as well as the presence of Ricardo Vasconcelos at slip. Man who has those bucket hands. Van Buren, lovely little clip into the mid-wicket region. There's a chase on here for the fielder, cuts it off. It'll just be a single, and that will be the end of over number 79. Gloucestershire 260 for 6. Cam Green is on 41, Graham Van Buren on 14.
Yeah, no great rush out there in the middle, is there, to get through these overs, as Safe Save's going to replace Gus Miller from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's just taken the jumper, the cap, and then the GPS tracker off as well. So we'll get a short spell from Safe Save just before that second new ball becomes available in this innings. It's just the 1 over away, so could well be just a 1 over spell for Safe. Timings are always quite confusing to pick up. Will lunch be 1 o'clock or will it be 1:15 to make up for the...
There is confirmation from Leeds. An early lunch, a slightly early lunch has been taken as a result of rain.
Ah, that would make sense. That normally affects it, doesn't it?
Yes. So that is why, just to clear up any confusion there. Mostly our confusion.
Yes.
To be honest, we were thinking that is a very early lunch.
It doesn't take a lot.
Here is Safe Save then. His first over of the day. Gets Van Buren straight onto the back foot. Yeah, plenty of you tuning in. Thank you for joining our coverage here on the Northamptonshire CCC YouTube channel, with the commentary provided by myself, Aaron Viles, and the brilliant Dan Jadzovic, as Safe Save again getting Van Buren forward this time. Plays that one defensively back to the bowler. 38 runs is what this stand has currently produced for the visitors. Just taking the sting out of the Northamptonshire tail. That one is zipped in with a little bit more velocity by Safe Save. And what's actually turning out to be a nice day with the weather here at Northampton. It was very overcast, quite drizzly and murky a little bit earlier on, but getting some sunny intervals here in the East Midlands.
It's still very breezy out there, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Something here that Safe's going to look to try and benefit from. Just to get a little bit extra drift with that breeze just gusting across the ground.
Another defensive shot there from Graham Van Buren. Also, just looking at the over rate as well, of course, we've had plenty of spin, but currently stands at +4 here for Northant, so no danger of any points deductions in that capacity. Sabe again goes for the arm ball. It's short. It's a drag down, and that has been punished by Van Buren. It's very slow, the outfield, as it goes out towards deep mid wickets, but it just evades the grasp of Calvin Harrison. It's 4 off the bats of Graham Van Buren, and that will be the end of over number 80. Gloucestershire 264 for 6. Green remains on 41, and as a result of that 4, Graham Van Buren moves on to 18.
That was a shame to spoil that over, wasn't it, from Safe Save? But again, just highlighted the point that they've just struggled really just to create those dots and string them together. Well, Safe bowled 5 there. Couldn't end the over with anything but just a drag down, which was punished by Graham Van Buren down to deep mid wicket.
Well, Cam Green now going for the traditional sweep shots. Interestingly, Northamptonshire have not taken the new ball straight away. This is the 81st over, so whether or not they took a look at how Gloucestershire performed with it yesterday remains to be seen, or whether or not they just want these final 15 minutes before lunch to be trial by spin. It's Calvin Harrison coming into bowl. Or, of course, it could be a case of swapping the ends over and starting the new ball off from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. The only man who knows that, of course, is Luke Proctor. So we'll have to wait and see. But Calvin Harrison looking to get a breakthrough here in the latter stages of the morning session. Of course, for those tuning in a little bit later, we had a delayed start here at Wantage Road. Harrison bowls here to Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen a great deal of warm-ups from Conway and Guthrie. Whether it is just a case of get through to lunch and then have a reassess and see where the game or see where the land lies at that point.
Well, we'll find out soon enough, won't we? Still got the slip in place here as Calvin Harrison. Giving it plenty of revs and rotations. Not the busiest of spinners in terms of the action itself. It's rather fluent, it's a smooth action. But in terms of the actual release of the ball, looking to get plenty of movements. Again, he forces Van Buren onto the defence. That'll be the end of the 81st over. Gloucestershire 265 for 6.
Yep, and the end of that over brings about the end of the session as well, Aaron. A good session for both sides, I think, would be fair to say. One that would be evenly matched. I think Gloucestershire here have battled really well. They've moved the score on a lot, and they've restricted Northamptonshire to just 2 wickets in that opening hour and 45 minutes that we've had at Wantage Road. So the score at lunch, 265 for 6. It's Cam Green on, as I've just lost it on the screen in front of me there. Cam Green on 42, Graham Van Buren on 18, Calvin Harrison with one of the wickets, Luke Proctor with the other, and be a well-deserved lunch break for both sets of players.
It certainly will be, and it's been somewhat even Stevens, I think, in terms of that session. Gloucestershire 156 for 4 at the start of the day's play, now 265 for 6. So what is that, 109 for 2 in that session? We've seen Cam Green bats exceptionally well so far. He's had a couple of plays and misses, but other than that, he's been very compact and very comfortable out in the middle. So yeah, this afternoon session, I think the most intriguing thing will be the new ball. When it's taken, will that generate the extra bit of life that Northant so desperately require in order to break this partnership? So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but say a good start to day 3.
Yep, I think so. And we will go and have a break for lunch, and I'm sure that new ball will be taken in the afternoon session, and we'll see you in about 40 minutes.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Goes again, very good, it will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the live stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It is powered by Daffabet. We are about to resume day 3, the afternoon session. Current state of play, Gloucestershire are 264 for 6 after 81 overs in response to Northamptonshire's first innings score of 469. It's Cam Green and Graham Van Buren, the two not-out batters, on 42 and 18 respectively. Northamptonshire have earned the right for a second new ball. They hadn't taken it before lunch, but I'd be very surprised if they don't take it straight away. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, and some exciting news is during the afternoon session, we'll be joined by Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman for a stint as well. So stay tuned for that. Something to look forward to.
It definitely is, yes. And of course, at this exciting time of the season, the final match of this first 7 block of championship fixtures. Interested to know his mindset and mentality heading into the rest of this fixture. And then, of course, well, a week today, it's the home opener here in the Blast. So, yeah, that will be absolutely brilliant. And yeah, he was a fine broadcaster, was Darren Lehman as well. So I'm sure that he'll give some great insights into the day's play, as well as we just see the players entering the field once more.
Yeah, Gloucestershire trail by 205 with 4 first innings wickets remain. Harry Conway just hands the cap over to the umpire, so he will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, which I suspect will indicate the fact that this second new ball has been taken. Liam Guthrie getting loose as well. He's down at fine leg. We'll get a burst of pace, a burst of steam from the 2 Australians to start the proceedings. What is it? 56 runs required for Gloucestershire just to avoid that follow-on and elongate the game a little bit further. Maybe if Northamptonshire wrap this up in this first, say, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, they would look at enforcing that follow-on, but I don't know how tired those legs are going to be, and the longer and longer Gloucestershire can take this innings into proceedings, it's just going to shorten the game, isn't it? There's going to be so little time left for potentially the Northants to bat again and set a target, or give them enough time to try and take 10 Gloucestershire second innings wickets. But they've got to get there first, and it's been slow going. We've had 7 sessions, and we've had 16 wickets fall across the course of it. So it is Conway, and it's off the inside edge of Cam Green's bat straight away. Gets the scoreboard ticking immediately in the afternoon.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen that either between these two. Almost a slight collision there, just looking back on the replay. But yeah, it wasn't off the full face of Green's bat. Just taking the inside half and ricocheting and deflecting off the pad. But yeah, goes out for a single. Keeps that scoreboard moving on to 265 for 6.
Oh, Yorker from Conway, which Van Buren digs out. I'm just struggling to see on screen here whether Northamptonshire have taken this second new ball or not.
They have. We heard it through the PA.
Gotcha.
So the second new ball has been taken, just for confirmation.
Yeah, it just didn't look quite as shiny as what I was expecting it to through the cameras there. So it didn't really work for Gloucestershire on day 1, the second new ball. Will Northamptonshire have any more luck as Green and Van Buren look to start their innings again here at Wantage Road? Conway bowled well up top this morning against Cam Green in particular. A couple of big LBW shouts that went against Northamptonshire or in favour of Cam Green, whichever way you want to look at it. Both of which, I will add, were not out, but he certainly asked a fair few questions with that 60-over-old ball this morning. Breeze has picked up since then, though. It's really blowing across the ground. You can see Conway's trousers and shirt just ruffling in the wind as he makes his way into bowl. And he has beaten Van Buren. He gets a a nod of appreciation for a good delivery there from the big Australian.
Yeah, he has been one of the standout bowlers, hasn't he, Harry Conway? He'll be desperate to end this block of fixtures with a standout performance. I was just looking there who Conway was actually making eye contact with, because he has got a fielder down at a deepish fine leg, but the only other player there, or I suppose not even player, it's an official, is the umpire at square leg. So unless he was just looking out into the stands, someone had caught his eye. Who knows?
One just on the money. Starts on the money with this new ball. It's just a single going off the first delivery off the bat of Cam Green. Calvin Harrison getting loose in there at second slip. Look, just shadow bowling those leggies. I think whatever happens with this second new ball, whether the wickets tumble quickly, whether they survive the initial salvo from the two seamers, Calvin Harrison is still going to have a major part to play in the rest of this fixture, however it may play out. 3 slips in place with the new ball, and that's a great shot down the ground. What a strike by Graham Van Buren across the advertising sheets, and a straight drive for 4, and it's 5 off the over to start the afternoon session.
Yep, lovely poise there, wasn't it, from Graham Van Buren? Got into the position, held the pose a little bit, and yeah, picked the gap beautifully. That is a fine shot to really kickstart the session into life. And of course, with the new ball, that more pronounced lacquer hasn't had the damage yet. It will absolutely rifle off the turf here at Wantage Road. So yeah, that is a fine cricketing stroke from Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, just into those ground sheets as well. So hopefully it's not landed in one of the puddles that will be wrapped up in those sheets of plastic. Hopefully it's still nice and dry now that Liam Guthrie's got ball in hand. It will be the left arm pacer from the David Capel end to start the afternoon. See if Liam Guthrie can get the ball swinging back into the pads of Cam Green. Can he replicate that delivery that he served up to Zach Crawley first up in 2025 and announced himself as a Northamptonshire county cricketer? Green plays that one into the leg side there. 2 slips and a gully for Green, just with the differing styles of bowler between Conway and Guthrie. So you had a moment to have a think about proceedings, Aaron, over the lunch break, but how if you were to put kind of percentages on the 3 results possible, whereabouts would you put those right now?
Well, I think at this stage, just looking at the current scenario, I think the draw is the most likely. We've had, 16 wickets falling in, 2 and a little bit days, 7 and not even a half sessions at the moment, of course, only the early stages of the afternoon session. But I think the draw is most likely. I feel of the 2 sides, if one was to push for the win, it would have to be Northamptonshire, but not got too much to play with now in terms of wiggle room. Just 51 runs Gloucestershire required to avoid that follow-on as Guthrie comes into bowl here from the David Capel end. But as for Gloucestershire, I mean, it's just a case of, would they actually take the draw? Because I had a chat with Mark Elaine on Monday, and in the post-match he mentioned that on average he wanted 16 points per game for the last 3 block of fixtures. And they got a draw in the first one of those, but a high-scoring one. So they got plenty of bonus points. Of course, they had that victory on home soil on Monday, so they got 20 points from that as well. And then in this game, if you can get the draw, that's another 8 points. You're practically there at that mark. So I think of the 2 sides in terms of forcing a result, that's also the other thing to take into consideration. There's 16 points at the moment separating the 2 teams. Gloucestershire still very much in the top 4. They're not really forced into putting the accelerator on in comparison to Northants. It feels of the 2 sides as though Northants are the ones who, if they are to climb up the table, they need to be the more proactive of the 2 and try and chase that positive results here in the next day or so.
Yeah, I would agree with you. First job for Northamptonshire will be to find these 4 Gloucestershire wickets, if they can find them, as Cam Green tries to run that past Save Zabe, who does stop it and keeps it down to a dot ball, but he's just slow getting back up to his feet there. He's hopefully not hurt himself. Looks like he's just holding his shoulder there. Hopefully all okay for the Northamptonshire left-hander, who will have a massive part to play in any potential white ball success here at Wantage Road through the T20 blast with bat and ball. That's Guthrie starting well for his first over with the new ball. And maiden to Cam Green. Just nice bit of shape there, back into the pads. Cam Green being watchful as he just restarts this innings again, and he's on 43 for. He's looked pretty unfazed, hasn't he, really, for the majority of it.
So too as Van Buren, though, for the most part, especially against spin. I think that was almost not the Achilles heel potentially for Gloucestershire in this one, but if Northants were to really get quick wickets, it felt as though it would have been Calvin Harrison to do the damage in that capacity. So, no, I think they've both played this very well. The partnership stands at 47. They're inching ever closer to avoiding that follow-on. So, yeah, for these two, I think the message at lunch would have been about the same. Just go out there with the same approach and play this one sensibly. Yeah,
I mean, both kind of teams with their tempo have kind of just mirrored one another, haven't they, really? Just all going at just around 3 1/4 runs per over for the course. That's quick from Conway as it just drifts down the leg side, and McManus has to just take a little bit of a hop there to take that ball cleanly into the gloves, but misdirected from Conway. Feels like he's the seamer if he's going to pick up a wicket, find a bit of magic, break a partnership. It's like Harry Conway's the man to do that. We've seen 5 over spells from him so far in this fixture, so he's got 4 left if that is to follow suit all the way through. Harrison would get a newer ball to bowl with, which could be an interesting prospect. It was fairly early in the piece yesterday, to be fair. I think he bowled the 11th over. There's a quick single taken to James Sales. The ball just doesn't go into the hands cleanly. Van Buren comes through and completes the single. I think the interesting point here, as you said about Northamptonshire, would be the ones that would be in the position to try and force the result. Now, obviously, the early thing to say here is the first thing they've got to do is to try and take these 4 wickets. Wouldn't have said that we've seen anything particularly funky or inspiring with regards to the field placements. We've obviously seen a short leg. Adi Sharma's been under the lid to Calvin Harrison, but not seen that to a seamer. We've not really seen much of a leg slip. We saw a bit yesterday. We haven't seen a silly point. They haven't got an abundance of runs to play with, which I guess is probably a contributing factor there. But say these 4 wickets do fall, you suspect they will at some point. When that might be, we have absolutely no idea. But how do they then go about that batting innings, assuming that Gloucestershire do avoid that follow-on, which is obviously just getting closer and closer to being surpassed? Do they have to go out there and really go after it and try and set that up? Because say you get through to that evening session, you then get 4 sessions to try and bowl Gloucestershire out on a pitch that's been really difficult to take wickets on.
It has, and potentially that is an answer for Darren Lehman, isn't it, to try and ponder, because it is difficult from here. Of course, you don't want to chase that result and gift it away. I think that, again, you have to kind of concoct a tally that you're happy with defending. The only issue, of course, is I think this will be a pretty tough wicket to defend on in the first place. So it'd have to be a pretty sizable score. You're looking probably 300 plus as Conway comes into bowl here to Cam Green. Simple push out towards deep backward point for a single. So, yeah, it's all about weighing up the risk versus reward. But as I said, from a Northants perspective, at this point in the campaign, at the halfway stage, do you just view this as we haven't really got too much to lose? The fact is, there's no relegation in Division 2. You can only go up in theory. Mm-hmm. So maybe that comes into the mindset as well. I don't know. As I said, that would be a great question, I think, for the head coach.
Yeah, we'll do our best to try and articulate it in a way that's understandable. But yes, I think it's an interesting prospect. I think that's quick, and it's a short ball which Van Buren tries to cut away, and Conway thinks he's heard a tickle on that, 3 to McManus. Nobody else did. And it's the end of the over. It's a dot ball. 271 for 6. The deficit now 198. 64 overs remain in the day. We'll probably get a few more than that with the spin that will be bowled later on in the piece with Harrison, Zabe and Bartlett as well. But I think that's the thing for me that I can't quite figure out and fathom, that time is just running out. And that first innings lead that they set is just starting to eke away now. It's under 200. As you say, I think 300 across the course of 4 sessions. You probably wouldn't be that interested in setting that as a target. That's the other thing, because although, yes, it's been attritional cricket, it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility to leave that as a number that could or would be quite chaseable over the course of 4 sessions.
No, it wouldn't be. And I'll just touch upon this next point after, well, what would have been this delivery. Again, there's more movement behind the bowler's arm. But yeah, Justin Broad has come onto the field as the 12th man. Safe Zabe has gone off. So
yeah,
he's now currently in at gully.
Yeah, he just hurt that shoulder, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
The ball before. It's that Rory Kleinfeld down there getting told off by by Cam Green. To be fair to Rory, he was a long way wide of the sight screen when he stopped, but still not 100% sure. After all that, I don't even know if it was Rory that was causing the trouble. But Rory's down towards the coffee van, and Liam Guthrie is about to start his second over of the afternoon, and starts with a full toss that's punished by Cam Green down the ground. And it's going to be another 4 for the Australian. Moves to 48, just 2 away from another 50 in a Gloucestershire shirt. And it brings up the 50 partnership between Green and Van Buren.
Yep, what an excellent signing Cam Green has been. And honestly, it just feels like with every single game, he's got better and better. More shots are being taken on by the Australian all-rounder. And honestly, he will be such a big miss for Gloucestershire. He'll be absolutely sorely missed. So yeah, he'll be looking to finish off this stint, what has been a memorable spell in the West Country in fine fashion. And he's facing off here against Liam Guthrie. That is almost a carbon copy. Races down the ground. This will nestle against the boundary rope. And Cam Green will bring up a fine 50. He moves on to 52. Well batted Cam Green. Comes from 103 deliveries. 3 fours and 1 6 to boot. Batted for just over 2 and a bit hours. This really has been the knock which Gloucestershire needed just to provide some stability.
Yeah, third half century of the innings as well for Gloucestershire, but the timing of this one is crucial as either of the others. In a period of time that could have proved tricky this morning, Cam Green stood up for his county and made it incredibly difficult for Northamptonshire. Gets off the other end. I think he's going to come back for a pretty comfortable 2. As Harry Conway tidies that one up down on the boundary edge. Moves on to 54. No, it's been a great knock for Cam Green. It's been hard. It's been gritty, isn't it? He's striking at around 50 now. He's faced 104 balls. And he's been watchful. He's been patient. Which is exactly the way that we've seen that's successful on this pitch here at Wantage Road. Has that carried? I don't think it has. And has Guthrie hurt himself here? He's slow again to get up, the Australian left armour. Very slow to get up, which is concerning. Hopefully he is okay. He's done everything to get that, and don't think it's carried, has it? It's gone through and it's hit Guthrie on the knee, I think, in the end. As Ricardo Vasconcelos calls for the Northamptonshire medical staff out to attend to Liam Guthrie. So we are going to have a bit of a pause in play here. Hopefully he's okay. That looked fairly innocuous for starters, didn't it? But he was very slow to get up. But Aaron, what's going on in the other games? Obviously, we've had that lunch interval. Got a little bit of a break in play here of our own. So what's happening around the UK?
Well, I'll take you through those in just a moment's time, but I do hope that Guthrie is okay here. I think he's just injured it on the follow-through, trying to grab that ball for the court and bowled. But yes, we'll take you through some of the scores on the doors taking place here in Division 2 as Guthrie is attended to by the Northants physio. So in the game taking place at the county ground in Derby, Kent are 292 for 6. They trail by 295 runs with 4 wickets remaining. In fact, a wicket did just fall actually after lunch in that one. It's brought Harry Finch to the crease. So Kent looking to avoid the follow-on. In the game between the league leaders, Leicestershire and the Red Rose of Lancashire, Lancs 82 for 3 in their second innings. They lost the wickets of Wells, Bohannon and Harris before lunch. No further damage done, though, for Dale Benkenstein's men. As for the game taking place in Sophia Gardens, well, Middlesex in a whole host of bother here. Bowled out for 155 in the first innings, and they're 125 for 4 in the second. So they still trail by 103 runs with 6 wickets remaining as Liam Guthrie thankfully is back to his feet. That's a really good sign. We hope that this isn't a long-term injury for the Aussie left armour, but not a side that anybody wanted to see here at Wantage today.
No, he seems to be, well, he's able to walk off under his own steam, which is encouraging. But he is going to make his way off, isn't he, and get some treatment from Northants medical team and physio. Hopefully it is just an impact, a bruise. There's obviously a bit of a fleshy part, isn't there, just below the kneecap, which, I mean, you don't spend a great deal of time taking any impact there at all. So hopefully just a sore one for Liam Guthrie. I think it would have been an incredible catch had he got down to it on his follow through. I think with the replay, I think it probably did just about carry, which probably from a Northamptonshire perspective will be as sick of a pill as watching Liam Guthrie hobble off with the physio there as anything else. But we're going to get Calvin Harrison's going to finish the over off. There's 2 balls left in the over, which started with 2 boundaries and then a brace for Cam Green. Possibly Calvin Harrison to, well, it's almost a bowl maybe for this spell, starting with these 2 deliveries. Otherwise, I guess you would have been tempted to have thrown the ball to Luke Proctor or Gus Miller, and maybe it's just forced Luke Proctor's hand a little bit. So 10 off the first 3 balls. Maybe Liam Guthrie would have had 1 or 2 more potentially before having a look at Calvin Harrison with that new ball. So it's going to be leg spin to finish off. He's got 3 wickets already in the innings, 3 for 70. And Cam Green powerfully sweeps that one down towards the scoreboard. And adds another one, and turning out to be quite an expensive over this for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it is. It's already gone for 14 between the 2 bowlers so far, as we do just retrieve the ball from down there at the scoreboard. And in fairness, it's just been good cricket, this from Cam Green. Whether or not that actually is something that has entered the mindset in the Gloucestershire dressing room, just go out there and maybe play a little bit more expansive. Let's first and foremost quash the follow-on. Let's just get past that mark and go from there. But there does seem to be a little bit more freedom and intensity in Cam Green's crickets in this afternoon session compared to what we saw in the morning.
Yeah, solid defence to finish by Cam Green, but 14 runs off it. Green moves up to 58. So after 85 overs, it's 285 for 6. It's a school of thought, really, that we've not spent a great deal of time discussing so far. But, I mean, if Gloucestershire able to just keep batting here, they might have one eye on having a bit of a run through Northamptonshire and leaving themselves with a small number at the end of day 4, potentially. You'd say that's more unlikely than Northamptonshire being able to set something up, but not beyond the realms of possibility. They're, what, just 184 runs behind now. But you'd say the odds-on favourite would be the draw at the moment as Conway continues with the 3 slips in place. And Van Buren off the back foot this time just drops it down to Adi Sharma, who's been patrolling that offside boundary valiantly today. He's had a mixed bag, Adi Sharma, hasn't he? He's been under the lid at short leg and then back out patrolling the boundary to the seamers. It's been a real kind of a mixed role for Adi on his first-class debut. Conway then. 2 overs, none for 7 in this opening spell of the afternoon session. Cam Green again, that trademark shuffle across. Calls have hit them, but that was well wide of the Northamptonshire fielder there on the offside. I think good news. I think Safe Save is back out on the field, so maybe just a bit of running repair for him with that diving stop at Gully to went off just holding his shoulder, didn't he? Would imagine Justin Broad is out there still. Gus Miller out there at cover. James Sales at mid-off. Luke Proctor mid-on. George Bartlett mid-wicket. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. Harry Conway absolutely loves it. Umpire does not. The iconic shake of the head from the standing umpire. Double teapots from the big Australian as he walks back past Graham Van Buren. But that was another big appeal from Northamptonshire. Oh, it's back pad, but again, potentially just doing a bit too much as Van Buren there. You could see his off stump quite clearly, couldn't you? He's just backing away from it as it's got a bit big on him. Back pad, the ball wouldn't have had as far to travel. But when you can have a little look at off stump and maybe a touch of middle, it kind of dictates a little bit as to where that ball's traveling onto. Dot ball anyway. Conway just cut away down to Adi Sharma for a single. James Sales going through a few looseners at mid-off. What would you do if you were skipper? Aaron, would you stick with Harrison from the David Capel end, or would you try and get the ball back in the hand of a seamer?
Maybe just seam for another few overs. I actually quite like the tactic yesterday of 10 overs a seam and then the spin. So potentially that is what's ticking through Proctor's mind. James Sales definitely going through the motions at the minute. So could be him to share it with Conway here.
Yeah, I think it probably is going to be Sales, isn't it? Luke Proctor not getting loose at all. That man there with ball in hands, giving it a bit of a polish. Looks like we'll be replacing Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end. I bet that pat on the head from Harry Conway there to James Sales is one of those pats on the head that you think, that's actually a bit painful, that, Harry. What did you do that for? Sales just walks away, just readjusting the maroon cap of Northamptonshire in response to the thank you pat on the hat from Harry Conway. Again, Green just shuffles across, outside edge. Oohs and ahs from Northamptonshire as it runs down to Sharma again at deep backward point. All eyes on the David Capel end, and James Sales takes the cap off, takes the jumper off, and he will replace Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end. Calvin Harrison just completing that over with those 2 deliveries, one of which went for 4 with the sweep from Green. The other one was defended back to the bowler, but we haven't seen Sales in this contest as yet. Hasn't bowled a great deal in the 2025 County Championship. He did bowl against Lancashire here a couple of weeks ago and did bowl pretty well, actually. Picked up one of the key wickets, bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9, and dismissed Luke Wells for 13 in that first innings score of 276, and then didn't feature in that final innings when Lancashire were bowled out for 165. But he's got good pace, James Sales, good pace, good skill, and just one of many options that Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor are blessed with, really. And potentially that's as much of anything as to what's caused the lack of bowling for James Sales. It's plenty of all-round options here at Wantage Road. So it is Sales and Cam Green on strike. 1 slip and a gully. And that's dropped into the offside. I think that's the substitute fielder at backward points, Tian Lu.
Yep, it is Tian Low who's in there, 46, the jersey number. Young left-arm seam bowler, seen a bit of him for the 2s. Signed that first contract last summer. Yeah, one of a number of youngsters coming up through the ranks here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Sales gets Cam Green on the defensive there. Flags still continue to flutter over there at the ground staff shed. Definitely a little bit less breezy or gusty, I think I'd describe it as, compared to how it was immediately after lunch when we were really experiencing it up here on the commentary position. Sales comes into bowl again.
Yeah, it was really starting to pick up, wasn't it? Just before lunch. See the flags and the trees over the far side were almost clinging on for dear life, weren't they, as the that morning session came to an end. Does look like we're going to be all right, though, Aaron, for the rest of the day today on day 3. We won't spend much time looking ahead for day 4, though.
Little drop and run there on the onside for Cam Green. Just works into the area of space left vacant at square leg. George Bartlett comes across to do the mopping up. Just a bit of movement on the players' balcony as well. Whether or not that's the case of they've just had the thumbs up with regards to one of the substitute fielders coming off remains to be seen. There's Sales bounding in here to Graham Van Buren. Well, that is another genuine play and a miss. Misfielded there by the wicketkeeper McManus, allows them to scamper through for the additional run. Will be given as byes as a result. It's a frustrating one there for the Northants Glovemen. Nice bit of shape there, though, from James Sales. That'll give him a little bit of encouragement. It's not ridiculous swing by any stretch of the imagination, but utilising the angle well, looking to tail it back in.
And I think that's one of those there at Wantage Road that's just wobbled a little bit on McManus's dips, isn't it, really, as it's gone through to the gloves. But they got 2 established batters now, Gloucestershire, so it won't be a case of trying to keep one on strike and one off of it. So, but a promising start for James Sales' first over. Score is 291 for 6 after 87. Good news, we have got Darren Lehman joining us up here in the commentary box for a stint. Darren, how are you?
Puffing.
Puffing. It's a long way up, isn't it?
Up those stairs.
Bit of altitude sickness as well.
It's a nice view up here.
It's cracking. Have you not?
No.
I thought you'd have been given the full tour.
Well, it didn't come here, no.
Oh.
It's indoor school down below us and then other side. So it's nice. Huh?
No, it's a cracking view. It is a cracking view as Conway continues with this second new ball in the afternoon session. That one beats Van Buren. Oohs and ahs continue, but how are you generally? Enjoying your time in the Midlands?
Loving it. Yeah, absolutely loving it. It's been fantastic. Weather's been great all summer so far. It's not even summer.
It's probably been the biggest shock of the whole thing, isn't it, for you?
It was cold early, but it's been absolutely beautiful now. So I've loved it. Great county. Love working with everyone. Everyone's trying to improve and get better, and it's the big thing for it. So, yeah, really pleased to be here and, you know, seeing some good cricket today. Or like 1 or 2 more wickets, to be fair. How was the LB? I was walking up here.
The OBW, it looked a little bit high to me. You could see off stump from Van Buren as well, so
Okay.
potentially just doing a little bit too much.
Well, you were unbiased, so that's fair enough. Yeah.
I try my best. I try my best. Let me just restart the screen for you. How have you made the fixture so far? It does look like it's been pretty hard toil for the bowlers on both sides of the heavy suite so far.
Yeah, I thought they bowled really well first morning. We could have batted a bit better, obviously, being 4 for 40 odd, 4 for 50. But then the fight back was excellent through Safe Save in the middle order.
Conway just on the money, asking plenty of questions with his second new ball.
Yeah, and then I thought we fought back really well yesterday. Calvin batted really well with Guthrie as well. So to get to a good total, I mean, that's 470s, should be more than enough in the first innings. You don't want to bat too long either. It's catch-22 the way the point system is. You want to make sure there's results wherever it may go, and we're always trying to get the game in the right direction. We've had a couple of chances, haven't we? A couple of LBs early on this morning that were quite close and didn't go our way.
Yeah, I think so. And I think to add insult to injury with Liam Guthrie hobbling off there, I've got a horrible feeling that just carried off the bat of Cam Green.
Yeah, I found that out. That's not good, but fingers crossed he's okay. Mainly that's the big one for us. You know, we don't want him being injured. We've obviously lost Rafi Weatherall, who's started the season so brightly and fine young bowler. So when you're a small county with a small list, you want all your troops fit and firing. So fingers crossed I'll find out when I get off here and go back and find out how he is. But fingers crossed it's not too bad.
Yeah, hopefully just a bit of a bruise on the kneecap for Liam Guthrie. 2 slips and a gully for Northamptonshire as they continue to attack with this second new ball.
It's been an eventful day, eventful game. It's one of those. I thought it might have maybe broken up a bit more and spun a bit more, but it's played pretty well, hasn't it? So it's hard work for the bowling group. But again, we've had opportunities. So, even that half chance to Calvin fell short early doors off Taylor.
Yep.
So 3 or 4. If you hold a couple of those, they're probably 8 for now, and you're driving the game. But we've got to certainly pick up a couple of wickets quickly.
Certainly felt like an innings that you've just got to stick in and keep working hard. And there's a big appeal from behind the stumps and a polite inquiry in the end from Harry Conway. But again, the umpire completes the over and takes a wander off to hand Harry Conway his cap back. He's been a brilliant addition to the county Conway, hasn't he? What a character he is.
Oh, he's fantastic. He's been brilliant for us on and off the field. He's exciting. I mean, everyone's loved him. Players love him. He's been really good, got wickets for us at key moments. I actually think he's probably bowled the best this game.
Yes, I would agree.
Isn't that amazing? He's only got, what's he got, one for 40 odd off 22. But he's been excellent. He's bowled beautifully this game and could have easily had 3 or 4. So, he tours away. It's his last game, which is, because of the visa restrictions, and he's been great for the 4 games. And, we'd love to have him back, hopefully, moving forward.
Sales then continues, gets the inside half of Cam Green's bat, but again, solid defence from the big Australian. Yeah, it must be quite tricky, I guess, with the recruitment now with those visa regulations in order to try and find the right cricketer at the right time. And particularly, we've spoken a bit on commentary through the season with the franchise leagues that are popping up around the world to try and find somebody that's available for longer than a month.
Yeah, it is hard, but also you got to find the right type of person that you want to get.
Played well defended by Cam Green.
So for us, being a new coach, a lot of the talk around the place was youngsters who are now young locals didn't get an opportunity as such, more than they would like. So I thought with Bretsky going to the IPL, it was a really good opportunity to give our local batters an opportunity and not get the overseas. You would love the overseas for the whole year. That's probably the big thing, and that's what we'll certainly do looking forward. We want someone that's here the whole time, and if we can do that, then it makes it a lot easier. So we're working through that behind the scenes to get a batter that's here the whole time, and that when we're working through the local players and giving them opportunities, which I think is great at this level. So we get to find out about those younger players, and they work hard off the ground. They're trying as hard as they possibly can to be the best player and best version of themselves they can. So that's all we can ask.
Yeah, absolutely. James Sales, one of those youngsters that's been entrusted in that top order, and Cam Green takes that quick single. I think it's fair to say there's a lot of talent in the county. A lot of it's raw. They're early in their careers. James Sales, as I mentioned, is one of those youngsters. He's batting number 4. You've got Gus Miller that's returned from that foot injury. He's gone up to number 3, was opening the batting last year. Safe at 27 is still relatively young, but has played a ridiculous amount of first-class cricket with his debut at 15 years old. There's a lot of raw talent that you've got to mould there with yourself and the coaches.
There is, and they want to get better. That's the pleasing thing.
A good over from Sales, and there's a play and a miss from Van Buren, an appeal from Vasconcelos. Nothing from McManus and Sales.
Yeah, so, I'm pleased with what we've got. We've just got to keep making them improve and learn from their mistakes. Yes, they're young, they're going to make mistakes, and you got to just ride that a little bit as such. Sales is a talented player, as we know, and he's probably left a couple of big hundreds out there so far in the championship. So that's a learning curve for himself, get through that period. There's been some tough wickets. I actually think we've played pretty well for the year. really competitive. Just probably missed out, making enough runs. That's what it gets down to. That extra, if you take 100 at Leicestershire, it might be a different sort of story, especially in the first innings. Glamorgan last week, we were 1 for 100 going well at lunch, and then all out 185, which is not good enough.
Yeah,
players know that, batters know that, coaches know that. So, we just had to try and get a total there. If you get 300 there and they're chasing 220, 250 on the last day, that's a different scenario. So, they're the little opportunities we've had in games, and then obviously that exciting game against Lancashire. Even Kent, the first game of the year, I thought we bit off with the ball. We could have bowled them out a bit cheaper, and then they bowled very well. Yeah. Full credit to them, and we didn't cope well enough with it. So there's been opportunities every game, and that's what we want to be. We want to be competitive, make everyone work really hard to play against us, and I think we're showing that. Whether you play home or away, we're not, certainly not going to give up at any stage, and that's all I'm asking. The effort there, and from a bowling point of view, I mean, fingers crossed we get these 3 wickets, but we've got our bowling points each and every game.
Yep.
So that's one area we wanted to improve on, trying to get 20 wickets. We drove the game at Lancashire and just fell short in that game, and same with Derby. We had the washout in the last day. So there's been lots of positives and negatives as well. I'm not sort of hiding from that. We certainly know we've got to bat better as a batting unit, but I can honestly say that they're trying as hard as they possibly can. That's all you can ask.
Yeah, of course. I mean, from a group of youngsters, and that's what they are. You said they're learning, and the best way to learn is you learn a lot more from losing, don't you, than winning, I think, as a general rule of thumb in life. But Conway continues, and Green just shuffles down and works him nicely through the leg side. It's going to be a chase on, but I think the ball is just about going to win and cross that boundary rope. So another 4 for Cam Green. But yeah, Northamptonshire have been close, and a fortnight ago it was a fantastic game here against Lancashire, and just proves the talent that is in the squad and that the results can happen.
Yeah, you just need a bit of confidence in the way that we're trying to play. Was very example here. We batted, well, got a score, trying to bowl them out. Regardless of what you bowl them out for, you're trying to, set a total that you can defend and try and bowl them out again. You hope that's the way the game goes, but they're playing very well at the moment. These 2 experienced players, so we need to get a wicket soon because you need time to set a total as well. And sometimes with these bonus points, they fascinate me. The bonus points.
Just something extra to think about. That's a cracking shot by Cam Green down the ground. Luke Proctor's going to give chase. He's quick across the turf. Is he just going to haul it in? He is. The skipper leading by example, as he normally does, keeps 1 run back on the board. I was going to ask you about this game in particular, and obviously I realise Gloucestershire might be listening, so it might not be a case of giving everything away, but what is the mindset with 5 and a bit or 4 and a bit sessions to go? Is it a case of if the wickets can fall was it to enforce a follow on? Was it to bat again? Is it a case of scoring quickly to set a game up? Is that something that you've already thought about, or is that thinking too far ahead?
Well, it's probably now you can start thinking about how it plays out because you've got less time. We've got to get the wickets, and then if we don't, you've got to be. If you're not getting wickets, they might keep batting all day and try and get a lead and bowl us out, which they won't do. Yeah. So if they play that way, well, they can field all day, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
But well, they could. We could bat badly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's quite naive of me to say it couldn't happen. But the way to play it would be from here. If you're not worrying about bonus points, you don't want to be getting too many into the league because we'll need enough time to set a total. And I'm sure Cameron Bancroft plays that way, but if they don't, we can't control what they can do. All we can control is trying to get those 4 wickets and then control the game.
Yeah, and Conway's certainly asking plenty of questions in this afternoon session, trying to wrap this innings up. 300 came up for Gloucestershire the ball before. It's 301 for 6 off 89.4 overs. Did you expect it to turn a little bit more?
I thought so, yeah. And I think everyone did. It certainly turned at various stages, and it will turn day 4, but not as much as maybe we would like, to be perfectly honest. Everyone, we've obviously got Charhole coming.
Well, that's a nice little addition to the squad, isn't it?
They're probably going to spin, and that's just the way that teams shape up their sides.
Oh, that's on the pad. That's close. That's given. Van Buren goes. Conway gets his second, gets the breakthrough he deserves. He's toiled away. He's hard work. He said he was 1 for 40. He's now 2 for 55. And there is one of those wickets that were needed.
Oh, exactly right. Good timing. We certainly needed one there. He's up and about, Harry, so he has to shoulder a bit now with Guthrie being off. Although I can see Liam Guthrie sort of coming back on, which is a good sign for us. You know, at the end of the day, let's have a look at this.
It's maybe just kept a little bit low here, or certainly that was the body language of Van Buren. Not gone back, isn't he? The ball's not got far to go. It's knocking into leg stump, I think, on the line there. So it just kept a touch low there, do you think?
Kept low. It's an interesting one, isn't it?
So
is that sliding?
Sliding umpire's call on leg stump.
Well, they've been umpires call all day, haven't they? So
yeah, they have.
It's one of those ones.
It's one of those that you look back on a replay and you go, well, I can see off stump. I'm not going to be furious if it's not given as an LBW. But it has just rushed Van Buren and kept a touch low from Conway, who has picked up a little bit more bounce from this surface during the course of the day.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's what you want the surface to start doing. Obviously, late day 3, day 4. So that might be good signs for us. Again, you have to get the wickets to control the game. So, you know, 8, 9, and 10 are going to be important for us to pick up quickly if we possibly can. And what is there, 58 overs in a day? If you can manage to get a bit lucky and bowl them out and have 40 overs of batting, well, you know, and you bat well, you start to have a lead that's going to be okay. Again, if they're batting till tea, it's the other way, isn't it? It's sort of, you know, which way do you go? So it's one of those things. Everyone has their own way to play. We obviously want to try and play to win every game, and be prepared to lose the game if needed. That's no worries, because that's the only way, as you said, you learn more by winning as well, because winning becomes a habit. So the more opportunities you can do that and play the right way, the better off you are. So if we can just pick up these 3 wickets and then get about our batting, that would be good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, new man for Gloucestershire is Tom Price. He walks out to meet Cam Green in the middle, and Conway will finish this over off with 3 slips in place, as Northamptonshire will feel they've got an end open. They're into a tail now. End of the over, a successful over. 2 for 55 now, Conway, after 23 overs. Yeah, time is the big measure really in this game, particularly the speed at which those runs came across the first 2 innings that we've had so far.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So you obviously like to have something like 80, between 85 and 90 overs to bowl at. You get a second new ball if you need. But again, the game dictates what that looks like. And for us, it's more a case of getting these 3 wickets and then summing up from there. Bat well, obviously get a start, and then you can start to push the game on if you can, which we'd love to be able to do. Again, this guy batting Green is a pretty good player. He might decide to take it in his own hands and really up the ante as well, depending on what their tail's like. I haven't seen too much of them, to be fair.
Yeah, Sales continues, and Green continues to be resolute in defence. It's been watchful from Cam Green, hasn't it? 69 off 121. Been just showing that kind of international quality that he possesses.
Always a fine player.
Fantastic cricketer.
You know, if there's one way you can get him out, it's LB, and we probably had a couple of opportunities at early doors, and that's where you're angling towards him. You know, hit him in line. That's why he's going down the crease a lot, walking down the wicket to try and negate the LB.
Yeah, I think that certainly played a factor in a couple of those appeals from Conway early on. It was a pronounced shuffle, wasn't it, down the track towards the bowler?
It's a catch-22, isn't it? You know, is it too high? Is it too low? Is it outside the line? All those sorts of things. As long as they're consistent, that's all I ask. Because, you know, couple have gone the other way. It's just part and parcel of the game of cricket.
Yeah, of course. I think in any sport, I think at least you know where you stand, I think, from officiating when it is consistent. It's driven square of the wicket by Cam Green. They're going to look for a second, and Liam Guthrie, who is back on the field, does well to keep that down to just a single. Cam Green looking to keep the strike and keep Tom Price at the non-strikers end.
Well, that's a good sign. He's back running around, Liam. So, you know, he might be able to come back and bowl a few now. So he might be a bit sore, but you need all your bowlers up and running for today and obviously tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a real kind of team effort, isn't it, to pick up these remaining Gloucestershire wickets if they are to fall across the remaining of this game. Obviously, we're getting towards the end of this block of championship cricket, and then we'll be switching balls and changing them from red to white as the blast starts in exactly a week's time as James Sales beats the outside edge of Tom Price. How is that difficult to manage with the mindsets between players? How do you balance the time training available to kind of go, well, we've got a 4-day game to prepare for, but actually we've got a white ball tournament coming up as well?
Yeah, it's a great question. But the players are pretty good these days. They adjust quite quickly, and we're fortunate enough that we've got a couple of older players in Ravi and David Willey that want to play in the seconds and get ready for the blast. So Ravi's just got back from Pakistan as such. So I just saw him today, actually, and he's keen as mustard. And Dave Willey, obviously, is the captain of the T20 side. He's looking forward to a really good campaign. I think you find the players up the ante a little bit in terms of bigger crowds, TV games. That's not saying they don't up the ante in the 4-day setup. They certainly are doing that this year. But I think that it's a natural progression that happens when you're playing T20. The crowds get involved, and it's a faster paced game.
Sales just to round out this over, and he's on the money and well defended by Tom Price. Yeah, I agree with that point. I think regardless of what level or standard of T20 cricket you play, you can't help but feel a little bit more G'd up for the moment.
No, that's exactly right. And most of the players, obviously, we lose Conway at the end of this game, and as I said, we've got a couple of injuries, but we've got some guys coming in, and Brettsky's arrives for the first game, so that's really pleasing. Looking forward to working with him. They reckon he's a superstar. So, and what I've seen on TV, he's a pretty good player. So that'll be good. And Lloyd Pope's already here. He played second 11 the other day to get used to the conditions. So all in all, we're okay with the squad. It's a quick changeover. We've got a second 11 game on Monday, and then we've got 2 on Wednesday, and then training a bus ride up to Yorkshire, Leeds, my old part of the world, and then straight into it. And it's a quick change, and it's a busy time of the year, but it's also a fun time of the year. It's holiday time. You get the kids coming on, and that's what you want. You want entertainment for kids and families as well. I reckon it's a big thing that people don't give it enough credit for. Like, you actually want to make sure that the kids that are watching the game and enjoying the game, boys and girls.
Yeah.
And that's what we're about as well. Hopefully we play some good cricket, win some games.
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned Matt Bretsky there, returning for his second season for the Steelbacks. He had a fantastic 2024, particularly at the back end in that quarter-final against Lancashire up at Old Trafford was fantastic, but just scored runs for fun in the 2024 season. A couple of double headers as well with the Steelbacks women's side as well, opening opening the campaign at home and double header. So you're looking forward to seeing those guys?
I am, yeah. We're making sure we're doing a team meeting sort of before they play, so we can actually watch that game and then straight into ours and make it a really good club event from a player point of view, both male and females. We're looking forward to seeing them do well, and fingers crossed we play well. So, those double headers, I think they're excellent for the game.
Played well defended. Conway continues. Yeah, they've been a real, they've been a fantastic addition really to cricket. Generally, one of those things that I can't really claim that the English have created and invented, but they did with the 100, and I think it's only going to be inherited around the world, and I think it won't be long before we see international double headers as well. I think it could be a real good way to grow the sport.
Yeah, I think they've had some double headers, haven't they, together? But I like it. I like the formats together, amalgamating, having a longer day as such.
It's Conway continuing. It's a long spell for Conway. Green takes a quick single. Price responds as Sales tidies that one up. So Conway will get 3 to bowl to Tom Price into his 6th over of this spell.
Only thing with I would say with the international women's schedule, they're starting to get crowds in their own right. So it's not so important. It's maybe the lesser countries.
Yeah,
you have your double headers, but the bigger countries in the female sport, I mean, they're getting good crowds now, so not so worried about that. They're improving the game each and every time they play, both from an international point of view and domestic point of view. But from my point of view, I love double headers because it's just a great day out, great family day where the kids and boys and girls can come watch their heroes.
Absolutely. Watch the heroes that are established and find some new ones as well, which will be exciting for the Steelback supporters. Those tickets are available for the summer. You can get them on the Northamptonshire website. I will say the Friday nights here under the lights they're fantastic. They're a spectacle to behold. Down, you've got the You can see the beer tents there that's just kind of marqueed up at the moment. You get a good crowd, about 4 or 5 deep, that are
They're ready to go, are they?
They are excitable. They're lively. It's noisy here on a Friday night. It's a really good thing to look forward to. It's a nice shot by Tom Price. Well played. On a bit of a misfield, frustratingly in there on the offside. Potentially, if Northamptonshire can keep this down to a dot ball to end the over, they will get Tom Price on strike for the start of the next.
Gussie Miller's just missed that. Anyway, I'm going to have to leave you because I'm going to go find out about my bowlers.
No
gents,
problem
and,
at all.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me, and I'll certainly be back. And won't have time during the blast games, but Champa games, I'll certainly be back.
Please do.
Thanks,
Welcome
mate.
anytime.
Cheers,
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the game. Well, fantastic to be joined by Darren Lehman, Northamptonshire's head coach, for that period of time in the afternoon session. Really insightful. Great to have a chat, find out what's going on behind closed doors, which is always good to know, isn't it? And I think that's as well incredibly honest from Darren there. So some really good insight to the team and to the dressing room and the players. It was a good chat, that.
It was outstanding, I must say, and full credit to you as well, Dan. I was just there almost as a listener in that sense. It was wonderful broadcasting that. Ever such an incredible insight. And yeah, I'm excited, to be honest, about the T20 Blast. I must say, in terms of the overseas players, of course, Lloyd Pope and Matthew Bretsky coming into the fold, and Bopara and Willie, 2 icons of the T20 Blast, also returning into the team. It should be a fascinating competition. And yes, if you are available to get down Friday night lights here in the East Midlands, please do. It is non-stop entertainment. And honestly, if Northants can generate something similar to 2024, we should be in for another wild ride. But no, absolutely brilliant. That's as we see Sales bowling here from the David Capel end. That one defended back to the bowler for no run. Almost feels a bit strange, though, coming back into the commentary position, replacing someone who is a legend of the Australian game, has 25,700 first-class runs, and it's quite difficult to re-enter that space, to be honest. But yeah, hopefully we'll hear from the head coach over the course of the season. Great individual, and yeah, very excited to see what the project leads to here in the town of Northampton.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So thank you again to Darren for his time. And I hope those of you that were watching and listening at home found that interesting and useful, and just a little bit, well, it's just great to chat to a legend of the sport, isn't it? At the end of the day, you mentioned the runs there, not only the playing career, but as a coach. And as you mentioned before he joined, as a broadcaster as well, is fantastic individual, warm as well. And just great to have a chat with. James Sales has had a good spell. It's been pretty miserly. It's been hard to score off him. He's just gone for 3 runs off 3.5 overs. But the Blast is fantastic. I know the purists amongst us will get excited around April time because the championship returns. But for me, I don't think there's much better in world cricket than the T20 Blast. It's a competition that I look forward to. I think it's the best T20 competition in the world. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, so do I, to be honest, and we'll touch upon that point after this delivery from James Sales, bowling here to Tom Price, who works that down towards mid-on for no run. I think for us too, we grew up in the era of the Blast, though, so I think back to some of my earliest cricket was watching T20 Blast action. It wasn't actually my first county cricket, though. Interestingly enough, my first was 40-over cricket. So that's how I got into this incredible sport, and that's why I love one-day cricket so much. And that's the other great thing about having the 18 first-class counties. There's so much choice. The Sales bowls here to Tom Price. Looks to work that through mid-off this time on the drive, only as far as the fielder. It's the Northants captain, Luke Proctor, doing the fielding there. But it's the fact over the course of the season, you have all these different competitions, and there is a little bit for everybody, isn't there? Of course, we're purists as well. We absolutely adore the county championship. We could be sat here for days on end watching ball after ball, drive after drive, and take great and immense pleasure in witnessing that. As Sales bounds in here to Tom Price to round out the over. That one played under the eye line defensively out towards points, and that'll be picked up by Liam Guthrie for no run. So Gloucestershire 304 for 7 at the end of over number 93. But it's the fact that over the course of this season, 3 different narratives play out, don't they? Across the competitions, in the women's game as well, you've got 3 competitions this season. The FA Cup style County Cup, you got the Metro Bank One Day Cup, you got the Vitality T20 Blast, and it provides unforgettable moments, of course, one of which I think was held by Gloucestershire last season, winning the T20 Blast for the very first time in the club's history. They had that resurgence under Richard Dawson, and I thought it was a white ball unit then with the likes of Payne and a lot of the players that we're seeing out here, actually. That's when they started to make real inroads in T20 cricket, but it all came together under Mark Lane last season. They recruited well, they played unbelievable cricket towards the latter stages of the group stage, and then, of course, at finals day, beating West Country rival Somerset. I mean, we'll look back on that journey, even as neutrals, and enjoy that for many a year to come as Luke Proctor comes on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But it's just an integrated part of the cricketing fabric in this country as the Blasters. Proctor bowling here to Cam Green, advances forward, little drop and run on the offside, shy at the stumps. Won't be overthrows, will there? Yes, there will. The fielders weren't backing up. George Bartlett has to do the mopping up there at deep point. But in terms of the Blasters competition, I mean, I think the North Group this season as well is going to be very, very highly fought.
It feels like there's 18 incredibly evenly matched counties in this format now. It's a real opportunity for silverware. There's obviously, as you said, 3 of those opportunities in the men's game, and I don't know, that finals day at Edgbaston is just, it must be so enticing for a business to get to, which is of course what these counties are. It's a great day out as well, and players to play in front of that crowd dressed as crayons and butchers and penguins and whatever else you might be able to find in the dodgy fancy dress shop in Birmingham on your way to the ground. Plus, what a unique scenario as well. 3 games of cricket on the same day. And that I think for me separates the competition for all the others around the world.
It is. It's unforgettable. I love finals day every single season. Very lucky to obviously live in that neck of the woods as Proctor bowls here to Tom Price. Left well alone outside the eye line of the right-hander. Yeah, you see all sorts, to be honest, especially in the Holly stands. You mentioned about the crayons and the penguins, the cops and robbers as well. It seems like every single finals day you got people dressing up as that. Minions. I mean, yeah, it's chaos, but it's our chaos. That's what we love. It's our chaos here in England and Wales, and yeah, can't wait to bring you the coverage of that competition. But of course, our focus is back here in the County Championship as Price plays that one defensively, guides it out to the fielder there. And yes, we'll go through some of the updates as well, courtesy of the County Championship in a few moments' time. Plenty of action taking place up and down the country, especially our focus is on the 2nd division. So much up for grabs. Really, really is. The promotion race already at this early stage beginning to heat up. As Luke Proctor again bowls a delivery outside the offside of the right-handed Price. 1 delivery remaining in this 94th over. Gloucestershire trail by 162, so 13 runs away from diminishing any chances of Northampton forcing the follow-on. Score 307 for 7. It's Luke Proctor then to Tom Price, still on that solitary run and remains on 1 run from 16 deliveries. So that is the end of over number 94. Gloucestershire 307 for 7. Tom Price on 1 from 16, and Cam Green on 74 from 130. Partnership still very much in the early stages, you'd have to say. 6 from 25 deliveries, but they've looked tight and solid so far as Proctor just has a word with a couple of his teammates here. And it looks as though we are going to see Liam Guthrie come back on from the David Capel end. So thankfully, that injury we saw earlier from the caught and bowled chance wasn't serious enough to rule him out of action. And as a result, he will be bowling against his fellow countryman Cam Green on this occasion. Just looking at the field sets at the minute. It's a 5, no, in fact, it's a 6-3 split. 6-3 split with a man out at deep backward square leg.
I'll tell you what, great to see the ball back in Liam Guthrie's hand for a period there. We were quite worried, weren't we, that might have been a bit of a painful one for him, but he might have tried to have got his own back on Cam Green there, but Cam Green's just pivoted on the back foot and deposited Liam Guthrie down towards the side screen for 6.
Yeah, that is an unbelievable shot. And actually, one of the men's come over. So it's now a 5-4 field as opposed to the previous 6-3. Harry Conway now down there at deep fine leg. But with that short boundary, if you are going to entice Cam Green into the pull shot, you've got to hope that he doesn't get the full connection, because with modern bats nowadays, they're flying over the top of the ropes. How can Guthrie respond after that one then? Comes steaming in here too. Cam Green pitches that one up a little bit fuller. And that's just flayed out towards deep point. Safe save does the fielding there for 1 run.
Surprised at all that we've not seen Calvin Harrison yet?
A little bit, yeah, to be honest. Aside from, I mean, he had those couple of deliveries, wasn't it, to see out Guthrie's over. But yeah, since then, not too much. Northamptonshire happy to go trial by seam for the time being. Don't mind it with Conway, to be honest. I think Conway has definitely earned that chance. Guthrie again comes into bowl here to the right-handed Tom Price.
Yeah, he's very, very organised cricketer, Tom Price, isn't he? 1 first-class 100, 4 first-class 50s to his name as well. And there's runs to be scored out here.
There are, and it's funny you bring up that first-class century, because that was a crazy day of cricket in the West Midlands. That was at New Road. Scored a century and took a hat-trick on the same day against Worcestershire County Cricket Club. So, yeah, that etched Tom Price's name into the Gloucestershire history books. And here he is up against Liam Guthrie, keeping him very true and tested there with a bit of a bumper. Sun continues to shine here in Northampton. Goes back to that old saying in this neck of the woods, there's no finer town. It really is a fine town. Always enjoy my travels to Northampton. Proctor just handing the ball back over, or getting ready to here to Liam Guthrie. 2 deliveries left in this 95th over. 53 remain in the day as a whole. That one pitched up a little bit more compared to the previous delivery. Not a full length by any stretch of the imagination, though, by the left arm seam bowler. Just keeping Tom Price aware here. So far, it's been so good. Deficit still 155 for these two. It's a case of getting past that first marker, 6 more runs away from avoiding the follow-on. At this stage, they should do it. It would take a pretty horrendous collapse for Gloucestershire to be skittled out for less than that, as Price attempts the swivel shot, goes around the corner where Harry Conway is lurking at deep fine leg.
I'm not convinced even if these final 3 wickets were to fall, I don't think Northamptonshire would enforce it anyway now. I think as much as anything here for Gloucestershire, and Tom Price 2 off 20, Cam Green 81 off 132. So he's caught up a little bit, but just take time out of the game. Take time out of the game. Make Northamptonshire's life just awkward and difficult when trying to manipulate and push that game forward. I mean, their opportunity, it feels like, to move that game forward is when they're going to have bat in hand. So be curious just to see as to the tempo that they look to go and try and score at. It's a pitch that we've thought isn't that easy to go at the ball, so that will prove difficult if they need to or want to go out there and maybe go at 4s or 5s even for a period of time. You said, I think you mentioned the score of about 300 to have a bowl at, but they're going to have to double their lead now, even if they were to wrap this up immediately, which they won't. That's not kind of looking like that's going to happen. That one just tracks back to Tom Price and gets him up in and around the unmentionables. unsympathetic appeal from behind the stumps, wasn't there? But I think that's the thing that's going to be really interesting as and when it happens. There's 3 wickets for Northamptonshire to bat again, is what they do, what Northamptonshire do. Do they just bat the same way? Or is it a case of really upping the ante? Could you go a little bit funky and reshuffle your batting order? I don't know. I don't think they will. Darren Lehmann said himself there, you might have to be prepared to lose games in order to try and win them. So might give you an indication as to the intent that they could show.
Yes, it does. And again, it comes back to our previous conversation with regards to Division 2 cricket, as Proctor readies himself to bowl to Price. That one full and driven languidly. That's a great stop from Harry Conway, getting down nice and early and saving a certain boundary. As such, it's only 1 to add to the tally there for Gloucestershire, who go on to 316 for 5. Yeah, it goes back to that chat that we had. In terms of the second division, you don't really have much to lose. There's no relegation. It's not as though there's a Division 3 which you drop into. And teams in recent seasons, I think back to Sussex last year, they dominated the second division. Durham the year before as well. You go out there, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to want to win games, not just draw them and see out the 4 days. As Proctor here for delivery number 4.
Yeah, it was a question that unfortunately just ran out of time on as Cam Green comes back really quickly and completes the second. Obviously, Darren mentioned the addition of Yuzvendra Chahal that's going to turn up for this second kind of block of championship fixtures. If you lose this game in an attempt to win it, and then you add Yuzvendra Chahal, you go well with Chahal in that side, and you finish just shy. It's quite close in this second tier of a second division of first-class cricket. That's a nice shot by Cam Green. Well fielded again by Harry Conway, who is backed up well from James Sales, and he gives almost a Tarzan-like thump on the chest there just to either distract him from whatever bruise he's just picked up there, as the ball's almost hit him, isn't it? But what a character. But anyway, I was saying, like, can you try and stay in the battle and then throw Chahal in at the championship and go, well, you know what? We're going to make a really good surge here for promotion at the back end of the year, or I don't know. Well, obviously, it makes it easier if you win this week, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly my point. But yeah, it does look as though this could be a draw at this stage, as Proctor bowls here, defended well by Tom Price. He looked very comfortable in his defences, and that will signal the end of over number 96. Gloucestershire 319 for 7. Green on 84 from 134. Tom Price on 3 from 24. Yeah, I think it comes back to weighing up the risk versus reward. But the problem that you do have when you've got certain teams, especially Leicestershire, and maybe Leicestershire almost exist in their own category at this stage of the season because of how strong a start they've had. I mean, if they beat Lancashire this week, you've got to say that they're probably only 1 more victory away from securing it, providing they don't lose every other of the 6 matches. But in terms of the other 7 teams in and around Division 2, I still think you need to go for victories. That second place will be or tightly contested and closely fought. So, I don't know. Of course, you don't want to overcommit at this stage of the season. And the worst thing would be for Northants to go out here, try and overstretch themselves and get skittled and lose. Right, that would be the nightmare scenario. Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, I'm just looking here with the bonus points, 2 more wickets required for that. I mean, that's got to be paramount here for Northants. If this is to be a draw, you've got to get maximum bowling points. And on top of that, I'm just doing the maths because it was 3, wasn't it? It was 3 batting bonus points.
Yes, it was, yeah.
3 bowling. If this is a draw, 14 points. Gloucestershire are still ahead of you, regardless of how many they get here with the bats. I don't know. It's an interesting one to weigh up, but definitely get those 8 points first and foremost, as Green clips that one off the hips. It'll go out towards deep square leg. They think about taking a second, but decide not to.
Yeah, I mean, the elephant in the room is the fact that there's still 3 wickets to take.
Yes, of course it is.
That's the first. That's the
On a
first
good
job.
surface as well. On a
Yeah.
surface which, once you get in, runs are there to be scored. It's just the initial phase, isn't it, where run scoring look difficult. So it is Guthrie here for take 3 on the David Capel end. That one definitely turned around the corner by Tom Price. Down to the 6'7" frame of Harry Conway. Safe save just goes into more of a deep point position. Green just 15 runs away from another century in a Gloucestershire shirt. Would be his first against a side not called Kent as well. Really was the bogeyman for the White Horse.
Looks like we're very, very close to getting our second result of the weekend in. Somerset require just 4 runs to beat Durham up at Chesterless Street with 7 wickets remaining. Tom Lammonby 103 not out. Tom Abel 68 not out. So that's been an almighty turnaround by Somerset, having been bowled out for 172 in the first innings. So looks like that will be the second result of the weekend coming in, not too far away.
Well, that is a surprise. That really is a surprise. Durham were well and truly on top of that game. That one just clubbed back down the ground by Cam Green. There's a chase on for the fielders. They've got absolutely no chance. It sprints away, and Cam Green moves on to 89 from 138. A brutal shot that from Cam Green, just muscling it downtown as opposed to using timing and placement, but 11 runs away now. He has just been absolutely sensational in this innings. And what a signing he's been. What an incredible piece of recruitment that was to get him in the West Country in the first place, and how the Gloucestershire faithful would love to see him back in the future. It's Guthrie then for the final time in this 97th over. Bowling to Green. And that's just good first-class cricket. You get a boundary with the previous delivery and then guide it along the turf to the bowler for a dot ball. So Gloucestershire 325 for 7. The deficit now just 144 runs. So that is the first tick in the box for the West Country outfits. The follow-on has been avoided as Calvin Harrison takes off the overlayer, and he will be coming on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Just one other fixture that's coming close to a conclusion. Middlesex still trail Glamorgan by 52 runs with only 3 second innings wickets remaining. It's Matt Kuhneman for Glamorgan with 4 wickets to his name in this second innings, which is just tearing the heart out of that Middlesex side. So that's the other one that's looking close. The other one's in Division 2. Leicestershire have a 4th. Lancashire still trail Leicestershire by 112. It's Keaton Jennings on 75 and Matty Hurst, the last man to go for 26. And then there's an innings break between Derbyshire and Kent. So Kent 326 all out, or Jake Ball's retired hurt there off 2 deliveries. So all eyes up at Derby to see whether the follow-on is enforced or whether Derbyshire will go back out there with the likes of Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, Harry Kane, Brooke Guest, etc., and just give their bowlers a little bit of a break. So that's Division 2 wrapped up. Essex continue to bat at the Oval. They lead by 276 against Surrey. They're 336 for 5. Warwickshire, Worcestershire. Warwickshire 199 for 7 now. Just lead Worcestershire by 246 at New Road. And the other one at Headingley, Yorkshire, or Nottinghamshire declared on 393 for 8. So Yorkshire are 12 for no loss with 451 runs behind Nottinghamshire.
Goodness me, some proper games on there then, especially that one between Middlesex and Glamorgan. Glamorgan looking for a 3rd victory in a row in the county championship. That's a fine shot by Tom Price. Little back foot carved away on the offside for a single. I mean, what a turnaround that's been. And yeah, I suppose the catalysts of that, there's three men in particular who come to mind. It's Sam Northeast, who's been in fine batting form, Asita Fernando, who's got into his rhythm and settled into life as a Glamorgan cricketer, and the third one is Ben Kellaway, the unicorn, the man who bowls with both left and right hand as Harrison. Some loopy leg spin there from the Nottinghamshire loanee.
Andy Gorfin's going to be a bit hard done by that you've not mentioned him there with the 5 wickets in the first innings against Middlesex.
Well, again, he's evolved so much as a red ball cricketer. I spoke about this the other day. Just consistency with Andy Gorvin. And he can bat as Harrison drops that one a little bit shorter. Again, that's just smacked down the ground by Cam Green, who moves into the 90s. There's a misfield there by Harry Conway. What should have been a simple single turns into 2, keeps the dangerous Green on strike. A little bit sloppy that from Conway. It's the first mistake we've seen him make today. Other than that, I think he's been very good out there, making those stops and those diving efforts.
Yeah, he's fantastic, isn't he? Just puts his body on the line.
That one very full, almost Yorker length, wasn't it? Dug out by Cam Green.
Just wonder with Calvin Harrison, I haven't noticed in the preceding fixtures to this one him stretch quite as much as what he has done during the course of this game. I just wonder whether he's maybe just a bit stiff, which might be why he's not providing that consistency or the turn that Darren Lehmann was kind of expecting from the surface. Has spent a lot of time, hasn't he, kind of rolling his back out on the floor and trying to loosen those shoulders up. Obviously would have been, well, a stint in his career that it's probably the most first-class cricket he's played, I would have thought, in a role for the leg spinner.
That one very full as well, angling down the leg side to Tom Price. Signals the end of over number 98. Gloucestershire 329 for 7. Cam Green on 92 from 143. Tom Price, his partner, on 5 from 27. Yeah, also the other game that I wanted to touch upon, that one in Derby. I mean, goodness me, that's going to be an interesting one. Do Derbyshire enforce the follow-on? We'll get you the answer to that in due course. But yeah, they've been incredibly impressive, I must say. A little bit disappointing in 2024. It felt like a little bit of a step back for Mickey Arthur's side. But 2025, they appear to have settled back into that, well, top 2 to middle table role, which we saw a few seasons back. Now they would be desperate to get promoted back to the First Division. Been over a decade since the Falcons were in Division 1. It's Luke Proctor here from the David Capel end, or is it? He pulls out of his run up there. Will have to be a take 2. And plenty of movement behind the bowler's arms today.
Yeah, there has been, isn't there? Not all entirely obvious as to where it is or what's caused it, but Cam Green's pulled out a couple of times now, hasn't he, over the course of day 3?
Looking again to just play that in the V, get it down the ground and try and bisect the 2 fielders there. I must say it is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to commentate on Cam Green. Just a tremendous talent. Luke Proctor attempts to get his wicket. Well, he won't on that occasion because he's just clipped that through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the fielder. He'll come round and cut across the angle. Restricts it to just 2 runs. Green moves on to 94, 6 runs away from what would be a 14th career first-class century, which is quite incredible, to be honest, because before this game, he was on 13 centuries and 14 half centuries, which is quite good going, to be honest. Decent little conversion rate, that. That one aerial chipped up ever so slightly by Green. Up towards Adi Sharma, who's lurking there at short mid-wicket. Certainly giving the Gloucestershire fans something to cheer in this his final appearance of that 5-game stint. Proctor it is again. So Cam Green, that one comes off the outside edge. There's no deep third. There'll be a forlorn chase for Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it's one which is won by the ball yet again. Cam Green moves on to 98 runs, just 2 runs shy. Goodness gracious me, I'll tell you what, this is some efforts from Cam Green.
Yeah, it was an edge, wasn't it, from Luke Proctor, but one, just highlighting the pace in the pitch, and two, just those soft hands that Cam Green has played with, just went straight down and run past Vasconcelos at first slip.
It's Proctor to Green, a little drop and run. And Harrison has just pulled up there, limping away rather gingerly. We hope that he's not picked up a knock there. I don't think he has. I think it was just a case of went off for that. It's a little bit of an awkward angle, especially with a little bit of wear and tear in front of him, but thankfully no harm done. Cam Green moves on to 99 runs from 148. What an exceptional effort this has been so far. Proctor just does some work on the ball there. Tom Price, it will be the man to face. Here is Luke Proctor then looking to get the wicket of Tom Price. That one dug out. It's a very full delivery back to mid-on for no run. Just looking at Cam Green, he surpassed 400 runs in this spell so far. Goodness gracious me, striking at 68, 2 centuries and 2 half centuries.
Yeah, been a great addition to the Gloucestershire setup. There's Cam Green.
He just is. You can't help but smile when saying that as well. He's just so good to watch, isn't he? As that delivery is defended by Tom Price. And we imagine that this will be the over where Cam Green will take off the helmet and raise the bat for first-class century number 14. Unless, of course, Calvin Harrison has something to say about that. Let's wait and see what happens here from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, he's been pretty quiet, Harrison, today. He did get the wicket caught and bowled of Matt Taylor. The 2 wickets of Price and Hammond came yesterday evening. Now this is what is 31st over. 7 maidens, 3 for 78 for the leg spinner.
Well, here is Calvin Harrison to Cam Green, who's on 99. Green pushes that forward. It's going to be a quick single, and there is the moment. Cam Green has the 14th century of this blossoming first-class career of his. It's a 3rd in a Gloucestershire shirt. He raises the bat and the helmet aloft, much to the adoration and adulation of the travelling support. Has a nice little moment there with Tom Price. And Cam Green reaches yet another century for the West Country outfit. Well batted Cameron Green. What a signing he has been. And what an effort this has been as well to salvage the situation for Mark Alain's men. Absolutely outstanding stuff from the Western Australian. It's Calvin Harrison then to Tom Price. Is that out? Yes, it is. Very next delivery, Calvin Harrison tickles the edge of Tom Price's bat. It's a sharp take by Lewis McManus behind the stumps. And Gloucestershire lose their 8th. Price departs for 5 from 30. The score now reads 339 for 8 in this 100th over.
Yeah, just what Northamptonshire needed, wasn't it? That partnership was just blossoming. Cam Green doing most of the work. Tom Price has got to go for 5. So it's Zaman Akhtar and Archie Bailey remaining for Gloucestershire. I suspect that Cam Green might make more of an effort here just to try and farm as much strike as possible. The deficit still stands at 130. So there won't be any discussions with regards to a follow-on. It will be Northamptonshire to bat again when that happens. But so there's still going to be 2 wickets to get here. And hey, these wickets at Wantage Road over the course of these 3 days, they don't come quickly, do they? But that one has just turned enough off the straight. And a little celebration there for Northamptonshire as they've toiled away. And Harrison's now 4 for 79.
Yep, just 1 wicket shy of another First class 5-wicket haul for Northants. Of course, had that 7 for 119 against Lancashire. That was a pretty special effort, to be honest. I mean, that really announced him to the Northants faithful in fine fashion. And this has been a good spell, I must say. He's been so persistent. Say, a typical effort, this, from a leg spin bowler. He's not had too much assistance from the wicket. You spoke with Darren Lehman a little bit earlier. There wasn't quite the same level or degree of turn as perhaps the two sides would have expected. But as I said beforehand, he's been metronomic. He's been disciplined. He's not done anything ridiculously lateral. He's not tried over pitching too many deliveries. And as a result, his patience has paid off with the wickets of Tom Price. So in his place, it is Zaman Akhtar, the man who has played for the England Lions. Has got a first-class half-century in the locker as well, as Harrison comes in to bowl here to the former Saka graduates. Guides that down towards point for no run.
Yeah, that came 2024, didn't it, against Yorkshire? Score of 70.
Some ridiculous shots in that as well, especially off the short ball. Some great pull shots. Harrison drags that one down a little bit. Whisked away to point again. It's safe save, the fielder there. Here is Harrison then for the penultimate delivery in this 100th over, defended back to the bowler. Very calmly that by Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, it's all just felt quite placid, isn't it, over the course of day 3 with the pace and the turn off the pitch. It's been quite slow going, and yeah, Zaman Akhtar's walked out there having not faced a ball, and looks like he's faced 100 balls with the confidence that he's defended that back down the ground. But yeah, successful over. Calvin Harrison breaks that partnership between Green and Price. Green, of course, going through to that century, his 3rd of the campaign. So I think that joins now Marcus Harris and Saif Zabe on 3, unless we've missed any others that have happened over the last 24, 48 hours. But I think it's those 3 that are on those 3 first-class hundreds for 2025.
There is one more addition. I thought he was Ben Compton.
Yeah,
at Kent. He scored a ton in this game at Derby. So yeah, Dan, take it away then as we see Luke Proctor continue from the David Capel end.
Yeah, the captain bowling to the Australian, looking to just end this as early as possible. There'll be a few weary legs out there for Northamptonshire. A few weary heads will be looking forward to getting their feet up for a couple of hours and taking the bowling boots and socks off, having a shower and a refresh. Cam Green's just got to start again, hasn't he? The way that kind of emotion builds in the 90s up to that milestone. Oh, and that's lifted. It's beaten Cam Green. He's just had a little poke at it, but no bat on it as it goes through to McManus. I was, well, with the car journeys, Aaron, I've got into audiobooks. I was listening to Johnny Bairstow's Clear Blue Sky on the way up on Friday morning, and he's talking about that 100 that he scored down in South Africa, his first in his Test career, and just talking about the cricket generally, not exclusively to Johnny Bairstow, but of all standards, talking about the nervous 90s and about how it can play tricks on your mind, and then obviously having to start again as well. It's something that all batters will have to contend with, getting to that milestone and then getting past it. So it'd be a case of settle down for Cam Green and go again. He's faced 152 balls. He will feel in, but we'll be just reducing that emotion that he would have just experienced, adulation and the joy from bringing up his 100 there.
Well, just looking at his career so far, he's probably experienced that quite a lot, hasn't he? Of course, first-class century number 14 in just his 66th match in the format, which is quite incredible. That's 1 in just under every 5 matches, isn't it? By my mathematics, as Green again plays that gun barrel straight down the grounds.
Yeah, that's an incredible record.
Mm.
And one as well that obviously there's a bit of competition now in that middle order for Australia to, yes, that's a fantastic conversion rate and an incredible record, but I would have thought he would find his way back in there, but there's no guarantee, is there, with some of the options that they've got available?
There isn't, and honestly, I think he's a wonderful cricketer, I must say, and everybody knows his talents as Proctor balls to Green here. Can't quite pierce the gap on that occasion, but yeah, in terms of what he offers as well, of course, we're just speaking in a batting capacity. We haven't seen him bowl here in this stint for Gloucestershire as a result of, I suppose it's workload and injury management, isn't it?
Yeah.
Had that back surgery over the winter, missed the entirety of the domestic season back home in Australia, but he offers so much. And I know we also haven't spoken of this facet, but he's bucket hands. Every single time the ball travels in his direction, you know that he's going to catch it. Or if it's along the turf, you're thinking, we can't turn this one into a 2. So, yeah, I think he has to be in the conversation, surely.
Oh, I would have thought he will be. Absolutely will be, as Zaman Akhtar gets off the mark, which will frustrate Northamptonshire and Calvin Harrison as Cam Green gets back down the striker's end. Yeah, of course he will. He's a fantastic fielder. He kind of went viral, didn't he, at the start of his career with some of those incredible catches at Gully for Australia in those test matches. You mentioned the fact his arm's like a bit of a rocket as well from the deep. Just a real kind of multi-talented cricketer. So yeah, he will undoubtedly be in contention and serious conversation to return to that Australian test squad. Whether the fact that he's not bowling might just make that inclusion slightly more challenging for Australia and those selectors. They obviously will then not be able to rest and rotate the likes of Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark quite as well as what they would do if they could use Cam Green as a fourth seamer. It's a big shot that's well picked up by Gus Miller in the end, but he's taken so much power out of that, he's ended up on his backside at cover. That was smoked, wasn't it, by Cam Green? And I think Gus Miller's just sat there just laughing at cover, almost in amazement as to how hard. Oh, there's a chance here. He's taken on Luke Proctor, and the captain there, just slow to react, allows Cam Green through for a single on the 5th ball of the over. So there's that first kind of acknowledgement there that Cam Green wants to strike here. And we are going to see a bit of tail management with Zaman Akhtar and Archie Bailey as and when Bailey makes his way to the middle. But Harrison searching for 5. No appeal there, but got Zaman Akhtar into a bit of a tangle. 341 for 8. 102 overs have been bowled. So there's, 8 overs to go, isn't there, to get these points, these extra points, of which Gloucestershire need 9 runs to add another one. And Northamptonshire need 1 further wicket to pick up the maximum of 3 that would be available in this second innings.
Well, that's an interesting point you make, because even though the gap between the two sides was 16 points, Northamptonshire can actually make a little bit of ground, because in terms of the bonus points at the minute, Gloucestershire 9 runs away from a 3rd batting bonus point. Proctor bowls here to Cam Green.
Quick single taken. Harrison does the fielding. Well backed up. And Cam Green adds another one and just chips it down to 8 required.
Yep, and of course, on the flip side, Northamptonshire 1 wicket away from maximum bowling bonus points, which, by the way, would be some effort. It really would on this surface. Gloucestershire struggled in that capacity to make incisions. But it would be a point gained here on Gloucestershire, because as good as Cam Green is, unless something very special happens, 58 in just under 8 overs, unless he starts tonking it, I don't think is going to happen.
No, I would agree. And I don't think it's not the pitch or the scenario for that either, is it? It's a solid defence, isn't it, by Zaman Akhtar? Most commanding front foot defence back to Luke Proctor. 2 for 64 for the Northamptonshire skipper. Just in the middle of his 20th over now. That is an edge, but straight down. Calvin Harrison just duly gets in that long barrier position and makes sure it is just a dot ball.
Just an update from that game in Derby. Derbyshire have enforced the follow-on. So Kent currently 10 for none in the third over.
Oh, it's a big drive from Zaman Akhtar. No connection, which will frustrate Northamptonshire. Two balls left in the 20th over. And again, solid defence from Zaman Akhtar. He's faced 11 deliveries now for the one run. What have we got? 45 overs remaining in the day. That over rate just sits at +7 at the moment. Oh, it feels like it has slowed down a little bit, hasn't it, during this afternoon session? Again, just guided or tried to be guided through gully, of which it's well worn by Calvin Harrison. There's a dot ball to finish. It's just one run from it. So 342 for 8. Gloucestershire trail by 127 with 2 first innings wickets remaining.
Yeah, something else I just wanted to point out here, Dan, is the over rates on the scoreboard is +7. Often you see that at all, to be honest, in the county championship. Obviously, it's a testament to the amount of spin bowling that we've seen from the two sets of sides, and we're going to see some more here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It will be Calvin Harrison with a relatively spread field. It's a 5-4, isn't it, by my maths at the minutes?
It is indeed. With Cam Green on strike, I suspect if one is found or taken, a few of those fielders will change and maybe give Zaman Akhtar a bit of company up there and join Ricardo Vasconcelos as one of the catchers. But whilst Cam Green is there on strike, it is a bit spread and a bit split as well, isn't it? Luke Proctor just makes a slight adjustment. He's on 102 now, Cam Green. And he's going to add at least one. It is just going to be one as they saunter through for a single.
It's a nice word, that saunter.
Not bad, is it?
No, it's one of those. It rolls off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
I surprise myself sometimes that I even have those words in the vocabulary.
No, but it is. It's a word which quite aptly describes exactly what it is. You can tell exactly what you mean when you say saunter.
Well, there's a big shot down the ground, down towards us in the commentary box. It's going to bounce once, and it's going to be 4 for Zaman Akhtar as he picks up the leg spinner of Calvin Harrison and deposits him over the leg side for 4.
Yeah, that's almost a very nonchalant strike, that, isn't it, of the willow from Zaman Akhtar. Picked up the length early and decided to commit to the shot and almost sent it all the way for 6. I think it only took the 1 or 2 bounces on the way towards just in front of us here in the comms box.
Yeah, it was a lusty blow, wasn't it, from Gloucestershire's number 10. That one slightly more stylish as he rocks on the back foot and opens the face up, runs it out to deep cover for a single. That's good batting, isn't it? That's batting of a number 3. Take your boundary, 1, get off strike, over to you, partner.
Absolutely, yeah. Rotating the strike, keeping your partner involved in the game as well, not holding or tying down an ends. It's sensible batting, that from Zaman Akhtar.
It's quicker, it's flatter from Harrison. It's squirted away by Green, and it's going to be another one. Just evades the diving Guthrie at point. So 6 runs off the over so far, with 1 delivery remaining. Harrison searching for a fifer. Zaman Akhtar on strike for the final delivery. Adi Sharma goes back under the helmet at short leg. And that's left alone in the end by the Gloucestershire seamer. End of the over then, 104 now have been bowled. It's 349 for 8. So just 1 run required for Gloucestershire to add another bonus point to their tally. And Northamptonshire still have 6 overs in order to add 1 more for themselves if they're able to take that final, well, not final wicket, but the final wicket in order to qualify them for that final point.
Yep, of course, because with the bonus points, it's 9 wickets or 10, of course, if you get all of the wickets. That contributes to the 3 bowling bonus points. That's the maximum. And of course, it's 5 maximum for batting bonus points, although I don't think Gloucestershire are going to score 101 runs in 6 overs as Cam Green plays that first one defensively. But of course, that was a topic of contention at one point, because it used to be for 200 runs and above. And then it changed to 250. So now it's 250 for the first one, 300 for the second, 350 for the third, 400 equates to 4, and 450 equals 5. And yeah, in fairness, some sides across both divisions are absolutely racking up those for fun at the minute.
They are not in this game, though. It's been hard going, isn't it? With bat in hand, ball's just not coming onto the bat as a batter would like and enjoy, and it's proving difficult to get the ball away. Plus, as well, the outfield for those first couple of days was pretty slow, and maybe didn't get full value for the shots that were played. But it is the captain continuing, and Cam Green continuing, powerfully driving that at George Bartlett in the covers. Just stopped by Northamptonshire's middle order batter. Interesting here as well. Northamptonshire are not thinking about getting Cam Green caught behind the wicket. It's just McManus now. Vasconcelos is down at deep third, as he has done for pretty much the entirety of his innings. Green just prods forward, defends into the offside. Vasconcelos and makes his way back into that slip cordon with 2 deliveries left in the over, but Rothesay remains down at deep point. They just want to try and bowl as much as they can at Zaman Akhtar. Final ball. Does Luke Proctor bring in safe save as well, or does he want that sweeper out there on the offside?
Well, I think he's having that chat, isn't he, for the time being with Gus Miller, but no change in the field. So can Cam Green get off, get off strike, remain on strike, because this is the final delivery of the over.
Yeah, and it's a dot ball, well bowled, Luke Proctor. It's a maiden for the Northant skipper. So Northamptonshire will get what they wanted. They will keep Zaman Akhtar on strike for the start of Calvin Harrison's next over, but still searching for his final 2 wickets.
Yeah, just a little bit of an update from Sophia Gardens. Middlesex have lost an 8th. So they trail by 1 run with 2 wickets remaining in that game in South Wales. Toby Rowland-Jones has scored 56 from 38, has 6 fours, and get this, 4 sixes. Oh, he has been absolutely tonking it about.
He's got long levers, isn't he? Toby Rowland-Jones gives it a good biff. I assume Somerset wrapped that game up, did they, up at Chesterler Street?
They did indeed, yep. So Somerset have defeated Durham in that game at the Riverside.
Harrison to Zaman Akhtar, searching for 5, a reverse sweep by, that's really well fielded. At square leg by the recently injured Liam Guthrie. Cam Green looked straight down to Zaman Akhtar and quite animated in conversation with his fast bowler, possibly along the lines of, what do you think you're playing at? Why have you just decided to play that shot? It's nice, but maybe that's not what the doctor ordered at the moment. And there you go, a reassuring thumbs up from Cam Green as he's approving that block into the leg side in response. Over pitched from Harrison, played down to Luke Proctor. Looks like Harry Conway's just been given the nod to start getting loose as well. Nicely played. Zaman Akhtar. All just looks quite gentle, doesn't it, really, at the moment, the proceedings. And it's a bit shorter. Akhtar can't get it past Guthrie. Kind of feels like with the 9, 10 and 11, and I would imagine, as you said about that innings up at Scarborough for Zaman Akhtar, he's quite a flamboyant and free-flowing cricketer or a batter. Oh, that's half an appeal, but not much going for it. And it is a maiden for Calvin Harrison. But the longer you can frustrate him there with those dot balls, the more likely you're going to see that reverse sweep come back out. And that's going to not only excite you as a bowling side, also just upset the equilibrium of the batter at the non-striker's end, thinking, well, I'm going to need to go and talk to him again now and say, you wouldn't mind just putting that away for a bit.
Well, I think it comes down to the situation here. 24 deliveries remaining in terms of those bonus points. So for here, Gloucestershire want to maintain the status quo between the two sides. So they're 1 run away from 3 batting bonus points, which is what Northamptonshire got from their 110 overs. And equally, they don't want to lose that 9th and give Northants the additional bonus point, which they missed out on in the first innings. So it's a little bit of awareness there. And I imagine that Cam Green is just having that chat with Zaman Akhtar. Ajit Singh Dale's just come out as well, and maybe that is the message from the dressing room. Of course, you don't want to be giving any advantage to your opposition in this game. So it's just a case of playing the scenario here and being mature and wise enough not to commit anything silly or foolish or bet yourself into a mistake. It will be Harry Conway, won't it, from the David Capel end. Cam Green will be the man on strike. Still very much a spread field for Cam Green, isn't it, at the minute?
Yeah, they want to bowl as little to Cam Green as possible. Really try and either bowl dry or just get him off strike, which Northamptonshire and Conway were able to do. Even with that single, brings up the 350 for Gloucestershire and will bring up their final bonus point of the fixture. There's just 4 or 3.5 overs to go, which they require another 50 runs in order to pick up another point, which would be exciting, wouldn't it?
It would be exciting. Watch now with Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah.
It's 30 off and over.
The slog sweep down towards the Caprinos pizza sign.
He does love the pull shot, though. He does love the pull shot, so Conway's got to be careful if he bowls short here.
Yeah, he doesn't. He pitches it up, tries to find any lateral movement there. Worth having an inquiry, potentially with a bumper, though, to Zaman Akhtar, if he is a bit of a happy hooker or a compulsive puller.
Potentially, yes. Actually, I don't mind that, because at this stage, still got quite a few runs to eat into that deficit. 119, it's nowhere near as prominent or pronounced as it was at the start of the day's play, but yeah, maybe. It just depends on the direction, because if he goes offside, then he might be in trouble. Well, the call there was hit them. I don't think they meant Cam Green's pads as he was running to the striker's end. Little shy at the stumps there from Adi Sharma, who I've said this point before, but you do expect this from debutants as they look to make an impact on the side. But his energy levels have been absolutely bang on.
Yeah, he's done really well. I mean, he was impressive in that short innings, wasn't he, that he played on day one? What a great shot that is by Cam Green, nutmegging Harry Conway on his follow-through, straight down the ground for 4. We've seen that a few times today from Cam Green. Just leans on it, really, doesn't he? Perfect shot, perfect timing. Adds another boundary.
Yeah, you couldn't really have placed that any better between the legs of Conway. Completely nutmegs the fellow Australian.
Yeah, Conway on the turf there just throws his arms up in confusion. How on earth did that get through? Vasconcelos with 2 to go just comes up from deep third in an attempt to try and keep these batters this way round. And there's inside edge to Adi Sharma again.
At the end of this over, I'll also give you a score update from Dublin, where the West Indies are playing Ireland, of course, in that third ODI. Looks like a very high-scoring one so far. Goodness gracious me. Yeah, the men in maroon have scored quite a few runs in their first and, well, only innings in an ODI.
Conway then to finish this over off. Again, Green just shuffles down. Frustratedly can't work it out to Tian Low at deep point. And it will be Zaman Akhtar on strike.
It certainly will be. So I'll give you the rundown then from that game taking place at Malahide. So the West Indies haven't been put into bats in that third ODI. 374 for 7. Carty batting at 3. 170 from 142 deliveries, included 15 fours and 8 sixes.
Blimey.
Shea Hope, the captain, 75 from 75. And Justin Greaves, 50 from 23. Striking at 217.39. So, yeah, that's going to be a big run chase. And Gudakesh Moti has just hit one of the final deliveries for 6. They meant at 380 for 7.
Oof.
That is going to be a big run chase for Andy Balbirnie, Tector Tucker, and of course, the man formerly of this parish, Paul Sterling, the captain.
Yeah, that's an innings of hard graft, isn't it? Chasing leather around Dublin for 50 overs. Harrison continues, and that is overpitched, and Zaman Akhtar frustratingly swipes the bat that he couldn't get it past George Bartlett. 7 off 24 for Akhtar. Oh, and there's an appeal for LBW. It looked close from this angle, but umpire says no. We will definitely get a replay of that. Maybe the line of that just wasn't quite right. The ball obviously didn't have far to go, did it? As it was well pitched up from the leg spinner.
I've got a little bit of an update as well from Cardiff, where Middlesex have lost the 9th, and it's the big wicket of Toby Rowland-Jones. So they lead by 4 runs with just 1 wicket remaining. Glamorgan on the edge of what would be a 3rd consecutive victory. They'll be gutted, actually, that the Blast is breaking up this momentum, because at this stage, I think, if they get the victory, it looks as though they will at this stage, they'll be on 97 points. Crazy turnaround.
That's a real drag down from Harrison, which is clattered away by Zaman Akhtar. Spoils the end of Harrison's 36th over. A real drag down from the leg spinner. 359 for 8 of 108 overs. Cam Green not out on 109. Zaman Akhtar on 11. Just keep batting.
Absolutely. That is the aim, isn't it, for Gloucestershire here? Just shepherd the game out of Northamptonshire's reach, I suppose. Just having to do some more maths. Not my strong suit, admittedly, I'm going to be honest. But in terms of this game, because things have just stayed the same here, I think Gloucestershire would move into the 80s. As Conway comes into bowl to Cam Green. Goes for that shuffle. That's an outstanding bit of fielding, isn't it? Goodness me, from Calvin Harrison. Not the first time he's done that exact move today.
Yeah, that is brilliant by Harrison. It has cost an overthrow, which Northamptonshire won't be that bothered about because it does allow Zaman Akhtar to come on strike. But he's fired that at Cam Green stumps. It was wild, though. It was wide and ended up running down to a deep mid-wicket for a single. But you never know. Kind of feels like that might be the only way that you can get Cam Green out on this surface. I'd almost be prepared to stick my 50p on Cam Green walking off not out at the end of this innings, regardless of what happens. And what a cracking cricket shot that is by Zaman Akhtar. Just leans on it through the covers. Luke Proctor will cut it off, and it's just going to be 3. But wow, what a beautiful shot.
Yeah, let's take a look at this again. Because this is, as you said, a marvellous cricketing strike. Look at that. Holds the pose a little bit as well. Really nice shot that from Zaman Akhtar. Not overly expansive either. It was just a case of waiting on that delivery and properly following through with the shots, as opposed to keeping it checked.
Yeah, it's 3, so Green will end up back on strike and again just shuffles down to Conway and dead bats it to the bowler.
Yeah, so confirmation with the bonus points as the way they are, because I don't see Gloucestershire getting 37 runs in 9 deliveries.
Seems unlikely.
That's 5 bonus points. So 2 bowling, 3 batting. Leaves them on 80 points at this stage. So with the draw, if that is the result, 88 points for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. As for Northants, exact same bonus points at this stage, unless they can get 1 more wicket in these final 8 deliveries.
Yeah.
So that puts them on 64 points. So those additional points for the draw, if the draw is the outcome, puts them on 72. Now, that is quite some distance behind Glamorgan, who, as I said, are almost touching 100 now. So those 2 fixtures in between the blast, they will be absolutely crucial in terms of that promotion battle.
Yeah, absolutely. They will, of course, have Yuzvendra Chahal available for those fixtures and potentially Matt Bretsky as well if the decision is to play those Red Bull games. To play one of the 2 in the middle of the blast last summer, if my memory serves me right. But you're right, they are, or they would be crucial games. And I think from the conversation we had this morning, and we mused and we ummed and ahed about the potential outcomes of this game, that's wrapped Cam Green on the finger. That's really hurt him as he ripped the bat, or ripped his hand off that bat handle straight away. Fallen short of Vasconcelos, but that's a sore one for Cam Green. Bit of extra bounce there for Harry Conway, which on this fairly docile pitch has just proven a little bit lively for Cam Green. But yeah, I was saying, I think the only thing that's really become more apparent as this day's gone on is that draw's become more and more favourable.
Yeah, I think it is. And to be honest, I think both sides have probably played well enough to warrant that as well. I think that Northamptonshire overcame that initial turmoil. They were 57 for 4 in the first 90 minutes on day 1. Clawed and fought their way back valiantly through Save Zabe and that majestic 159. Calvin Harrison and McManus and James Sales, let's not forget his efforts, also dragging them back into contention as they got 469 all outs. Harrison darting that one in again, very flat, and turned around the corner for 1. And as for Gloucestershire as well, they haven't had the same mammoth partnership, have they? When you look at it, I mean, we've seen a pretty sizable one between Green and Van Buren for 79. That was the 7th wicket. And also some good runs being scored by Matt Taylor. That's another beauty from Harrison.
Yeah, he can almost count the times that the ball's gone past the outside edge of Cameron Green's bat on one hand, can't you? McManus, after a long day, still up to task of just whipping the bails off just in case that back foot wandered out of the crease for Cam Green, but no harm done. Just remains on 110.
See a change in the field here. I think Adi Sharma is coming under the lid once more for these final 3 deliveries before the lines are drawn on the bonus points.
Yeah, it's don't know, it's tough, isn't it? It must be difficult to figure out what fields you want to set here. It's not exactly like the ball's turning square. It's not bouncing massively either. And you've got, I mean, how tall is Cam Green? 6'7", 6'8". It's such a stride that he pretty much played Calvin Harrison exclusively on the front foot. even if Harrison has just dragged that length back a touch. That one again beats the outside edge of green. Well taken by Lewis McManus. One ball remaining in this 37th over, or 30, yeah, it's 37th, with those two odd balls just stuck at the end there as he replaced Liam Guthrie when he left the field for a couple of bit of TLC. Green takes a single off the last ball, frustratingly keeps the strike, and that is it, isn't it? That's the bonus point era of this innings complete. 110 overs have been bowled. So Gloucestershire will leave Wantage Road with 5 bonus points, split with 3 and 2 with the batting and the bowling. And Northamptonshire will do exactly the same. 3 batting points, 2 bowling points after 110 overs.
Yep, and it's far more frustrating that for Northants because they were just 1 wicket away. By comparison, Gloucestershire had only taken 6. So they had just reached the threshold, whereas Northants have almost gotten to that 3rd and final one. So, yeah, that will be a little bit disappointing, to be honest. However, at the same time, you've got to acknowledge just how brilliant this batting effort has been from Cam Green. And look, it's what we've grown to expect, isn't it? Let's face it, he's a man who's been in form, scored a century and got that match-winning 67 in the last round against Kent. It's not as though he's coming into this game having not fired by any stretch of the imagination. So, look, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up and say, this has been a cracking innings and we've tried our best. And it hasn't been for lack of effort from Northants, whether that's with the ball in hand or indeed with the fielding. They've worked their socks off. It's just sometimes you have special cricketers, and Cam Green is one of those.
Yeah, he certainly is. He certainly is. Do you know as well, it shouldn't do, but it just feels nice to have had the opportunity to have not only watched Cam Green from this vantage point, but also to have been able to put a couple of words to his innings as well and his performance here for Gloucestershire. He's one of the kind of the modern day greats, isn't he? And he's got such a fantastic. Oh, great is the wrong word. He's kind of a modern day international cricketer with a potential to be great at the end of his career, however that may pan out. But always a privilege, and it is going to be a bit of spin here as we get close to the end of this afternoon session. It's going to be safe save, the left arm orthodox, left arm finger spinner, replacing Luke Proctor from the David Capel end. So potentially spin from both ends. Or it's Harry Conway, wasn't it, from the David Capel end?
Yep.
Green takes the single on offer straight away. Zabe has got kind of a canny knack of removing tail enders with his left arm spin. He's kind of can bowl quite flat and it's quite skiddy. Whether this surface is conducive to that or not, but he possibly would just rush Zaman Akhtar a touch if he can spear those arm balls in. Zaman Akhtar has the answer so far. Zaman Akhtar advances and, well, for want of a better word, hacks safe down to Harry Conway down at deep mid-wicket, who kind of throws himself at the cricket ball on the boundary edge to keep it inside the rope and saves his team a couple of runs. That was theatrical.
It was, but again, it goes back to that point about commitment. You can't fault that from Northants in this game. They have flung themselves all over the field as Zabe, again, is swept. That is an excellent shot from Zaman Akhtar. There's no fielder out there, and that will be 4 into the advertising hoardings. Moves Gloucestershire up to 372 for 8. But yeah, in terms of the hustle and the drive from Northants, it's been there. It's just that, again, it's been some quality batting. And also, I thought Miles Hammond and Cam Bancroft in those difficult stages yesterday have also really helped to lay the basis and the cornerstone for this knock from Cam Green.
Yep, certainly have. Certainly have. And Akhtar now on 21. He just works safe down to long on for a single. What have we got? Just inside 6 overs to go until the tea break. 5 overs as Cam Green picks up safe save to the short leg side boundary and sends him all the way for 6. Cam Green's third 6 of his innings, just in the slot really for Cam Green, and languidly dispatches safe save over deep mid wicket for 6. And I'm not quite sure whether that's a direct result of it, but it looks like the players are going to make their way off for tea, Aaron.
Indeed they are, and we did have the delayed start, didn't we, today? 15 minutes to be exact, and to be honest, the over rate has been fine, so I think the umpires are happy to take them off for tea at this stage. 37 remain in the day, but just looking at the current situation, we believe that the majority, as long as Gloucestershire are out there for, will be spin. Yeah. So over rate isn't really a concern. It currently stands at +7 for the afternoon session. So yeah, I think that is a session that certainly that's gone into Gloucestershire's favour. Seen Zaman Akhtar play a few shots, and of course Cam Green bring up his 14th career first-class century in just his 66th match in the format across both Test match cricket and domestic cricket. So yeah, very, very positive session that for the visiting side.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you and I will take a break and we will see you back for the evening session at about 4:10.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good evening. Welcome back to Northampton on day 3, just about to start the evening session. And something from the left field playbook has come from the Gloucestershire dressing room. And you'll notice on screen in just a moment that the two batters making their way out to the middle have got maroon helmets on rather than black or navy blue. So Gloucestershire have declared 90 runs behind Northampton. They've declared on 379 for 8. So Northamptonshire will be batting at the beginning of this evening session. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. The stream is powered by Daffabet. And I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
They didn't, but I'm very happy that it has happened because it means that we now properly have got a game on. And it's very sporting, actually, between the two sets of players and coaches as well. We had that chat with Darren Lehman. This is a side who want to go out there and win games of cricket. And it's the exact same thing with Mark Elaine. And I do wonder if results elsewhere have maybe just factored into the equation here. We've just seen, literally, as we've come back on air, that Middlesex have lost by 10 wickets to Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. So Glamorgan make it 3 wins in their last 3 matches in the county championship before the break for the T20 Blast. So, yeah, the promotion race has another twist in the tail. As they almost, I think actually, depending on how Derbyshire get along, they'll either be neck and neck or just behind. So, yeah, big result that. Big win as well for Glamorgan in more ways than one. 10 wickets, and they've wrapped it up within 3 days on home soil. But of course, our attention returns here to Wantage Road. It's Matt Taylor with the new ball in hand to Ricardo Vasconcelos. First ball of Northamptonshire's second innings is left well alone, and it will be a dot ball. So, confirmation, 37 overs remaining here on day 3. The lead for Northamptonshire stands at 90 runs. So it's healthy. It's not ridiculous by any stretch of the imagination, but it's dangling the carrots for Darren Lehman's side to go out here and bat with intent.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that's exactly it. It's almost a case of asking Northamptonshire is how brave do you want to be? Head coach Darren Lehman joined us in that afternoon session, and he said about the fact that they wanted to try and set the game up, and they would be prepared to set the game up and lose if it meant trying to win. So maybe that did make its way through to the Gloucestershire dressing room and swayed a conversation or a decision or anything like that. But Gloucestershire, with new ball in hand, will be looking to bowl as well as what they did first up on Friday morning, picking up 4 quick Northamptonshire wickets for 57 runs and just put a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, won't they? The one thing I'm curious, and I've given it some thought, and I've not really been able to work it out, Aaron, is if they are going to make a game of it, what kind of number or time or anything like that is an ideal situation? It might not be in Northamptonshire's hands, of course, but you mentioned 300. I mean, it's going to take a fair old time to get 210 runs out here on this surface unless there is a real change of intent from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it will do. And I'm just thinking, so the rough run rate between both sides has been a touch over 3, hasn't it? It's between 3 and 3.25. Do the maths on this, 36, 37 times 3. You're looking at around about just over 100 runs added to that tally tonight. So lead could stand at around 200 in theory, of course, as Vasconcelos drills that back into the left-hander Matt Taylor. Yeah, it's a tough one, to be honest. I think for Northants, actually, the ball kind of falls in their court, doesn't it? Weirdly, because you don't want to leave Gloucestershire with a more than achievable target. You don't want to give them 250, for example, with 2 and a bit sessions. I think that is more than achievable. So we shall have to wait and see. It's Taylor to Vasconcelos. I mean, first and foremost for Ricardo Vasconcelos, he just needs some runs in this innings just to get some rhythm, get some form, finish off this first block of 7 fixtures with some confidence. Of course, he'll be a key pillar, won't he, in the T20 Blast?
Yep, he will indeed.
Has been for a number of years, hasn't quite had the returns that he would have hoped for in the Championship as of yet. So, yeah, for him, from an individual point of view, it's a case of maybe just try and get to 50 and finish off this first 7 fixture block with a bit of flourish. And then who knows? Who knows? I think that, without sounding too cliche, I think the score at Stumps today will probably dictate how day 4 goes.
I just think we're going to have a crucial first hour tomorrow morning, Aaron.
Well, that's a given.
Well, this hour is quite crucial as well.
It is. Yep, it certainly is. Because this sets the tempo and the tone for what Northamptonshire can set Gloucestershire in that run chase on day 4. Because that is exactly why the declaration has come. There will have been a conversation between the two sides. They're thinking of being a little bit sporting and thinking, you know what, let's actually make a game out of this. The game was meandering a little bit.
Yep.
90 runs is sizable, but it's not game defining by any stretch. So, as I said, I'm a big fan of how this has evolved now. It's not just going to peter out into a draw. Both sides actively looking to try and force something, and that will be the first run here in Northamptonshire's second innings. Just going to watch the umpire. He's indeed runs off the bat, so Proctor gets off the mark. She turns it round the corner, nice and easy. Real area of strength when it comes to run scoring for former Lancashire man. Of course, the question for Gloucestershire, can they make a game out of it before that lead stretches too much?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And I mean, those conversations between the sets of players or the backroom staff, would they have included numbers or time or anything like that? Obviously, at the minute, Gloucestershire will be looking to bowl Northamptonshire out as quick as possible. That'll be their first role. But was there a conversation to say, we'll give you 2 sessions if things materialize and go that far? I don't know.
Well, I suppose that is the question to pose to the players out there and, of course, to the backroom staff as well. They know far more than we do here in the commentary position. Just seeing there, Ed Middleton is on in the sun hat. Wears that every single game, does Ed Middleton. Makes him ever so easy to identify, and yeah, regardless, rain, wind or shine, always wears that sun hat. Here is Tom Price then, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Tries to work that away out towards mid-wicket. Only as far as the fielder, so that'll be no run. But I think that everybody in attendance here, and also to those watching along, either from a Northants or a Gloucestershire point of view, will be much happier with the fact that we could potentially have a positive result in this game.
Well, it was looking unlikely, wasn't it, for a large part of this game. Even this morning, you and I, Aaron, we were talking about those potential results, and we both sat there and said, well, the majority here is going to go on that draw. It's certainly diminished the percentages there somewhat by having this early declaration. So I'd still say it's favourite.
Yeah,
but
I still think the
brought both sides into a contest and a conversation.
Yeah, I'd 100% echo that. I think that the draw still is the most likely result, just given the nature of the pitch. But at least there is a chance for a final twist in the tail as such. So, yeah, it's good sportsmanship, I think, from both sides. Just looking at this, and of course for the fans as well, gives you more reason to turn up for day 4. So let's just keep our fingers crossed that the inclement weather doesn't spoil what could be an intriguing end to this encounter. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but I'm just looking out there on the field so far. I think it is Cam Green who's the man who's off for a well-deserved rest.
Yep, I think you're spot on that one.
He did bat like a warrior, didn't he? I mean, that has definitely given Gloucestershire a glimmer of hope in this game. Matt Taylor steams in here from the David Capel end. That one played with deft hands by Luke Proctor. And yes, my gut feeling was correct there. Ed Middleton is on for Cam Green, who's probably just having some rest and maybe watching back some highlights of that innings, because that was very, very special. I must say, he's given these Gloucestershire fans, those who have travelled here to Wantage Road, plenty to celebrate, and he will be sorely missed after this stint. One of those players who I imagine they'll be having some conversations about heading into 2026. It's Taylor to Vasconcelos, clips that through mid-wicket, stopped by a diving Ben Charlesworth, who I imagine we'll see at some point, to be honest. Did produce a breakthrough in that first innings and has garnered that golden arm nickname. Got the wicket of Adi Sharma, didn't he? And then followed up with the scalp of George Bartlett. So he looks to continue this evolution as a red ball all-rounder. That one a lot fuller from Taylor. It's a nice shot from Vasconcelos. Again, just whipping it through with the bottom hand. Goes through for a sensible and easy 2. Lead now stands at 94, and we'll keep you updated with the other scores taking place in Division 2. Of course, I suppose the big one for everybody in that second division is that Leicestershire-Lancashire one. Because if Leicestershire do win that, they are head and shoulders above pretty much everybody else. It's Taylor then to Vasconcelos once more. That one played again with soft hands. Good diving stop there by Miles Hammond at points. Not the first time that we've said that in this encounter as well. He's been diving around, making plenty of stops and preventing those boundaries.
I think he's still not yet on his feet, as he's just rolled over the cricket ball, I think, which always quite painful. I'm curious as well as to see what the tactic is. Is it seamers for Gloucestershire? That is what their attack is predominantly made up of. That just drifts onto leg stump and it's whipped through square leg for 4 by Vasconcelos. Or is it that part-time spin? I mean, there's an element here potentially is if it is setting a game up, and there has been that conversation, there'll be a moment here of let's try and pick up some wickets and see if we can actually kind of get this going and going our favour. But then actually is there another side of it where you get into that bit of declaration bowling and you kind of go, well, have some runs on the proviso that you make that decision for us and give us a number to go and get in a time that you're prepared to let us have a bat for it.
And we'll see that tomorrow, won't we? We won't see that today, of course, but unless it's towards the dying embers of today, potentially could see the likes of Miles Hammond and the spin bowlers come on for a prolonged stint. Just a bit of a tinkering here in the field as Ed Middleton comes into short mid-wickets. Will be Tom Price to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end on this fine sunny Sunday in the East Midlands. Testing the defences of the Northamptonshire captain Luke Proctor. And actually, after a rather indifferent start weather-wise, it has turned into quite a stunning day, to be honest. The forecast did say sunny intervals, but for the most part, just say it's been sunny. Haven't really seen too much in terms of overhead conditions. There's the odd bit of cloud cover here and there, but nothing too much to influence the movement of the ball as of yet. And that one just too straight from Tom Price. Easily worked down towards deep backward square leg. Just be a single there. Moves the score on to 9 for none. The Northamptonshire lead ticks within 1 of 3 figures. Of course, still 33.4 overs remaining here in the day's play. So let's wait and see what Northamptonshire can get up to at stumps. Tom Price bounding in. The shouts of well bowled echo around from the Gloucestershire fielders. Bowling to his field on that occasion. Just looking at the field that's set at the moment, it is a 5-4. He's got 2 catchers in the slip cordon. He's got a fielder at points, got a fielder in at the covers, and of course one at mid-off. He's also got mid-on, that short mid-wicket. Player just in front at square leg and deep backward square leg as well. Not that Proctor's going to really challenge any of them with that shot. It's played defensively again. Offering a little bit of grit and steel, looking to remove the shine and lacquer off the new ball as he just guides it down towards Graham Van Buren. Seen a surprising amount of wildlife as well in these first 3 days at Northampton. Plenty of different bird species, and Tom Price bowling here. That one is picked up and clobbered. Goodness gracious me, that is a stunning shot all the way for 6. Nonchalant stuff in the middle. And that accelerates the score for Ricardo Vasconcelos. We'll take the replay on that one. Have some of that, Tom Price.
Tell you what, does that give a sign of intent for the home side? I was just doing some numbers and figuring out kind of where Northamptonshire could be. Kind of 3 and over has been the rate of which cricket has happened here at Wantage Road for the last 3 days. And if they did that for those 37 overs, it'd take them up to, well, just over 201 as a lead. I don't know. Maybe there's something of an extra in Ricardo Vasconcelos. Maybe he's not content with 3 and over. Just pulled off the bails, wasn't it? That was a T20 blast shot by Vasco.
Was just about to make that point. That is a shot that we'll see a lot throughout the months of May and June, isn't it? As we enter that T20 blast block.
Tell you what, you'd be happy if you're a cricket fan. You live in those houses down the road there. Find a brand new 130+ pound Dukes nestling in your back garden. Lovely jubbly. Thank you very much. No way would you be underarming that back over the fence, would you?
Not a chance.
Almost half tempted to take a run down there and see if I can find it.
Reminds me of a game years ago. I think it was down in Chelmsford, where Bumble on comms actually went over into someone's garden, didn't he?
Yeah.
Went over the wall and picked up the cricket ball. That was funny.
Be tempted. Those white kookaburras, they're expensive as well, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Very.
Well, they don't do anything, but they're quite expensive. Swing around for a couple of overs, don't they? And then kind of straight up and down with not a lot of turn for the remainder. But yeah, one of those Dukes. be nice just sitting there enjoying a nice cup of tea and a barbecue or something on your Sunday afternoon in Northampton, and 5.5 ounces of red cricket ball just lands. Probably not softly. That would be the trade-off. I don't know what it would have to break for it to nestle in the garden, but I'm not quite sure what's going on here. This obviously a replacement ball is needed. There's shrug of the shoulders between the two umpires because, well, it's going to be quite difficult to find the ball, although the umpire has got one in his hand that's 3.5 overs old. There'll have to be a box of spares that will be provided. But there will be a bit of guesswork here. They can't obviously just take another new one out the wrapper and give it to Gloucestershire, but I dare say there isn't going to be an abundance of those that are going to be 23 balls old, are there, kicking around in the box?
No, there aren't. Maybe it's a case of going out towards the outdoor nets, having a few throwdowns and getting the shine off the ball for, what, 23 deliveries? I mean, yeah, it's an interesting scenario, this, isn't it, to be honest? And, yeah, we will just have a slight delay in play as the umpires.
Yeah, so Darren Lehman on the boundary edge just had one underarmed from the balcony, possibly from Mark Lane, actually. He's then passed it and forwarded it on with regards to the umpire, who's at a gentle pace, making his way back to the middle.
Yes, and while we have this quick pause in the play, we do just have a wicket update from the game between Kent and Derbyshire. Kent 58 for 1 in the second innings, so the deficit still 203 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Joe Denley, the man to depart, he was trapped LBW by Lewis Rees for 32 from 51 deliveries. So, yeah, the first blood has been drawn in that second innings. Still no updates from Grace Road as of yet. Lancashire still 5 wickets down. They're 210 for 5. To be exact. And some good news for those who are fans of Chris Wokes. He's going very nicely so far as Warwickshire have ticked their lead over at New Road to be on 300 runs. The Bears 257 for 7 in that West Midlands derby. I'll also keep you up to date with the other scores on the doors across the First Division alongside that game in Worcester. But here is Tom Price then to continue. Bowling here to Luke Proctor. And that is a much better delivery. Nice bit of shape on that occasion. More deliberation here. The umpire's just confirming that there was the one delivery left. The scoreboard was correct and our mathematics was correct as well. So that is the end of the 4th over. Northamptonshire 15 without loss. And yes, I'll quickly take you through those other scores in Division 1. Starting up in Leeds, where Yorkshire, well, it would be a big run chase this. They require 463 to beat Nottinghamshire after the visitors declared on 393 for 8. The White Rose have also lost their first wicket, so they are 63 for 1. Finn Bean trapped LBW by Dylan Pennington for 17 from 25 deliveries. Then in the game down in the nation's capital, Essex continues about 406 for 6 in their second innings as Taylor bowls here to Proctor, and that is a glorious shot from the Northamptonshire captain, just caressed through the covers with great ease and aplomb. Excellent strike that from Luke Proctor.
Stylish from the left-hander, wasn't it? Just offered very, very slight away swing from Matt Taylor. Luke Proctor just climbed into it. 7 off 7 for the captain. The lead now 109.
Yep, very nice cricket that from the Northants opener. How can Taylor reply to that one? Well, it should just be a single. Squirted away to square leg. Will be picked up by Graham Van Buren just for the single. Yes, in that game down in London, Charlie Allison has got a century from 185 balls. That is very well batted indeed from the Essex youngster. And then, of course, we've already spoken about the results in Division 1 between Sussex and Hampshire. Sussex winning that in the morning session by 9 wickets down in Southampton. As Vasconcelos defends that up to mid-on for no run. And of course, the other game, we spoke about Somerset. They beat Durham in that game at the Riverside. So that's pretty much everything in terms of housekeeping with the domestic scores. Of course, there is also that ODI taking place in Ireland. Ireland looking to chase down 386 runs. That is an almighty chase in Dublin. So we'll keep you up to tabs with that one as well, as Matt Taylor bowls that one short, his whisks away, and that is a great diving stop from Graham Van Buren at short mid-wickets. Just about gets a paw on that one.
Tell you what, here's something that that I don't think we've considered in the chats about potential declarations and time remaining in the game. We've mentioned about what kind of number that Gloucestershire would want, or what kind of might have been agreed there. But how many overs will Northamptonshire want to give themselves to bowl Gloucestershire out? The easy answer here is, well, as many as they want, as many as they can, Dan. But in reality, how do they get to that number, and what do they want? Because it's been docile, isn't it? It's not really turned. It's not seamed about. It's not bounced. It's not particularly broken up. It's not started to go up and down. 80 overs to bowl them out seems a tough ask, doesn't it? But, I mean, that would come relatively early in the piece tomorrow morning. But it still feels like quite a ridiculous number to try and pick 10 wickets up in.
Yes, it does. It does, because, again, we're going off of between 3 and 3.5. We'll touch upon this point after the Matt Taylor delivery. But let's say they go at 3 per over from here. There's 32 left in the day, currently 20 for none here in the 5th over. Go at 3s, you're looking at what, 96, so 116 on the board, 206 as the lead. 16 overs tomorrow, going at 3s, you're looking at around about 240, 250, aren't you, in theory?
That doesn't feel enough in
it doesn't.
two and a bit sessions. If of course, you
it
get
continues
a
at
bit of a free
3.
hit, don't you? Yeah.
Exactly my point, which I was going to raise here. If that scoreboard isn't damaged too much, and let's say only 2 or 3 wickets have fallen in these next 32 overs, it gives you that free hit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It does indeed.
So something to ponder, something to consider as Tom Price bowls here to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, there's plenty of scenarios to unpack, isn't there? There really is a lot of different. I mean, let us know how you're seeing it. Let us know what you think a number is, or a time, or something like that. Because even if they got to a lead of 300 with 80 overs, it's 3 3/4 run per over to try and chase that down. And with a short leg or offside boundary, depending on your left and right hand combination and which end you're bowling from, it's going to be not the easiest to defend if a team were to really go after it. So it potentially feels 300 off 80 too light as well.
It does, and we had that dialogue earlier, didn't we? It's fascinating, to be honest. It's really given us something to think about in this game. And only time will tell, of course, and we hope that the forecast doesn't come to fruition tomorrow. There does seem to be some rain on the radar in the afternoon, especially after 1 or 2 o'clock, but providing that it stays dry, I mean, we could be in for quite a thrilling conclusion. In theory, of course. Just depends on what that target is, how many overs are left, and if there's any incision with the ball in hand. I mean, it would take a pretty prominent and pronounced opening spell, you'd think, from Conway and Guthrie for Northants to win.
Yeah. Does it start to turn a bit more as well?
Which is the other factor on day 4, bringing Calvin Harrison and Safe Sabe and potentially George Bartlett into play. Price bowls here to Proctor. So easy to think about all these things, isn't it? And that's the magic of live sport. Literally anything can happen. We're here theorizing and saying hypotheticals, but until it actually happens, we have no way of actually definitively knowing what will take place. But of course, we'll be here to take you through all of the action here on the Northamptonshire CCC YouTube channel. Remember to like the live stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Help support our coverage here on the YouTube channel. That ball is turned back with a square leg by Luke Proctor for a single. And of course, we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage as well over the course of these past 3 days. From myself, Aaron Viles and Dan Jadzovic, it was great to have Darren Lehman on a little bit earlier on in the afternoon session. And now we are treated to what could be a very entertaining conclusion in this game. Still day 3, of course, here on this Sunday afternoon. Not quite evening as of yet. Clock hasn't ticked over to 5 o'clock. It's Tom Price bowling here to to Vasconcelos, who keeps very low on that one. Runs it up towards his partner Proctor, and that'll be no run. Also brings to an end the 6th over. Northamptonshire 21 for none, with Vasconcelos on 12 and Proctor on 9.
Yeah, still not doing much, is it, through the air or off the pitch here at Wantage Road, with what is now the 5th new ball of the game, I believe.
Yep.
If I'm able to do some quick memory maths there, it's 5th new ball. It's obviously with their first one on Friday morning, Gloucestershire ripped through that Northamptonshire top order, 4 down for 57. They would have hoped to have replicated that. They could still do that. It's 21 for no loss at the minute after 6.
Guided down to deep third there by Proctor. I think Vasconcelos dropped his bat there in the middle for a second. Maybe a heart in mouth moment for the Northants opener.
Just stopped to pick up a bit of lost luggage there, didn't he, on his... Fortunately, that was only a casual single, wasn't it, between Proctor and Vasconcelos? Otherwise, that could have ended up looking a little bit silly for Ricardo Vasconcelos, but had time to stop and pick it up.
Yeah, and thankfully so, because we have seen some bizarre runouts over the course of cricket's history. I was actually watching a Big Bash video yesterday. And it was one a couple years back of Billy Stanlake in a game between, I think it was the Strikers and the Thunder. By that point, the game was lost for Adelaide. They were 9 wickets down. They needed about 70-odd runs, but they went through for a quick single. And as Stanlake dragged his bat into the crease, it stopped. He lost control of his bat and ultimately got run out short as Vasconcelos again pulls into that one, pulls it in front of square. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. This new ball is rapid, though, and I think that will go to the boundary for 4. Indeed, it does. It does, as Vasconcelos moves on to 16 from 25. Score now 26 for none.
I think there's definitely an element of intent here from Vasconcelos, isn't there? Particularly on those shorter balls. He's really wanted to target them and throw his hands through them. The one went for 6, that one went for 4, and there was a couple of overs ago that was brilliantly stopped by Graham Van Buren at mid-wicket. And I can just see Ollie Price there's trying to loosen those shoulders up. And the nod was given, I'm trying to see, is it Zaman Akhtar at mid-on that was given a nod to get loose as well. Bracey's calling for the helmet, so early look at spin potentially here, Aaron.
Yep, and that wouldn't surprise me because during the tea interval, we did see Price, Hammond and Van Buren bowling quite furiously on one of those practice wickets. Cam Green also back on the field. He's just in front of us here in the comms position, operating at a slightly wide-ish deep fine leg. That one defended into the surface by Ricardo Vasconcelos. And Cam Green doing some movements there, acting as though he wants a bowl. I think that's just a laugh, to be honest, at this stage. Just a little bit of banter between James Bracey and Cam Green.
Hey, the other big Australian all-rounder over playing county cricket at the moment. It's not just a one-trick pony, is he? He can turn his arm over and throw a few tweakers down there. So maybe Cam Green's got some off-breaks in his locker as well.
Well, here is Taylor to Vasconcelos. That one defended back to the bowler. And that will be the end of over number 7. Northamptonshire 26 for none. Vasconcelos on 16, whilst his captain Luke Proctor is on 10 from 14.
Yeah, good start to proceedings this evening for the hosts. 26 for no loss. So the lead is currently 116 with Gloucestershire's earlier declaration in the piece. And we are going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And we are going to get a look at spin. It's going to be Ollie Price. We saw an early look in the 46th over on day one. We saw an early look for Calvin Harrison in the 11th over for Northamptonshire. And well, we've gone one better here. We've gone for the 7th over for Ollie Price. Two left-handers in the middle for Northamptonshire. They will have the short leg side boundary to potentially utilise and have a play with, but I suppose you'll be taking on the off spinner with a bit of peril. We'll see whether he can get any turn out of this surface. It looks like I would say that he probably got the most out of the surface from the spinners that we have seen so far. Unusual for the finger spinner, but let's have a look and see what Ollie Price can do. Proctor's on 10. He'll be the man on strike, and Vasconcelos is on 16. There is a first slip in place, and that is defended by Luke Proctor. Oh, and that's a beauty. That's a great start for Ollie Price. Beats the outside edge of Luke Proctor. Good take by James Bracey. Quite fascinating here, the fact that Cam Bancroft has not gone to Archie Bailey or Zaman Akhtar. Both bowled really well on day one, and instead going for Ollie Price's finger spin.
Is he trying to tempt fate with an early wicket, though, just in case the eyes of Luke Proctor or Vasconcelos potentially light up?
There's a big appeal for LBW, and it's gone. Well, the commentator's curse strikes. Aaron Viles talking up the early wicket, and it is that of the captain, Luke Proctor, playing a sweep shot, one that you don't see very often from the Northants skipper, and he goes for 10. LBW to Ollie Price. The change of bowling works. It's not seam, but it is spin early in the piece for Gloucestershire. So the lead is 116. There's not much doubt about that one at all, is there? That raise of the finger for Luke Proctor. And Northamptonshire now just have 9 second innings wickets remaining.
Yeah, Plum in front. Spoke about it a few seconds actually before the wicket. Sometimes we do know what we're talking about in the commentary box, but of course with the carrot of that short leg side boundary for the left-handers, the sweep shot would have been a proficient way to score some quick runs, whether through 4 or through 6. But yeah, in the end, it, unfortunately for Northamptonshire, is the downfall of their captain Luke Proctor. One of those which there's absolutely no doubt in the umpire's mind. Struck him flush in front, and as a result, Gus Miller in at number 3 strides out into the middle.
Yep, early breakthrough for Gloucestershire. She said, I don't know, I didn't think Luke Proctor was going to be flustered or bothered by a run rate or anything like that. But it was a relatively uncharacteristic choice of shot for Luke Proctor there to bring the sweep out. But hey, you've got to be out there to score, haven't you? You can't just stand there and pad back and block back the finger spinner, particularly with everything we've spoken about with this particular game. That's certainly just added an extra few talking points to it, which I don't think either of us thought we were going to get during that afternoon session. It felt like it was all heading one way, and that would have been going for a nice little handshake at some point yesterday, but might still get that. There is every chance, but there's going to be some good cricket and hard cricket played before we get to that stage, if we were to get to that stage. It is Miller who comes out to the middle. He made 9 off 38 in that first innings. He was one of Archie Bailey's wicket, caught a second slip by Cameron Bancroft. A good catch, but he's going to have to face up against Ollie Price and his off breaks to start the innings. That's almost a Yorker for Price, which is turned into the leg side. And Gus Miller gets off the mark first time of asking.
Yep, and that is just good batting, isn't it, from Gus Miller? Keeps the scoreboard ticking and gets his first run off the first delivery faced. There has been another wicket at Derby. Daniel Bell-Drummond dismissed by Zach Chappell for 2. So Kent 65 for 2. Still trailed by 196 runs at the county ground.
Price, the left-handed Vasconcelos, that is swept away. The line was much different to that, to the wicket of Luke Proctor. Ollie Price throws his head back in frustration, and Vasconcelos gets another boundary, moves to 20, takes the score up to 31.
Yeah, it's a loosener, isn't it, there from Ollie Price? Not so much in terms of the length, it's more the line on that occasion. Far too much down the leg side, and we all know Vasconcelos' qualities and calibre. Easy pickings for a player of that talent. So, especially with that short leg side boundary as well, as we just see the replay of that dismissal of Luke Proctor. The eyes lit up for a split second. Was thinking of dispatching that into, well, where the previous ball ended up, in someone's back garden. But as such, didn't get any connection and paid the price as a result.
Yeah, well, Matt Taylor will continue from the David Capel end. It's 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17 for Gloucestershire's opening bowler. Still got 2 slips in place, that of Price and Bancroft at 1 and 2. And there's a pill for LBW, but you could just hear the sound of bat as Gus Miller's squeezed that between his pad. Ball just tailing back into Gus Miller. Oh, that's a good delivery, that, isn't it? He's lucky he got a bit of bat on that, because otherwise that was pretty salmon, that, wasn't it, for Gus Miller?
Yeah, definitely. The inside edge has saved him there. Typical dismissal type, isn't it, for a left-arm seamer coming over the wicket?
Yeah, and wider. And Gus Miller, well, if that's not a statement of intent from Northamptonshire's number 3, I don't know what is. That would have flown through the offside had Gus Miller have connected with that. Still no need for Northamptonshire to do anything silly, is there? That's I think the thing to think about with this third innings. Yes, there is an intent that's required. But it's not a case they want to be bowling tonight, is it?
No, absolutely not. It's controlled aggression, isn't it? It's not a case of going out there and flashing the batter absolutely everything. You're not getting to the point where you require 10 boundaries in the space of 10 overs and you need to force a result tonight. They've still got just over 28 overs left here on day 3. So it's just a case of playing the balls on their merit and trying to grow this current lead.
Yeah, down the leg side, square of the wicket. That's going to run away down towards the super sopper. And that's 4 for Gus Miller. First boundary for Northamptonshire's number 3. Takes the tally up to 35. Lead up to 125. Run rate up just above 4, and that shot there brings about an immediate change in the field as Ben Charlesworth makes his way down to deep square leg. Is on the money from Taylor. There's a big open hole in there on the leg side. There is, I say, Charlesworth at deep square. You've got one fielder at mid-on. As a batter of any standard of cricket, you wouldn't be able to stop your gaze drifting down towards that short leg side boundary, thinking, oh, I could probably just drop kip one over the rope there for a nice little 6. That one is left alone as Taylor just continues to angle the ball back into Gus Miller. End of the over then. 9 now have been completed. It's 35 for 1. Vasconcelos is on 20. Miller on 5. Taylor wicketless as Ollie Price hands his cap back to the umpire.
Yep, and there has been a wicket at Grace Road It's the former Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings, who has been dismissed for 112 from 203 deliveries. Tom Scriven getting the big fish for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. So the Red Rose 215 for 6 in their second innings. They still trail by 36 runs with just 4 wickets remaining. So the Foxes looking to close in on what would be a commanding victory against the Red Rose.
Certainly would. Price drops that short and it's cut away by Vasconcelos. Lancashire's it's a really interesting case study, isn't it? They obviously came to Northamptonshire a couple of weeks ago and lost fairly unceremoniously, having played pretty well for the majority of that game. But that kind of second innings disaster collapse that was led by Calvin Harrison brought about Northamptonshire's first win of the 2025 season, brought about the resignation of the captaincy for Keaton Jennings. Inside edge of Miller there into the pad. But I mean, is there more that needs to be done at Lancashire? Is there a look amongst the coaching staff? Obviously, that change of format could bring about a change of fortune, which I'm sure everybody there will be excited for. But it's not quite gone to plan, has it, for Lancashire in 2025, with what a lot of people would have expected or thought as a quick single taken, chance at the non-striker's end. Miller makes his ground. Vasconcelos calls him through, takes the single. But yeah, interesting times in Manchester.
Depending on which perspective you take, of course. I think for a neutral it is. I think if you're a Lancashire fan, you'll be absolutely crestfallen at the minute because the club have fallen. They've taken a massive nosedive, especially in red ball cricket. It's Price bowls here to Vasconcelos. Waits on that one, just carves it out towards deep point. Let's not forget that in 2022, Lancashire finished second across all competitions. Runners-up in the Championship, finalists in both the One Day Cup and the Blast. And since then, what should have been a golden age up in the Northwest has fallen to tatters. It really is. It's utterly bizarre, to be honest, as Price bowls again to Miller. And you look on paper, you look at some of the names in that team, and of course, some players are away with the likes of Livingston, Salts. I mean, they'll come back into the fold. They had Jimmy Anderson playing last week. And you just go, realistically, they should be competing across formats in 2025.
Yeah.
As Miller smashes that one into short leg. And yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. I've been watching county cricket since 2009. I don't think I've ever seen a Lancashire side so uncompetitive, especially not in red ball cricket. And I still cannot quite work out how things have gone so badly wrong, to be honest. Lancashire are a side who I've got great admiration for. They are one of the most successful sides in the history of county cricket. They're in the top 3. They're behind only Yorkshire and Surrey. And yet, for some reason, in red ball cricket, and this extends back to last season and potentially even parts of 2023 in terms of the defeats, something just is not clicking, and it is one of the great mysteries, I think, in county cricket at the minute. And I can but hope, as someone in a neutral camp in this argument, that it gets resolved sooner rather than later. Because they've got so many talented cricketers, but then again, a lot of them are slipping through the net.
Well, interesting times further up the country. But back to the action here at Wantage Road. It's going to be a change of bowling from the David Capel end, and it's going to be Zaman Akhtar replacing Matt Taylor, and starts with a short ball, which is pulled away by Vasconcelos. He does really well to catch up with that and gets it fine. Beats the fielder at fine leg for another boundary, and Ricardo Vasconcelos moves up to 26.
And this is good to see, isn't it, for Ricardo? Getting runs off the bat here, scoring at an accelerated strike rate, 26 from 32. He's played some nice shots. That one was a little bit looser, wasn't it, from Zaman Akhtar? Very easily dispatched. Fine of Cam Green there at deep fine leg.
Yeah, that one targeting the hip of Vasconcelos, and it's timed nicely into the leg side for just a single. So Miller and Vasconcelos will rotate the strike. Miller 6 off 11. It just looks like Gus Miller has not struggled to figure out the game plan here, but not exactly settled into this tempo.
I've just got a little bit of a score update as well from one of the Division 1 matches. I'll take you through that after this delivery from Actor.
Miller leaving that one well alone.
Yes, it comes from New Road, where Warwickshire have been bowled out for 280. So, unfortunately, Sam Hain remains stranded on 87 not out, but that is some knock from the Warwickshire number 4. So, if Worcestershire are to win that game, they require 327 for the victory. In terms of the other scores, I don't think any further wickets have fallen across either division.
That's nicely timed through the leg side. They're going to look for 2. It's a short leg side, so wisely settle on 1 as Charlesworth makes his way around the boundary rope. For a moment, I thought Gus Miller had timed that well enough to find the boundary, but it isn't. It's just the single. So he moves on to 7. Puts Vasconcelos back on strike. And in comparison to the run rates that we've seen, this is just sat at 4.13 at the moment. Vasconcelos leaves that one alone outside off stump. Lead now 134. 26.2 overs remain in the day. For a quick single there on the offside. So if this were to continue all the way through 2 stumps this evening at that run rate, then with 26 overs remaining, you're looking at a lead of 238 for Northamptonshire. Potentially, as they spend more time in the middle and get in, that run rate could increase, but from what we've seen, 4 feels like it's a bit nosebleed territory, doesn't it? From the 2.5 that we experienced at the start of day 1 and the 3 and a bit that we experienced through Gloucestershire's innings. But I certainly think the outfield's got quicker as the game's gone on. So that's something to bear in mind for whatever number is set by Northamptonshire. Short leg in place in a first slip with Gus Miller on strike for Ollie Price, and there is that man at short leg. It's the captain, Cameron Bancroft. The senior pro under the lid. See that very often, do you? Although I suppose they haven't got the youngster, have they? It'd only be Archie Bailey. And you don't really want to sacrifice your quick bowler under the helmet. Miller, 7 off 15. We noticed, obviously, I've been looking out the window for this stint of bowling for Ollie Price. Have you been checking the monitors, see if there's any great deal of turn coming off the surface for the finger spinner?
Well, so far he's pitched it up quite full, so he just needs to drop it back ever so slightly. I'll keep you updated on that, though, Dana. I've got my eyes peeled.
That isn't going to help your cause, is it at all? As he, again, gets that one up under the eye line, over the eye line, in fact, of Gus Miller. Trying to really tempt a big, expansive shot from Northamptonshire's number 3. Nicely played. And I find this sport so fascinating. It's obvious here that Gus Miller isn't a proficient reverse sweeper. The ball turning back into Gus Miller. There's a short leg side boundary there, offside boundary, which you'd think that he could target given the opportunity, but end of the over. It's a maiden for Ollie Price. The lead remains 134.
Yeah, just looking back on that over, a lot of the deliveries on the fuller length as opposed to the good length. that the majority of spinners operate on. So, yeah, we haven't quite got a definitive answer as to whether or not the turn is more pronounced, but we will, of course, keep our fingers crossed. And we did mention this on the first 2 days, but we are relying heavily on the monitor with regards to those LBW decisions, because we're perched here at around about deep fine legs. So we don't have the best angle, but we will try our best to.
Oh, that's a beauty from Zaman Akhtar. What a brute of a delivery to Vasconcelos, who can do nothing but edge that through to James Bracey. That's almost really risen off the surface for Akhtar. It's not something that we've seen during the course of the game, and Vasconcelos' tough start to 2025 continues, and you can see the frustration for Northampton's opener there. He just throws his head back, and on replay here, we'll get a better look from the other end, but not convinced there's anything Ricardo Vasconcelos could have done there. It's just brushed the glove, isn't it, as it's exploded off the surface. I mean, that's a brute of a delivery that's come from absolutely nowhere from Zaman Akhtar.
Well, that's the reason why he hasn't dropped the gloves there and just popped the bat down and evaded it. It's because we haven't really seen that, especially not from that end. I mean, we've seen a couple from the Lynn Wilson centre end when Harry Conway has pitched a little bit shorter and it's risen slightly off the surface, but the other side of the ground has been a little bit tamer, a little bit more consistent. If anything, that's where the lower deliveries have come from. So, yeah, right, I feel a little bit sorry for Vasconcelos there in terms of the actual manner of the dismissal, but it's an absolute rip snorter from Zaman Akhtar, and what a way to kickstart his second over with the wicket. We'll take another look. I mean, for any fan of fast bowling, you're going to absolutely revel and relish in this one. Just rises up on the left-hander, brushes the gloves. Easy catch for James Bracey. And it is a second wicket to fall as James Sales enters the affray.
He certainly does, in a remarkably similar situation to where he found himself on day one. The score was 40 for 2, and James Sales made his way to the middle. A few more overs had passed, but not by many. The score is 44 for 2. This time he joins Gus Miller as opposed to Luke Proctor on day one. But it was a brilliant innings, wasn't it, for James Sales? Steadied the ship, really, in a time of crisis for Northamptonshire. It was 81 off 166 before he was caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Graham Van Buren, maybe just one that kept a touch lower than what he thought. And that brought about the end of his innings and that partnership with Saif Zabe. But he's out there and he's in the middle and he's on strike. And he drops that one into the gap on the leg side and gets off the mark straight away.
Yep, wickets at Headingley as well as Yorkshire lose a second. Adam Lyth, the latest man to depart there. He's been caught by Kyle Verreynne off the bowling of Liam Patterson-White. Someone formerly of this parish came here on loan, didn't he? LPW.
He did. A couple of games last year.
Yep, so he has got his first on the board in that second innings. Yorkshire require 349 runs in order to secure that victory on home soil.
Down the leg side, and that's untidy from James Bracey. He'll have been disappointed not to have cut that off. It is a bye. Another one of those added to the tally. 46 for 2. Lead of 136. Two slips and a leg slip now to end this over as Sales just opens the face up and runs it down to Cam Green, who's fielding in front of us on the boundary at deep third. Couple of balls left in this over. James Bracey there doing his absolute best to generate a bit of enthusiasm amongst his Gloucestershire teammates. So there isn't a huge crowd in today, is there? There's a few members in that top tier of the Spencer Lounge the other side of the ground for us. Catcher in there on the leg side as well. So Gloucestershire really trying to put some pressure on and turn the screw here, or Northamptonshire. They'll think they're 137 for 2, essentially 8 wickets. Can they pick up any more? Can they really dictate what Northamptonshire are able to set them in this second innings? Just hear that conversation, can't you, through the effects mic? The James Bracey, Ollie Price, keeper and first slip. Fielder goes out a deep backward square. It's defended and can't go past Cameron Bancroft. End of the over. 13 now have been bowled in the third innings. It's 47 for 2. James Sales is on 2. Gus Miller is on 7. As I just said, the leader is 137 with 8 wickets remaining. And it's been a good start to this innings for Gloucestershire, picking up 2 wickets. And on review and reflection, has that taken the glove, or has that just brushed the back shoulder of Ricardo Vasconcelos? He looked disappointed, didn't he, when that finger was raised? But was it because of the tough start to the year he's had, or was it because it's actually just evaded the glove and brushed that back shoulder on the way through to James Bracey? Hard to tell, isn't it, from the end-to-end cameras that we've got? But it was a brute of a ball regardless from Zaman Akhtar, as Ollie Price goes again from the Lynn Wilson centre end. A bit more of a defensive look now that Northamptonshire have lost those couple of wickets.
Well, that was an audacious delivery, that, from Ollie Price. Trying to work it a little bit wider, get it into the rough. See if it can take any wicket turn. Doesn't on that occasion.
It's a nice shot down the ground by James Sales, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. Price threw his arms up in the air, thinking that might have snuck through the gate there of James Sales. What's the report been, Aaron? Have you noticed any significant bite in the surface?
Not really. I think it's been gentle turn as of yet. It's your stereotypical finger spin. Few degrees. It's nothing absolutely out of the ordinary, I'd say, at this stage.
It's a nice shot by James Sales. Beats the man at mid-off, and we'll come back for a second. Archie Bailey keeps the ball in play. Make sure it doesn't get down near the boundary rope. And that is the end of the over. 49 for 2 off 14. Sales is on 4 now, and Miller is on 7.
They certainly are. And yeah, no further wickets taking place in the championship as of yet, but a little bit of a score update in the ODI between the West Indies and Ireland. Ireland in quite a spot of bother at this stage. They've lost 3 early wickets. They're 40 for 3 after 9 overs. Jayden Seales, the man who was playing for Sussex in this year's county championship, has taken all 3 wickets, has figures of 3 for 15 from his 4 overs. So that is some start there for Jayden Seales, and we'll keep you up to date if any more wickets fall across either division of the county championship. But for now, of course, our focus remains firmly here at Wantage Road. Zaman Akhtar got 3 slips in. Deep square leg is brought up into where the circle would be. And here he is coming over the wickets to the right-handed Gus Miller, who leaves that one well alone. Very much a offside heavy field, this, for the right arm seam bowler. Man who graduated from the South Asian Cricket Academy, also known as Saka. Got 6 men on the offside, 3 of which are in the slips cordon. Cam Green is just in front of us. Down at deep third, and then Graham Van Buren and Tom Price, the other men on that side of the field. It's Actor once more, this time to Miller. Attempts a drop shot, but only as far as Graham Van Buren. Simple bit of fielding that for GVB. And in terms of the onside field, a deep fine leg out there at the minute. Spoke about that square leg fielder as well. Mid-on has been brought up into a catching position as well. A little bit shorter, just in front of James Sales at the non-striker's end. Actor it is to Miller. That is a beautiful shot from Gus Miller. All placements on that occasion. Just utilises the bottom hand to excellent effect. Works it away from the lurking Matt Taylor into that wide open space of green grass. And that is the 50 up for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, who lead by 143. 22.3 overs remaining here on day 3. So they look to really add a significant total onto the board. It's Actor to Miller. And Miller punches that one through the covers. There'll be a chase on here for Graham Van Buren. He's a fast man and he'll cut this one off. Think about coming back for a third, and indeed they do. That is some good running between Gus Miller and James Sales, both of whom are rather rapid between the wickets. Lead now stretched to 146. Cameron Bancroft just chopping and changing the field here. What was once a 6-3 now becomes a 5-4. One of the slip fielders taken out. And Sales works that down to Cam Green. Bracey just trundles back to his mark. Next to Ollie Price and Cam Bancroft. 57 for 2 here. Gus Miller on 14, James Sales on 5. Ben Charlesworth is brought back to deep square leg. So a couple of boundary riders on the onside, just in case Actor strays a little bit straight. He's wrapped Gus Miller in front, and that will be given LBW. Umpire raises the finger, and Northamptonshire lose a third. Zaman Actor makes it 2 in 2 overs. Currently has figures of 2 for 16 runs. Northamptonshire fall to 57 for 3, much to the delight of the Gloucestershire fielders, who get around their bowler in celebration. Miller gone for 14 from 27, as we just see the second look on that one. Just lost his shape there, did the Northamptonshire number 3. Lost his balance, didn't he, with his head position. We'll just take a look at it here.
Yeah, that all looks pretty adjacent as well, doesn't it, for Gus Miller? Well, I'll tell you what, Aaron, from a Northamptonshire perspective, I don't think this was part of the plan, was it?
No, it isn't. But then again, you've got to look at the bigger picture here, because 57 for 3 doesn't sound great, does it? No. By any stretch of the imagination. However, when you add those 90 runs which were given as a result of the declaration, 147 for 3 isn't exactly a nightmare. It's not great at this stage because there are runs to be had in this wicket, but they're not in a terrible position, I'd say. And this is a nice moment as well. Adi Sharma comes to the crease for the second time in this game. He was dismissed for 10 in the first innings, but played a couple of very fluent shots. You can just tell sometimes with debutants that the nerves take a while to properly settle. Hopefully he's had that time now. He's done well in the field, and he's a fine young cricketer. He's Adi Sharma. In fact, here in the Lynn Wilson Centre, when you walk up onto that first level of the indoor net, you can see the the age group honours board, and his name is on there for a century against the Warwickshire under-18s. Of course, made 97 on debut for the Buckinghamshire ones, having come up through the age groups in that national county side, and also scored a century on debut for the Northants twos. Can he survive here, though? Won't be on strike for this delivery. It's Ollie Price to James Sales, and Sales flashes the bat at that one, whips it through the covers. Excellent shots. Moves Northants on to 61 for 3. Too short that from Ollie Price, and as a result, it gets the punishments that it deserves.
I don't think anybody will argue with the fact that there's certainly been a big effort on intent here from Northamptonshire to get this scoreboard ticking along and put a number on the board quickly, or quicker than what we've seen so far. So it's kind of when there has been a bad ball, Northamptonshire have really put it away. Whereas I think in that first innings, it was still quite watchful, wasn't it? It was quite timid, but it's in that 6 from Vasconcelos. And I mean, that was absolutely crashed through the covers by James Sales.
And that one over-pitched by Price. Fielder will come across and scoop that up, limit it to 2 runs. It's Ben Charlesworth out there, riding the boundary for Gloucestershire. Score now 63 for 3. Sales again, transfers his weight onto the back foot. Plays that with all the time in the world. Lead now stands at exactly 150 for Northamptonshire. Price to Sharma, strides forward into that one. Oh, Sharma tempted to put the wrist through that one. Ollie Price has head in hands. That will be the end of the over. Sharma survives. So lead now stands still at 150.
There's a bit of jeopardy here, Aaron, if Gloucestershire can pick up another wicket. That's lead of 150, and I'll say only 150. As you said, you can call it 150 for 3 if you'd like, but there's still 21 overs remaining in the day's play. There's so much cricket left here on day 3. Obviously, we started 15 minutes late, didn't we, as the ground staff tidied up from that pretty heavy shower that we had at 9 o'clock-ish this morning. So there's loads of cricket left to be played at 25 past 5 on Sunday afternoon and evening, whichever you'd like to call it. Oh, it's not carried. Sales has tried to guide that past Cameron Bancroft at second slip, and I think it's just got to him on the half volley. Well, what a soft end to an innings that would have been had that a carried. He's played that deliberately, I think. He's really tried to guide it. It's just fallen short of the Gloucestershire skipper.
Yeah, that could have been a big wicket here. There we go. The scoreboard has now updated. 64 for 3. For some reason, that boundary from James Sales hadn't been notched before. We weren't imagining it. He had indeed crashed it through the covers for 4. That's a nice short ball and a good reaction there from the Gloucestershire fielders. Of course, it was that spicy short ball which saw the end of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Just keeps Adi Sharma on his toes. It's almost a welcome to first-class cricket, this, for the young man, just 19 years old, from Milton Keynes. Definitely one of the most highly touted batting prospects in this neck of the woods, though. Taxer to Sharma, slightly aerial. Well short of the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, there's a nod to the fact that that bumper beforehand just did its job, didn't it? Adi Sharma was just hanging on the back foot there a little bit, wasn't quite prepared to commit to go forward against Zaman Akhtar, and it did just float in the air for a while to the fielder at mid-on. Played it with pretty hard hands as well, didn't he?
Well, that is dismissive from Adi Sharma. Excellent shots. And it goes all the way for 6. Gives Zaman Akhtar a bit of tap on that particular delivery. Just stand and deliver stuff from the 19-year-old. Bang.
What a way to get off the mark. It's like swatting flies at a barbecue, wasn't it? Just no real movement for Adi Sharma at all there. Just picked up the length straight away and deposited him over square leg for 6.
Yeah, some shot that, and straight away it brings about the change in field. Miles Hammond comes in at square leg. The boundary rider is brought a little bit finer. He's now at deep backward square leg. So they're not quite in line with one another. A little bit of adjacency there. Here is Akhtar to Sharma once more. It's a nice response, that, from Zaman Akhtar. Couple of wickets falling at Grace Road as well. Lancashire now in quite a bit of peril. 240 for 8. Still trailed by 8 runs with just 2 wickets remaining. And it's the England duo of Josh Hull and Rehan Ahmed who have got the wickets in that one. Always like to see Rehan Ahmed in the wickets. Speaking of talented young players in this country, he definitely fits that category. So too does his brother Farhan at Nottinghamshire. Here is Akhtar to Sharma. Well played, that.
There's been another one fall at Derby as well. Aaron Ben Compton's been dismissed by Pat Brown. Caught Caleb Jewell for 49. So it's Jack Leaning and Tawanda Muyeye in the middle for Kent. And they still trail by 159 runs against Derbyshire. It's so close, isn't it? That Division 2 from 2nd down to 5th. There's, what, 27 points between the two sides?
Yep. How about Glamorgan as well? 3 wins in the last 3 matches. Tell you what, that is some confidence boost. But of course, the challenge there is to keep it up after those T20 Blast fixtures. As Archie Bailey comes on to bowl for the first time in this second innings. Was impressive in the first innings. Took the wickets of Gus Miller, Luke Proctor. Also got Saif Zabe out as well. Finished with 3 wickets to his name. How he would love to add to that collection here by getting the wickets of James Sales and or Adi Sharma. Here is Bailey to Sales. Just rises up on the bounce that time, does Sales to work it out to deep square leg. Zaman Akhtar doing the fielding on that delivery.
Yeah, and with this bit of extra zip and bounce in the surface, maybe that's just prompted Cameron Bancroft to throw the ball to Archie Bailey, and have seen from both ends with the success that Zaman Akhtar's got from the David Capel end. Saw Harry Conway bowled with really good pace, didn't we, from this end earlier on today.
Well, that will be a drop and run there for Adi Sharma. Good call from the youngster just to put the fielder under pressure. Of course, I think the headline from today is, of course, Cam Green. For that spectacular 118 not out. Really was the standout. He was the star, wasn't he? Unsurprisingly, it has to be said, of course, it was one of the marquee signings in the Championship this season, and what a way that is to potentially round out what has been a very memorable 5-game stint. Of course, there's still time in this game for him to bat again, depending on how Northamptonshire go about this. Lead stands at 163, Sales on 14, Sharma on 7 from 8. I mean, in the ideal scenario, he would love for that to help contribute to a victory for Gloucestershire and keep them in the mix in that promotion battle. As Archie Bailey bounds here to James Sales. Only as far as Hammond at points. And conversely, of course, for Harry Conway, it's the end of his 4-game spell at Northamptonshire. He would love to get the winning wickets, wouldn't he? Has been a real live wire for the Tudor Rose, and I think he's left a real mark, to be honest, on both spectators and teammates alike. So let's wait and see what happens in this one. Still plenty to play for on that 4th and final day on Bank Holiday Monday. It's Archie Bailey to James Sales. It's another very risky shot from Sales. They ran the first one very quickly, but so too did the Gloucestershire fielders converging on that one. Restricts it to just the 1 run taken. Cam Green just having a word with the 2 fielders out there in terms of the actual placement. I think they're happy for the time being to keep them where they were. Got a fielder just forward of deep square leg. Samanaksa out there on the boundary rope. It's Bailey bowls here to Sales, and that one is met on the defensive, which will signal the end of over number 18. Northamptonshire 74 for 3. That lead stands at 164 runs with 19 overs remaining in the day's play.
Still so much cricket left, isn't it, to play? We finished at 6 o'clock yesterday. I don't think there's much chance of that happening this evening. I think we're going to be in for the long stint. So it could be a case of folks who are listening get the dinner on. I think you're going to be being able to prepare that before close of play this evening.
Well, just looking here, Ed Middleton is back on, just in front of us here at deep third. James Sales just assesses the field placement here, still a 6-3 field. Actor bowling here too. Sales, will it be caught on the second attempt? No, it won't. It's been shelled. It's Cam Green. The man we called Bucket Hands has dropped one. And that could prove to be a huge moment in this game for Gloucestershire. It's a regulation take. It was at a very catchable height. If anything, he almost looked surprised by that. The fact that it whistled across to him, rushed the hands into position, and it burst through. Goodness me.
I think Sales again has tried to run that down to deep third for a single. Oh my word, everything is happening here. That has flown past Miles Hammond at point, and Adi Sharma's going to add 2. So Sales was dropped on the first ball, ran through for 1. Sharma then has just evaded a flying Miles Hammond at backward point for 2. I think that first one, genuinely, if you watch the replay back, Sales has just opened the face up of that and run it off there, which potentially has surprised Cam Green with the speed it's got to him, but it's hit his hands so hard. You could hear the impact, the thud really through the effects mic, but nearly got himself in an incredible position to take it on the second go. And there's a bit of a spray there, I think, from Zaman Akhtar to Adi Sharma. But I'm curious, I'm fascinated by this, Aaron. Like, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall in that Northamptonshire dressing room with regards to have the batting unit been told about a run rate or an intent or something, because they feel like they're going incredibly hard at this. And I, from a distance and from an amateur perspective, I just don't know. I think it might be a little bit too hard.
Another short, sharp delivery that from Zaman Akhtar. Yeah, it feels a little bit rushed, I think, at this current interval. As we said before, there's plenty of time here. 18 overs still left in the plate. It's not a case of having to smash every single delivery. I know that we saw Vasconcelos have some early success, and we've also seen Zaman Akhtar himself come out here and start giving it a little bit of a whack. But Sharma, that's a very nice shot. Goes aerial. It'll take a few bounces as Graham Van Buren hares after. He's a fast man. He's not that fast. You need another few miles per hour in the legs to safely collect that one. As such, it is another boundary off the blade of Adi Sharma. That's good to see as well, the attacking intent. But again, now that that shot's been played, the next delivery doesn't necessarily have to be a big 4 or a big 6. You can play within your own means here.
Yeah, well, I suspect if Zaman Akhtar has his way, this is going to be targeting the badge on Adi Sharma's helmet. He's certainly been in this contest with the young man, hasn't he? It's in the hip, and it's well played by Adi Sharma, who will keep the strike. And I think that conversation between batter and bowler just continued at the end of the over. Sharma now on 13.
Yep, and he's played that very nicely, and that was sensible cricket. The fact is, it was there in theory. If he wanted to take on the pull shot, he could have gone aerial, but he didn't. He played it into the grounds. He just kept the rotation of the strike, kept that scoreboard ticking, and that was very good from the youngster. That was the one downfall, wasn't it, that ultimately cost his wickets. He was chasing a few additional runs in that first innings and saw the short ball from Charlesworth. The eyes lit up. He went for the pull shot. It's something which I spoke about almost in our scout report of him as a bat. He's very good at it. But there's a time and a place. As Bailey bowls to Sharma here. Manipulates the ball off the face of the bat. Just utilises the pace of a fellow right arm seam of Archie Bailey, as he did against Zaman Akhtar. Moves that score on to 83 for 3. And this now is very watchable cricket. It really is. And the reason we say that is because everything seems to be happening. It doesn't have to at this stage, of course, but the way in which Northamptonshire are going about this is raising a few eyebrows, just because they seem intent to properly hammer home the initiative. Bailey bowls here to Sales. That one played a lot more resolutely by the young all-rounder. And this is a great experience as well for these two cricketers, of course. Sales, the more experienced of the pair, but potentially this is the future of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club out in the middle here. James Sales, I mean, we saw that century last season. That was special. That was one of those knocks where you look back on that and go, you know what, here is a talent. Adi Sharma as well. He's showing glimpses so far. He scored 25 runs in the game as a whole. As Bailey bowls here to Sales, again, it's not the best shot, that from Sales. Just lost his shape on that occasion. But this right here is a good scenario. It's a good learning curve, isn't it, for two players against not the fieriest of Gloucestershire attacks. They don't have the likes of Ajit Singh Dale and Marchant Delanga, but with Akhtar having his tail up and Archie Bailey bowling nicely, it's a good challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I echo all of those points. And that's going to go down to fine leg for a boundary. It's going to be signalled as leg byes. Northamptonshire won't particularly care how they come, but the lead goes up to 177. It is a fascinating period. I certainly didn't. I don't think you did, and I'm not convinced many others did, but I didn't see this. I didn't see 4.5 runs and over for this little session. It's fascinating. We had a great chat with Darren Lehman earlier today about the fact that they were going to look to set that game up and be aggressive and be prepared to lose if that means chasing that victory. But he also said about the youngsters learning and wanting to get better. And it's almost a case of, well, have the youngsters been sent out there to almost figure it out?
Potentially. Potentially, that is a good point. And of course, there is still batting here for Northants. Safe Zabe was the hero of that first innings. Also, still got George Bartlett, Lewis McManus, Calvin Harrison, who himself scored 63 in that first knock, and Liam Guthrie chipped in with 33. So it's not the be-all and end-all for these two. Sales flirts with that one down the leg side, doesn't get any bat on ball, and as such, that will be the conclusion of over 20. Northants 87 for 3, but just feels as though it could just do with being retracted a little bit at this stage. It doesn't have to be this accelerated. You got just under 4s at this stage for the next 17 overs, and you're still adding decent runs. You're still looking at a lead well plus of 200. So it's just a case of whether that scenario is something which has been talked about. Is it a case of go out there for the final few overs? Let's really go hammer and tongs and try and have as much as we can on day 4. But yeah, that remains to be seen. Also, a little bit of an update. The league leaders have extended their lead at the top of the table. Leicestershire have beaten Lancashire by an innings and 3 runs at Grace Road. So challenging times for Lancashire, whose situation goes from bad to worse. And depending on the result here, they could find themselves back at the bottom of Division 2 at the end of this 7th round. So, yeah, for the Red Rose, the T20 blast really couldn't come quickly enough. As Tom Price comes into bowl here to Adi Sharma.
It's an interesting change, isn't it? 5 overs, 2 for 31 for Zaman Akhtar. So, he was getting a bit of tap, but he picked up 2 wickets there, bowling some pretty brutish deliveries. I thought he might have had one more in his legs there.
Potentially, he might be being saved, though, just for
a burst at the end.
A final burst at the end, exactly. That's my thinking from Cam Bancroft. Just a little bit later on in the piece. Here is Price to Sharma. But no, I completely see your point, because at least for this over, it's a little bit of a reprieve in terms of the style of bowling that you're facing from Tom Price. Of course, he has still got a pretty pertinent short ball in the locker, but it's not the same ferocity as when it comes from Zaman Akhtar. All depends on how Adi Sharma plays him, though. And that one comes off the outside edge of the bat. Very much the shoulder of the willow. Trickles over to Cam Green, who cuts across from deep third. Just be a single as Sharma moves on to 16, and the score goes up to 88 for 3.
A bit of extra Essex have been bowled out. 479 they scored in the 3rd innings. So Surrey, in the time remaining, will require 417 at the Oval. Yorkshire still 3 down, 315 required for themselves, and Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets. 26 for 2, still trailing by 301.
Price it is to Sales, who, not for the first time today, just deviates the ball out to deep square leg for another single. Out of interest, who got the 2nd wicket there at New Road? I know that Jake Libby was dismissed by Chris Rushworth.
That'll be the Wizard then.
Oh, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, he's picked up the 2nd one in his return to cricket. He'll have that England Lions series to look forward to, won't he, against India A here and also down at Canterbury, as he continues to make his way back towards that test team.
Here is Price. Sharma compact in defence there. And of course, for anybody whose ears may have just lit up as a result of that chat about the England Lions, of course, you can watch Freddie Flintoff's side taking on India A in that 4-day match right here at Wantage Road. Starts on Friday, the 6th of June. It's the 2nd match in the series, the first one being played on the 30th of May, I believe, Friday, which will feature down in Canterbury. That's at the Spitfire Ground. And for those interested in attending the match here at Wantage Road, tickets are £10 for adults and £5 for under 18s, as Tom Price Ball's here to Sharma. There's an appeal from the bowler as James Bracey pursues that delivery down the leg side. And that will be leg buys as opposed to runs off the bats from Adi Sharma. So that will signal the end of the over. Northamptonshire moving on to a score of 90 for 3 at the end of 21. James Sales on 17 and Adi Sharma on 16.
Yep, 180-run lead now for Northamptonshire with 7 wickets remaining in this innings. Going to be a trial by seam, isn't it, by Gloucestershire for this period of time. There are 16 overs remaining in the day, so probably be getting on towards 6:45 before we draw a conclusion to the day's play. It could be a bit more spin, but with the joy that the seamers are finding at the moment, I think that's unlikely. Sharma's on strike, and he is beaten by Archie Bailey as Bracey just juggles that one into the gloves to tidy it up. I think that's the bit that's quite perplexing with the way that Northamptonshire are going at it. If they're going hard at it, completely understand it. You could look to crash that ball kind of through point and target that short offside boundary. But that by Adi Sharma was just a bit of a poke in an attempt to try and find bat on ball, wasn't it? It's a real interesting and fascinating period of play as that one there is defended back to the bowler by Sharma. "21 overs have been bowled in the inning, so you'd think that the benefit of the heavy roller is beginning to wear off, and then also the lacquer of this Duke's cricket ball as well, which was of course replaced, wasn't it, after 3.5 overs as Vasconcelos deposited it in one of the back gardens. That's a big drive, and it's flown over Cameron Bancroft at second slip. I don't know whether he's got a fingertip to it. He checks the fingernails to make sure and see whether they're all still there. So I suspect he did, but it's 4 to Adi Sharma. He's 20 off 23, and that is a flashing drive by the young Northamptonshire number 5. He's going to take the lead up to 184. But Jesus, he's thrown everything at that.
Yes, he did. He did, and again, just losing his shape ever so slightly. Hard hands at the ball, but on that occasion, fortune was on his side, and as such, he goes on to 20 from 23. Just beginning to build a nice little knock here is Adi Sharma.
He is. Bailey's in and targets the stumps, and that's whipped over square leg for another 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Sharma. Up to 24 now. The lead 188. Just going 2 straight there, Bailey. Trying to find the front pad, and Sharma just waits and whips that leg stump half volley over square leg for 4. Well, that first one, the first boundary there was the classic kind of old chap on the village bench, wasn't it? Well, if you're going to flash hard. And he exactly did that and nearly took Cameron Bancroft down to the boundary with him. Was the power and the velocity behind that shot. He's 24 off 24 now. 15.2 overs remain. And that is beaten this time, and he disappointingly withdraws the bat back from the ball. Just under 4.5 runs per over in this third innings, which, if that were to continue, would take the lead up to 255. Nicely timed into the offside, but no run to end the over. So 8 runs from it, all off the bat of Adi Sharma. It's 98 for 3. 22 overs have been bowled with 15 remaining in the day.
Yep, and that over pretty much had it all, didn't it, to be honest? I mean, a cracking shot, penultimate delivery, wasn't it, from Sharma? And, of course, that half chance for Cam Bancroft would have been an absolute perler if he would have got more of a hand on it. But Yeah, Northamptonshire inching ever closer to a 200-plus run lead. So maybe that prediction, of 300s with around about, 70-odd overs to go, 300 plus, actually wasn't too far away from the ballpark at this stage. Of course, the 15 overs remaining today, they have to be navigated and negotiated, but depending on how Northants go here, if they can limit the damage in the wickets column, again, we could be set up for a rather rip-roaring fourth day.
Yeah, we could indeed, as Sales defends that one from Tom Price. It will be that balance, won't it, of the right time to pull out with the right number and the right amount of overs left. It feels like a pitch that if you want to just sit in and bat, it doesn't feel that challenging. It's when you're really trying to accelerate and that ball's just holding a touch is when you find yourself in a little bit of danger. See Gloucestershire there have just strengthened that slip cording for James Sales. With those ones that he's tried to run down to deep third for singles. It's Cam Green in at gully. That one in on the leg side, and that's going to go in front of square. They're going to look for a couple, and they will come through and complete it. Well run by Adi Sharma.
Yeah, very well run indeed. And it's been a good day for Adi Sharma so far. Was very sharp and alert in the field, and now this will give him some great confidence as well, won't it? As Northamptonshire reach 3 figures in this innings, 100 for 3. Lead stretched to 190 at this stage.
Yeah, it's raced along, hasn't it, at the start of this? And there's a big appeal for LBW. All eyes on the umpire. Says no. There were a couple of noises. Worth having a look back on replay there, whether it was bat or what had happened here. Here is the replay front on. That was back in. It's not a terrible shout, that, I don't think, from Tom Price.
No, I don't think it is. I think the presence of that second noise probably has saved him there, actually.
Encouraging, though, for Gloucestershire. The ball just continuing to tail and swing gently. Sales uses the bat this time. Yeah, the lead of 190. Particularly in the last 15 minutes or so, the scoring rate has rattled along for Northamptonshire. And that'll be the thing with Northamptonshire, with the time that they will want left, is if there comes a time where Gloucestershire elect to shut up shop and just bat the day out, potentially is how that might kind of transpire. Is they're going to want as many overs as they possibly can on day 4 in order to try and pick up 10 Gloucestershire wickets, which proved, well, they weren't able to do that in the second innings. They only managed to pick up 8. And it does feel that if you are of a defensive mindset here, with the pace of the pitch and the slow turn and the potentially wouldn't be the hardest task to shut shop and survive a day's play. But I think unless something crazy happens, Aaron, we are going to be here right until the last knockings tomorrow evening on Monday. Bank holiday Monday, of course. So those of you that are enjoying the day off and hopefully looking forward to some sunshine in Northampton, we're not 100% sure yet, but get yourself down to the cricket. Why not have a fantastic day watching first-class cricket here between 2 really well-balanced sides on what's going to be an incredibly fascinating day's play. Day 4 between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire at Wantage Road. Get your tickets on the gate, get them online, get them however you can.
Yeah, just get your tickets. I think that's the message, isn't it, to be honest? I mean, all of a sudden, the game has burst into life, hasn't it? We've got all 3 or potentially 4 results possible on day 4 tomorrow as Bailey bowls here. And that is a genuine edge, and it is taken at first slip. That is a wicket for Archie Bailey. Adi Sharma, well, he was flirting and dancing with danger, wasn't he? And on that occasion, his luck, unfortunately, has run out. He goes for 24 from 27 deliveries. He's shown flashes of brilliance, though. I think that he can hold his head high at the end of this game. 34 runs across the 2 innings, but yeah, on that occasion, That is a good catch from Ollie Price, and as a result, Northamptonshire lose a fourth. The home side 100 for 4 in this, the 24th over.
It's another one there that potentially he's just got a bit big on Adi Sharma. Couldn't do anything but get the outside edge on that as it carries through nicely to Ollie Price at first slip. Good catch, 24 off 26 for Northamptonshire's debutant to go with his 10 off 18 in the first innings. Yes, it's 100 for 4 exactly. But the way the wickets have fallen with that 90-run lead, it's now 190 for 4, essentially, for Northamptonshire as Saif Zaid makes his way out to the middle to join James Sales. It was these two that did the damage, wasn't it? These two that built that partnership. It was 81 off 166 for Sales and 159 off 241 for the left-handed Saif Zaid. Now, if there's a man required for a bit of quick runs and upping the ante, there's going to be nobody in this batting lineup more qualified than Saif Zaid to take on these Gloucestershire bowlers and really try and accelerate and move the game along and give Northamptonshire as long as possible in order to bowl Gloucestershire out. Gloucestershire, though, 6 wickets remain in the innings. And at the moment, with the time left in the game, 190 isn't going to be enough. So they will feel enthused by their evening's work so far. What that number gets to before they begin to feel less enthused, I haven't been able to work that one out, to be quite honest with you, as Zaid gets off the mark straight away, just turns it off the hip. A nice hit ball. Thank you very much, Archie Bailey. Get off 0.
Yeah, that's a nice way for Saif Zaid to get off the mark, isn't it? To be honest, nice and comfortable. Score 101 for 4. Keeps it moving along. But yeah, these 13 overs now really do bear a lot of importance, don't they? Because if Gloucestershire can make, another 2, potentially 3 breakthroughs here, really is game on day 4.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, that's nicely timed by James Sales. Straight at Zaman Akhtar, though, at mid-on, who, interestingly, has got the long sleeve shirt on. So I don't know if that's an indication of the day's work is done for Zaman Akhtar, or whether he would make his way off and switch the shirts around again. You don't see many seamers run in with the long sleeve on, do you? Left alone with an ooh and an ah from Ollie Price. But then again, hey, why not? Why can't a fast bowler run in and wear a long sleeve shirt? $101 for 4, the score. Lead of 191. 13.2 overs remaining in the day's play. That one again, left alone. And I just wonder with being 4 down here with 13 to go, does that just pin Northamptonshire back a little bit? Or do they just keep going at the rate or the intensity that they have done through the evening? Because as you said, if they lose another couple here, it actually looks, or begins to look, a little bit ugly for Northamptonshire.
It does, and I think the answer to that question lies in this partnership. Because, of course, there is still McManus and Harrison still to come afterwards, as Bailey bowls here to Sales, who's tight with his defence on that occasion. It feels like if one of these two, especially Zaid, if he goes, then I think we will see Northampton just retreat a little bit with regards to this approach. I mean, that run rate, 4.21, it's not sky high, but in the wider context of the game, it really is. That is accelerated compared to what we've seen on this, first 2 to 3 days. So, yeah, I think this is the partnership. I feel like if one of these two goes in the next, 5, 6 overs, 13 remain in the day's play, then I feel like we'll see just Northants beginning to get back and shutting up shop, as you put it a little bit earlier on, Dan. I feel like they'll just stop this rate of run scoring to the same extent.
Yeah, well, Save is on strike. Tom Price continuing from the David Capel end with 13 overs remaining in the day. 2 slips still in place. Save defends that one into the offside as Ben Charlesworth at point just starts to try and loosen up those shoulders for what looks like will be his first spell of this innings.
Well, that could be rather ominous, couldn't it, for Northants? Spoke about his golden arm, quote unquote, and he did get the wicket of Sharma in that first innings, which left Northamptonshire a little bit at sea on 57 for 4. Also got the wicket of George Bartlett, so he'll be full of confidence at this stage.
Yeah, and that's nicely timed by Save up to mid-on. So he's certainly not looking to just absorb pressure at the moment, is he? The Northants left-hander. His confidence should be as high as it ever has been in his career. 3 first-class hundreds in the calendar year for Northamptonshire. Joint highest amongst anybody in the country, with Cam Green being another who scored 300s. Defended once again. $101 for 4. 12 and a half to go. Kind of feels like if the intent is still there for Northamptonshire, potentially spin isn't the option with Save and that short-sided boundary here. He's adept at the reverse sweep and the orthodox sweep. In fact, there's not many that he can't play, Save. One of, I think it would be fair to say, the most 360 cricketers on the domestic circuit. Which we'll see in action here for the Steelbacks in about a week's time.
Yeah, that is definitely something which I can agree with. Has every single shot in the locker, doesn't he? And of course, I don't think we'll see this against Tom Price, but against spin, he does have the reverse sweep in the locker as well.
Yeah, but at the moment, just happy and content to defend the good balls from Tom Price. It's certainly going to be a bowling change, isn't it? Because Charlesworth is definitely going through the motions there, making sure he's ready to go. Probably at the end of this over to replace Archie Bailey. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 13, although you'd think Archie Bailey could have one more in there, couldn't he, with that, the way how well that he's bowled, that bit of extra lift, although he got the wicket of Sharma on there off the inside edge. Save, just behind square leg. Will enable the left-hander to get one more, keep the strike, take the score up to 102 for 4 after 25 overs, and the lead 192. There are 12 remaining in the day.
Yep, and if we just extrapolate this then, so 12 overs remaining in the day's play, that's 48 runs, would have the lead at exactly 240. That'd be quite good, I think, for Northants, because in our hypothetical scenario, of course, 2 overs would be lost as a result of the innings change. But even so, 60 runs in 14 overs with wickets still in the shed is more than possible. The only question, of course, remains, is 80 overs the mark? Because 380 overs on this wicket, I think is achievable, to be honest. It's just whether or not Northants see it that way.
I think they will. And I think the way that they've scored the runs here, yes, they've lost 4 wickets, but they'll have noticed here that the outfield has got quicker and that you can potentially just put your hands through the ball a little bit more if you want to. But it is Charlesworth replacing Bailey from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Zabe just has a little fiddle at that one as it goes past the off stump as Golden Arm nearly strikes again for Gloucestershire. But yeah, it's a fascinating situation, isn't it? you'd think 300 across 3 sessions tomorrow. You'd go, well, it's going to be tough going. It's 100 runs a session, doable, but clearly they're not going to declare overnight. That's not going to be in the mindset. But yeah, I don't know. That's carved away through the offside. Strokes, in fact, through points. Splits the two fielders there and saves Zabe. Gets 4 and moves up to 6. But I don't know. I might be wrong with 80. I've been wrong in the past, and I'd certainly be wrong again. But it just felt like the immediate number that maybe because it's simple. Maybe that's because it just works out quite nicely. But yeah, 300 off 80. Assuming they don't lose any more wickets this evening. That's the big caveat here.
Yeah, that is the caveat.
Gloucestershire are, well, they're in this game, aren't they? 196 for 6, or sorry, for 4, essentially, Northamptonshire, with 6 wickets remaining. These two in the middle, Sales and Zabe, Bartlett as well, McManus and Harrison and Guthrie. So there is power to add. There is a bit more tax in this batting lineup yet. But I don't think Northampton can afford to lose another 1 or 2 this evening. Because I think then tomorrow morning just looks a bit tricky, doesn't it? It's one of those, I think if it's 4 down, I think the option is just a twist tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. But if you potentially end up 6 down, you're in that kind of tricky period. Are you a case of stick in there and try and take more time out of the game? Try and limit the amount of overs that Gloucestershire have got left. That's again through the offside across the square. That's going to be a long chase out there. There's 3 Gloucestershire fielders converging on it, and they will win the race this time, and it will just be 2 added to the score. It's almost like in the genuine context of the game, and this is if everybody wants to play along to the same game and the hymn sheet, is actually Northamptonshire 4 down overnight is probably quite good for Gloucestershire as well, because it will enable that declaration to potentially come a bit quicker tomorrow morning than if they were 6 down, unless Gloucestershire, of course, could roll through the final 4 early in the piece. That's the other equation. But it feels like from a neutral perspective, it feels good for the game if Northamptonshire are 4 down overnight. That one's defended into the offside. So the score is 108 for 4. And the lead is 198 now. Sales is on 19. He'll be on strike, and Zabe is on 8.
Yep, so the partnership still very much in the budding stages, stands at just 8 runs, but feels like this is the big one, doesn't it? Especially for Northamptonshire, because we know exactly what Safe Zabe is capable of. We saw that in the first innings, a career best 159, the first time that he surpassed 150 in the professional game. And I mean, I'm not expecting anything to that degree, of course, because that would be quite extraordinary if he scores 150, but even if it's a half century, just continue to grow this lead. That would be absolute gold dust at this stage. So, yeah, Safe Zabe's wickets, I think for Gloucestershire, is the most pertinent one. And here is Bailey bowling here to James Sales.
Yep, so a change of ends for Archie Bailey, then replacing Tom Price, who had a 3-over spell from the David Capel end, just went for 5 runs, but just feels like that extra pace, extra height that's available elsewhere in that Gloucestershire bowling lineup might be the key at the moment, particularly from that David Capel end that Zaman Akhtar got reward for, and Bailey 4 overs, 1 for 13 as well. That's just kept low and beaten everybody. That's horrible for James Bracey. It's got to him on about the 3rd bounce, isn't it? As it's almost rolled along the surface. Now that as a batter is something you're not going to want to see. But as a bowler, you're going to be quite excited about that.
Yep, it's just the direction, isn't it? On that occasion, it was far too wide outside the off stump. If that kind of delivery happens when you're bowling stump to stump, wicket to wickets, very, very different ball game, isn't it? I mean, you either have the hurried defence or you get the LBW or bowled into play. So, yeah, that's just a little bit ominous for Northamptonshire from this end.
Yeah, takes the lead up over 200. And it was something that Darren Lehman mentioned in the afternoon, wasn't it? He thought that he might have seen a couple more misbehave. So that'll be something that excites the head coach of Northamptonshire as well. $112 for 4 now, the score. Always feels harsh, doesn't it, for the umpire to stick their arm up for buys there, as that's just rolled along the grass and it's beaten James Sales, genuinely beaten Sales this time from Bailey. And it will just plant a seed of doubt in the mind of James Sales. He's seen a few just pop off the surface and he's just seen one roll along the grass as well. So probably likely to be a little bit more tentative with his body movements and weight transfer and maybe slightly more reluctant to get forward. It will be a little bonus, a little win for Bailey, despite the fact it trickled off for 4 buys. Almost goes Yorker there, which Sales tries to guide past Hammond. Final ball of Bailey's over then will leave 10 overs in the day's play. So I think I predicted 6:45, but I think we're going to be much closer to 7 o'clock here at Wantage Road, aren't we, on day 3? Which again, I realised we started 15 minutes late, but we've seen a lot of spin bowled. I'm a little bit perplexed as to how we've got to 7 o'clock, to be completely honest with you.
Yep, I'm in exactly the same boat, to be honest. That's a much better shot from James Sales. Gets that guided off the bat face down towards Cam Green, zips it into Bracey, and that will be a single to round out the over. So Northamptonshire 113 for 4 after 27. 10 overs remain in the day's play as that lead stretches to 203.
Yeah, just moving along, isn't it, the game? I am curious. I'm genuinely curious about a moment if Northamptonshire get to a point that they pull out. It'll make for a very, very interesting, or it could make for a very, very interesting final day. It's going to be Ben Charlesworth from the Lynn Wilson centre end to continue. The first over went for 6. Those square drives from the left-handed safe save doing the damage, but he's got the right-hander James Sales on strike. Short side is the offside, but there is protection out there. There's 2 men on the boundary, 1 down at deep square leg. So this is the way that field is just spread a touch from Gloucestershire, I think, is just a nod to they're just conscious and aware of the fact that that run rate and that lead is just creeping up. And as I say, they won't want too many, will they, to try and chase down in however many overs that they're set or given or earned tomorrow morning. That's an inside edge from Sales, which is going to run down to Cam Green for a single. Pushes that lead up to 204.
It is even more perplexing when you have a look at the over rate as well, +5.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not been slow, has it? I mean, we've seen a couple of delays, and actually something to factor probably would have been the pause we had when Guthrie went down injured.
Yes, yeah, and there was a bit of a pause and confusion after Vasconcelos deposited the one in the Gardens as well. So there have been those moments, but nice shot, safe save. Over pitched really from Charlesworth, and safe save just leant on it, blocked it really for a single. Down to Cam Green on the cover boundary. So the lead up to 205. 9.5 overs remaining in the day's play. Again, we've been fortunate here, haven't we? We haven't been affected by the weather other than that 15 minutes this morning. There was talk of some showers during the day, but we've avoided them. We have been able to get the full complement of overs in, which is good to see. The floodlights are available if they're needed, if we get to a stage later on this evening. With about 45 minutes to go, 9.5 overs left, but I think we'll be okay. I think it's breaking up as it's making its way over the cricket ground. Tomorrow could be a different story, but it does feel like every weather forecast you look at changes. Oh, that's a full toss down the leg side. And I think that's going to be a no ball for the Heights as the umpire chases his hat away at deep square leg as it nearly makes the boundary as well. Nicely put away by James Sales. That's one of those deliveries that for a second you get a bit panicked, don't you, as a batter? You think, where on earth is that going to go? As it is, it just dips into the hip and it's tucked around the corner and it's given away for 4 free runs as the square leg umpire makes his way back, having retrieved his Panama. Just pats himself on the head once more just to affix the hat back into position. Charlesworth then. I think that would have been what the official warning as well for Charlesworth. It wasn't particularly dangerous, was it? It was just ended up being about a hip-high full toss for James Sales, but just obviously slipped out the hand. He's got a lot of tape, isn't he, on that bowling hand? Whether that would have had any impact or not. That's a bit of life off the surface. And, oh, look at that. As I mentioned, the floodlights that are available, they're just starting to warm up and make sure that we do get the full complement of 9 overs in for the remainder of day 3.
Yep, absolutely. That lead now stands at 211. I was just looking through the scores on the doors. I don't think there's too much to update on, to be honest. It's the end of the day's play at the Oval. Surrey 32 for none. They require 386 for victory on the 4th and final day in the capital. There has actually been another wicket, though, up at Headingley. Yorkshire 164 for 4 as Bailey charges in here to safe save, leaves that well alone outside the off stump. And it is Liam Patterson-White, who I can only describe as he's on a tear at the minute. 3 for 21 from 10 overs, including 2 maidens. So that is some going from the man called LPW.
Do you go to the same nickname school as
Graham
GVB?
Van
Yeah.
I think that may have been the case. Here is Archie Bailey. That one attempted to be driven crisply back past the bowler for no run. Just had a look at a couple of the comments in the YouTube live stream, and yeah, some encouragement there for Adi Sharma. I must say, I think he's got a very bright future. He really has. He's very highly thought of, or thought of, and highly touted in this region, and yeah, very respected for those who've worked with him on the pathway at both Northamptonshire and at Buckinghamshire. As Bailey bowling here to save Zabe. He just has something about him. You know, you just see this with certain cricketers, and I imagine we'll see this the more that he plays. But honestly, his pull shot, especially in white ball cricket, when he gets a proper crack of the bat, a nice meaty connection on the willow of the blade. I mean, it is something to behold. And pre-season, I mean, he was tonking it back all over the place. So, yeah, remember the name Adi Sharma. Certainly someone to keep a close eye out on. Is Bailey testing the outside edge of safe Zabe on that occasion?
It's really just starting to zip through, isn't it, on day 3? Pitch that has been pretty docile for the seamers up to now just seems to be coming to life. Whether those floodlights have had any impact on that at all, but Conway was able to get a little bit more out of it than what he was able to on day 2, and as was Zaman Akhtar earlier on this evening. Bailey just backing that point up.
Quick drop and run here for the Northants batters. That's good running between Sales and Zabe. One of those situations where, as the duo in the middle, you've got to make that call early and you've got to commit. Any sign of hesitation, you pause for a split second and it's danger, it's trouble. So that was good running by the pair there. Something that was characteristic of their partnership in the first innings as well. I thought they manipulated the field and rotated the strike incredibly well. That 148 partnership, the partnership which you can argue has brought Northamptonshire into this game. Sales defends that into the covers. You can just see a few shadows appearing now on the surface. Whether or not the umpires will convene at some point in the next 10 to 15 minutes remains to be seen. I'm just having a peer out of the window. There are a few ominous grey clouds appearing over Northampton town centre. Let's wait and see, though. Could even get to the stage where, if that is the case and light is beginning to become a factor, whether or not you just see some spin to round out the day. Ollie Price is certainly no slouch in that department. You've got Graham Van Buren just looking to zip it off the surface. All remains to be seen. What we do know, though, is that in theory, there are 8 overs remaining here on day 3 as Charlesworth to Zabe. Just leans on that. It's a very nice shot. Checked cover drive by Safe Zabe, who runs the first 2 hard. There'll be a chase on here for Van Buren, loses his footing, and in the end, that allows for Zabe to scarper back to the non-striker's end for a 3rd run. Moves him on to 13. Puts James Sales on strike as the scoreboard ticks over to 125 for 4. Yes, if you can get yourself down at 2 Wantage Road on Bank Holiday Monday, get yourself a ticket, because this one is very fascinatingly poised as Ben Charlesworth charges in here to James Sales. Some half-hearted appeals there from Bancroft and Price in the slip scored, and I don't think Bracey, the keeper, was too convinced. Neither was Charlesworth.
Good take by Bracey, though. Just had to get himself underneath that, didn't he, as it was dying on him down the leg side. So got his body in a good position to get the 2 hands, get the mitts, the oven gloves underneath those. I wouldn't mind a general look at spin, regardless of the light, Aaron, for the end of the evening. Just something different to look at. They kind of know the fact that they are going to get to have a go at whatever 4th innings target they're set here. It's not just going to be a case that Northamptonshire are just going to bat for the entire day, are they? Darren Lehman said that himself, that the only way that would have happened is if Gloucestershire kept batting. So whether it just moves the game on a little bit, I don't really think it matters. Or with the runs, obviously, and if they pick up a wicket because it's something different to look at, then good for Gloucestershire.
Yep. And of course, I'm not going to disagree with that as a member of the Spinners Union or the Slow Bowlers Club, depending on how much turn is actually extracted on the village green.
One sounds slightly more impressive than the other, doesn't it? You've gone from a skilled union to a not so skilled club.
Well, we have to be honest. As unfortunate as it is, we'd all love to be the next Murray. As Charlesworth bowls here to Zabe, that is racing off the outside of the left-hander's bat down towards the deep 3rd region. Will be another single for the man who's already scored 173 runs in this game for Northamptonshire. It's quite an impressive chunk that have come courtesy of the all-rounder.
Yeah, he's had a good game, hasn't he? Ticked off some impressive milestones, including surpassing 3,000 first-class runs as James Sales just tickles that one down the leg side, and that is off the bat. And that's going to be another 4 for James Sales, who moves up to 30. And the lead now 2-2-1.
Yep, in the end, he's played that very nicely, actually. You can see it wasn't just a little click of the bats, was it? It was a full-blooded shot in the end. He's actually got the middle on that one. So nicely turned around the corner, that by James Sales. And the partnership just ticking along nicely as well. I said about it earlier. It was in the budding phase on 8 runs. It now stands at 31 from 42. So these two beginning to manufacture something as they did in that first innings, and that will give them tremendous confidence to work off of as well, as Bailey goes very full, but also far too wide. You could have a 3rd set of stumps, and that might struggle to disturb anything but the final one. Just under 7 overs remain in the day's play. We sincerely hope that you'll join us for day 4 as well, either here on the live stream or live at the ground. It's Bailey. That ball dropped towards Miles Hammond at point for no run. I mean, I must say I was enjoying the game anyway because I always adore 4-day cricket, but now we have got a sense of real jeopardy in the game as well. It's just added that extra layer of narrative, hasn't it?
I think as enjoyable as it was for 2 days and 2 sessions, you'd had to caveat that enjoyment with the fact that any chance of a result seemed so unlikely for a lot of that. And I think, yes, it was fascinating at times. It was challenging. It was some good bowling on show and some really well-disciplined batting. And we've seen 2 brilliant hundreds. But because you felt the writing was on the wall for the end of day 4, I think that's where it just soured it slightly, didn't it? And this really has just put a cat amongst the pigeons and given us something extra to think about, talk about, given the players something else to do as well. As Save drives that down the ground beautifully. Tom Price is just going to jog after that one and underarm it back, but that's a cracking shot by Zabe, who moves to 18, and the lead now up to 225.
Yep, it is. It's another cracking shot from Zabe, just utilising the straight drive very nicely there, back down the ground. And yeah, I was just taking a quick look around the grounds. No further wickets falling in those other matches. I believe there's only 3 taking place at the moment, up at Headingley, New Road and Derby, respectively.
Yes, I think that is it.
Yep, here is Bailey to Zabe. It's a nice delivery, that, from Archie Bailey. He's bowled well in this game, I must say. Very, very impressive. I like the look of him when he played at Lords and he got that 4-fer, causing all sorts of problems with the new ball. And even after the initial shine fell off, there's one thing that you can never deny about this guy, and that's his heart. He steams in every single delivery. He wants to give it his absolute all. And I'll tell you what, for Cam Bancroft, that must be a great sign for the future. Someone who you can just chuck the ball to and say, Archie, bowl me the hard overs. Try and get me some wickets, son. And so far, he has worked his socks off. Final delivery of over number 31 is a dot ball. So 6 overs remain in the day's play. Northamptonshire 135 for 4. James Sales on 30 from 51. Zabe alongside him on 18. And Dan, it looks as though your wish will be granted. Ollie Price getting ready to bowl here potentially.
Yeah, I do genuinely hope that that's tactical rather than enforced. Or not enforced, but suggested, I think, is probably what the word would be to use, wouldn't it? Because I think if it's suggested but turned down, I think it's just a case where you walk off, come back tomorrow. That's the end of it. But hopefully it is a genuine tactical change by Cameron Bancroft, which I think it probably is, because I don't necessarily think it's got particularly dark out there, despite the fact that the floodlights are on. Yes, there are a couple of shadows coming from the souls of the Gloucestershire fielders, but I always find it quite difficult actually to judge the light when you've been kind of staring out the same window, looking at the same blades of grass all day. It's quite challenging actually to see those subtle changes as a light disappears over the course of, say, 2 or 3 hours as the sun starts to go down.
Well, as such, it is Ollie Price then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That one darted in and dispatched with disdain by James Sales, who motors on to 34 in rather dismissive fashion. It was just a drag down, that, wasn't it, from Ollie Price, and didn't quite have the correct direction. The kind of delivery which it could be the first over of the day, it could be the last over of the day.
Oh yeah, but first innings, it was the delivery that made for the end for James Sales, wasn't it? Just hit it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. That one he managed to get past him.
That one played a lot more defensively. And of course, that fielder's still in play. It's Cam Green in that position this time around. Just looking at the field, you can see the short leg. It's Cam Bancroft under the lid, the Gloucestershire captain. Miles Hammond it is at slip as well. Sales makes a nice confident stride to meet the pitch of that delivery. Matt Taylor out there at backward points. So got a short cover. Ben Charlesworth's there at mid-off. And also a deep extra cover as well. Once again, just looking to angle that ball with the rotation of the arm. In terms of the onside, mentioned that short leg fielder. Got a mid-on, got a catching mid-wickets and a deep backward square leg as well. That one a full toss from Ollie Price. Sales, I think, a little bit disappointed with that one, especially after how he dispatched the first delivery of the over for 4. Could have been easy pickings. There is quite a prominent gap between mid-wicket and Van Buren at mid-on. That again is a nice cricket shot from James Sales. Rounds out the over. 32 have been played in this second innings. Northamptonshire 139 for 4. James Sales on 34. Safe save on 18. And it looks as though Matt Taylor is getting ready to bowl here, although the 2 umpires are having a word. We haven't seen the light meter as of yet in this game, and I don't think we're going to see it as of yet, but the conversation is definitely being had between the 2 officials. If the natural light does deteriorate further in this next 10 to 15 minutes, I imagine it will be a case of the equipment being pulled out and a reading being gathered. Could even potentially spark the end of the day, depending on the discretion of the umpires.
Yeah, that would be a shame, I think. And a lot of that would be a shame because I think tomorrow is meant to be overcast. So for what we might have manipulated into being a fantastic game of cricket, you'd hate to be spoilt at, say, 4:30 tomorrow afternoon or 4:45 as the clouds just blankets down over Northampton and the floodlights aren't strong enough. Or that would be tough, wouldn't it? Because it doesn't look too bad out there to the naked eye or from this distance, but they've obviously got a different look.
Well, it's funny, we're having this conversation and now the sun has actually peered through a little bit. It's gone a lot lighter. And I don't think those shadows now are from the floodlights. You can tell the difference there. That's a natural shadow from the sun coming from Northampton Town Centre. So maybe the cricketing gods just answering our prayers on that occasion.
Yeah, let's hope so. Just 5 overs left, isn't there? So a good amount of cricket to be played.
Yep, and that goes twofold, doesn't it, of course, for Northamptonshire. If they can stretch this lead to around about 240, I think they'll be very, very happy with that. And conversely for Gloucestershire, if they can get another wicket, you get Northants 5 down, heading into that morning session tomorrow, just plant that seed of doubt.
Yep.
Again, it leaves us in a pretty even position.
Just quickly, Aaron, you got stumps at the Oval. Surrey 32 for no loss. 386 runs required on day 4, and it's bad light at New Road as well. Worcestershire 54 for 2. So undoubtedly that will be stumps as well at 6:30, 25 to 7 on Sunday evening. So Worcestershire will resume tomorrow with 8 wickets, requiring 273. And up at Derby, that is still going. Kent are 150 for 3, trailing by still 111 runs in their second innings.
Well, that's an interesting one. That could definitely go the distance, depending on how Zach Chappell and co bowl in that one. Instead, though, we turn our attention to Matt Taylor, steaming in here to Safe Save, who plays that one defensively. Out to Tom Price for no run. Nice little partnership building here, 39. Just steadied the ship after the departure of Adi Sharma.
Yeah, this pitch still looks pretty good though, doesn't it? For batting. These footholes for the big seamers, they're not really creating a great deal of rough for either Calvin Harrison, Safe Save for tomorrow. I'm sure Northamptonshire would have been hoping for.
Just looking here at Graham Van Buren in front of us, he's essentially gesturing to have a bowl, but we'll wait and see. Here is Matt Taylor. Safe save, attempts to punch that off the back foot, only as far as point for no run, and that will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire stay on 139 for 4, Sales on 34, Zabe on 18, and Ollie Price will continue here, just having a dialogue with his captain. Bancroft trying to marshal his troops for these final 24 deliveries of the day's play. And we should get them in before 7 o'clock at this stage, especially when 2 of them will be from the spin of Ollie Price. Other 2 we imagine will be the seam of Matt Taylor, unless Amanakta wanted to come on and bowl the final one, but he has got that long sleeve on, so it looks a little bit unlikely. But what we do know is that Ollie Price is coming into bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. They've taken the short leg out of play as Price bowls here to Sales. Plays that just underneath the eyes for no run.
Yeah, I think with 23 deliveries to go, I suspect Northamptonshire will, I mean, if the bad ball is bowled, I think they'll look to put it away, but I think they'll be quite happy if it stays at 229 as the lead at close. They'll take just one there, I think. Oh no, they will. Sales will come back for a second. Good awareness. A little bit sloppy there from Gloucestershire on 2 accounts. The misfield to start with, and the ball just going straight through the gloves of James Bracey, who's giving Cam Green a right old stare down as the big Australian's making his way back to his fielding position, disappointed with the standard of throw that came back into the keeper.
Another defensive stroke there from James Sales.
Who do you think's won this evening's session?
That's a great question. That is a really good question. For me personally, I think it's Northants.
Yeah, I think with the entire game you're looking at, I think yes. I think if you just took it as an isolated session, 141 for 4 probably would still be Northants. That's going to add another 4 to it, as that's a real drag down from Ollie Price, which is muscled over mid-wicket for 4 by James Sales.
Well, I'll tell you what, some more boundaries and shots like that definitely make it Northamptonshire's session. But yeah, I was looking at it from the wider context of the game. You look at the lead now, 235. We said around about 240, and Northants would have done their job, providing that 6 or 7 wickets hadn't fallen. At this stage, it's just 4. So if these 2 can see them out to close of play. Good cricket that from James Sales. Follows up the boundary with a gritty defensive shot.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I think it is still pretty evenly poised, isn't it? That's if Gloucestershire can pick up 2 wickets before close here, like Northamptonshire were able to do late last night, you suddenly go 2, 3, 6 for 6 as Sales runs that one out to deep cover for a single. Then that does look like an incredibly different scorecard than 2, 3, 6 for 4.
It does. And that is why I think James Bracey was having that word with Archie Bailey and Cam Green, because you can't take your foot off the accelerator for these final 3 overs. If Gloucestershire are to go on and win this game, they've got to put themselves in as strong a position as possible. And of course, at this stage, you still think the fact that there was the declaration, there will be a run chase of some sort tomorrow. That's a given. There's no way that Northamptonshire will have accepted that and go, right, we're going to just shut up shop and bat all day. I can't see a single scenario where that happens, to be honest. Otherwise, there would have been no point with the declaration.
Yep.
But of course, for any bowling units, you want that target to be as low as possible. So the standards simply cannot drop as Taylor bowling here around the wickets to James Sales.
Exactly. And runs have come as a premium here, haven't they, over the course of the 3 days? So one run here or there, or two with a little misfield or whatever that might look like. Suddenly you get up to give away 3 runs and you suddenly go, well, there's an over gone with the speed at which people have scored so far.
As such, it is Matt Taylor then to Sales. Lost count the amount of times that he's played that exact same shot. Certainly scored plenty in that area. Would love to see the wagon wheel of this 42 from 65, courtesy of the Northants all-rounder. In fact, that's probably going to be one of the things that I do overnight. So I'll have a look on the wagon wheel for James Sales, just have a look where he's scoring his shots, because plenty of them appear to be coming via mid-wicket and square leg. Taylor it is to Zabe. So he punches that out through the covers. Stopped by Ollie Price. Partnership now moves on to 48 for the 5th wicket. And Northamptonshire just 2 runs shy of bringing up the 150 for this 2nd innings as well. There you go. Great work from our producer. Fantastic work, Toby. There you go. And my hunch was correct. So plenty of runs through the covers. He's run a few fine down to deep third, but plenty of runs, especially those boundaries, those blue streaks coming through the mid-wicket region and out towards square leg.
What are you going to do this evening now?
Plans are ruined.
Yeah, you're going to have to find something interesting and fun to do, Aaron. You're not going to be watching the highlights back and creating your own wagon wheels on the train back. You have to get on Netflix or something.
I'll just do it for another game. Oh, or for another cricketer. Do it with Cam Greens. Before you get the idea, Toby, please do not put that up on the screen. Otherwise, that is my Sunday night ruins. Here is Taylor then charging in from the David Gapel end. That one just caressed up towards Archie Bailey for a single. So one more delivery remaining in this over. Partnership stands at 49.
Yeah, been a good partnership, isn't it? Certainly with that dismissal of Adi Sharma, I think Northants have just become a slightly more watchful to make sure that they do their absolute utmost to get through to the end of the day, just 4 down. Almost, as I said, kind of punish the bad ball without really looking to score, which is what I think the batters preceding Sales and Zabe were looking to be a bit more enterprising. Zabe in particular, 19 off 36, you'd think, well, if there was going to be a Northants batter that was going to be enterprising, it would be Safe Zabe. But he's been watchful this evening. And I mean, he'll be quite excited at the prospect about coming back tomorrow morning if he can negotiate these 12 deliveries with James Sales. If he gets a little bit of a free hit from head coach and captain, I think he'll quite enjoy himself.
Yep, would completely agree with that. And we will have a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be Graham Van Buren with the left arm finger spin. Just looking here as well, I will pose the question just because we are so late into the day's play, but would it be worth just getting a couple of men under the helmet potentially, just to try and sow some seeds of doubt into the mind of James Sales? I mean, as such, it's a spread field, a couple of fielders on the boundary rope.
Yeah, I don't think it affects much, to be honest with you, Aaron. I think that's going to be the 50 partnership between Sales and Zabe. Just that one dropped into the offside. The declaration, if and when it comes tomorrow, assuming obviously it's not a case of being bowled out, because it will come, will be done on time, won't it? It won't be done on a runs basis. It will be done on the overs remaining in the day, I think. So yes, I think they could potentially kind of bring a couple more players up there, but they will also have an eye on the fact that scoring has proved challenging here at Wantage Road. And actually, if they did bring a couple up and leaked another couple of boundaries, and it's potentially another 3 overs that they'd need to bat at 3.5 and over to chase them back. So, or to recoup them, so to speak.
It's another punchy shot from Safe Zabe, square of the wickets, and that will be moving him on to 20 from 38. 9 legal deliveries remain in the day's play. That Northamptonshire lead stands at 241. So I think that is mission accomplished in terms of that first marker for the Tudor Rose. More shuffling of the field here for Graham Van Buren. Is Ollie Price also going to move over there? No, he isn't. He stays at mid-on. That's just whistled off the face of Sale's bat. There'll be a chase on here for Miles Hammond. Northampton batters have scampered through for 2. And it remains at just 2 as well. That was a bullet throw from Hammond into the gloves of Bracey.
Yeah, no need to do anything silly either, is there?
Absolutely
none.
none.
Want to do is lose a wicket there with a greedy run out. Speaking of which, James Sales has absolutely mullered that to the fielder there in the covers. He's picked it up really well and fired it back to Bracey, but because Matt Taylor was off balance, it didn't really get back to the keeper with any form of venom on it, did it? And allowed Safe Zabe to make his ground, who was, well, sprinting as fast as Safe Zabe could sprint to make his grounds at the end of this Graham Van Buren over. Be 7 balls remaining then in the day's play. Lead of 244, and make that a lead of 245 as we get to the final over of proceedings on day 3 here between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Things at the moment going all right for the home side. 245 the lead. As I say, there's a question that that is only answerable by a couple of people in the ground, and that's going to be what tomorrow looks like. And I'm not talking about the weather. I'm talking about at what point do Gloucestershire start batting? What's the number that can be set that's going to genuinely entice Gloucestershire to go and get it, and not just potentially lose a couple of wickets and think, well, this isn't going to work, so we'll just dig in. That will be part of that gentleman's agreement, won't it, between the captains and the coaches, to kind of say, well, we've done our part, so we'd like you to go ahead and do yours. Because if you go for a bit of a dead chase in the 4th innings, you just end up putting miles in the legs of Guthrie, Proctor. Less importantly, Conway, as obviously he'll be flying back to Australia at the end of this game. But Sales, Miller, Zabe. That's just bounced a bit, and well played by Safe Zabe. And obviously less so Calvin Harrison, as he'll be sent packing back up the road to Nottingham for the end of his stint for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. But there will be an element of just wanting to look after the bowlers, won't there? So they'll want a genuine chance of taking those wickets. And if they are going to bowl themselves hard on day 4, 4 balls remain then. Zabe on strike on 21, Sales on 47. And that's nicely timed into the leg side. Cam Green patrolling that boundary. It's just going to be a single. Obviously, there's 3 balls left, Aaron. Have you formulated a number or a time tomorrow, or are you still sat on that 16 overs and just see what happens from there?
Yep. Well, I think so. I think actually it'll be 14, won't it? 14 overs with the changeover of 2.
Yeah, I mean, the only caveat to that would be is obviously if you go at 80, you're only going to get 1 new ball.
Good point.
That's something else to potentially think about. I realise whatever they do, they're not going to get an abundance from 2 new balls. But that could come into the equation. I don't know. It's obviously going to be so late in the day, isn't it, that second new ball becomes available. If because they're not going to declare overnight. That's the thing. It's going to be a case of they will bat for a period of time tomorrow. So if you bat 6 overs, you declare with 90 to go. You then got 88 overs, and you'll get 8 overs with a new ball at the end of the day, assuming the light and the weather and everything else kind of plays cooperation with it. Is that something that comes into consideration? Because they could have a really good go at it for, it's a beauty from Taylor in the dying moments of day 3. But you could have a really good go of it for 6 overs if that's what you wanted to do, and add, say, 50 in 6 if things worked. I don't know. Just something that's just crossed my mind there. Would it come into consideration? Is 80 too many? Do I think it's more of a 75?
I think it's one of those situations where I think the first 10 overs tomorrow probably dictates that.
That crucial first hour. That is the end of the day's play as James Sales drops it into the leg side. We'll come back to complete a seconds, and we'll take his personal score to 49. Save on 22. The score for Northamptonshire after 37 overs in the evening session is 158 for 4. And in the context of the game, that's 248 for 4. And they will resume their innings at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, where the conversation and the discussions and the thoughts will continue about when that declaration arrives and what number Gloucestershire have got to try and pick up a victory here in this final game in this first block of County Championship cricket. It's going to be a fascinating day.
It is. I think we're in for a treat, to be honest. The only thing which could play spoil sport is the weather forecast. It does look rather overcast and some rain spotted on the radar between 1 and 3 o'clock. So, yeah, of course, we'll have to wait and see. That is out of everybody's control. But in terms of the controllables, we've got a great game of cricket on our hands here, and full credit to both sides. They played well across these first 3 days, and, yeah, bring on day 4.
Bring it on. Well, we'll be back, won't we?
We certainly will.
11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 4 here at Wantage Road. Thank you so much for your company during the course of the 3 days so far. We are set for a fascinating day 4. So if you're in the area, come down Bank Holiday Monday. If you're not, I'm afraid you're stuck with us too for another 96 overs. But we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.